morning, my over-the-road friends. This is Road Gang Radio,
You
live from the Fast Sports Studios, and we are with that sore and slim man himself, Jimmy Mack. How those arms feeling, buddy?
I got to tell you, burning, baby. Burning. Got back on the old workout regime yesterday, and sweet mother of pearl, man, it is... Whew, I'm on fire. My biceps are on fire. I got to figure out a way to stretch my arms out. I got to figure out a way to stretch those arms out. Got to get that music out of here, man.
I'm getting it out of there.
I hear it, man. I'm hearing it, man. It's in my ears, man. It's driving me crazy. Hope you're getting driven crazy out there on the highways and byways, folks and fellas. Dre's right. We are live. It is the Fast Sports Studio. It is the historic Degas House. It is Road Gang Radio. By the way, go over to RadioNemo.com and push that button. Oh, wait, you already did that. Head over to YouTube and find us at Radio Nemo. Oh, wait, you done did that. Go over to the Book of Face and you can find us at the Dave Nemo Show. Well, look at that. You're already here. What you can do, though, is you can share all those links with all your followers and supporters. And as I like to say about Dave and Dre, all those sick people that rally around you at the downtown municipal auditorium. 615-292-6366. Hey-ho, that spells Nemo. This show, by the way, Madison with a T, who is here, is eclectic. It's electric. It's magnetic. It's magnifique.
Magnifique!
Did that just happen? It's that kind of show. What in the mother of sweet pearl is happening over in the Fastport Studios in the Known Universe show? I know people in Zebulon 5 think they got a better show. They're wrong. By the way, Xylodon thinks they got a better show. We discovered the planet Xylodon, Dre.
Oh, you did?
It has been discovered. Xylodon? Well, actually, Paul McGrath is the one who kind of turned us on to it. He is going to be here at 9:30 in the center, 10:30 in the east. His book, by the way, is called... By the way, the crinkle and the crackle and the sniff that you just heard. We thought Madison was running late. She wasn't.
She was making muffins.
She actually texted us to let us know that she'd be a little bit behind, as opposed to me, who's a big ass, that she'd be a little bit... I've waited all my life for that kind of badness. By the way, that bad dad joke is brought to you by Truckdown. Go to truckdown.com, by the way. They've been doing that gig since 1997. They've been serving the 50 states and 8 of the 10 provinces. Man... If you're in the ditch and need to find yourself a provider and you're a trucking company or a small trucking company or an owner-operator, go to truckdown.com and download that app. By the way, and we'll do a more official kind of thing for it, today is National Work From Home Day.
Nice.
Yeah, no. No, I have to tell you, and many of you guys work from home. Technically, your wife works from home, your husband works from home because you work together in a company and you work from the kitchen table. I get it. I understand. And you call your cab your home on 18 wheels, your office on 18 wheels. If I never work from home again, it will be a day too soon. Amen, right, brothers and sisters?
I mean, I can't say amen. I don't know what it feels like.
Well, that's a good point, though. But if you never work from Ocean Springs again, meaning that building.
I get it.
Because the thing is, too, though, dude, it's like I know you didn't work from home, but you didn't work with anybody else. You might have been working from home, dude. It was like you were like at Outpost 64 in Antarctica, man.
Touche. Would have been nice to have my dog with me, though.
That would have been a lot less lonely. Every time I think about you walking in that office, I had to do that once or twice by myself, walk over to that office at 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the morning. Dude, I was ready for Ennio Morricone's score from The Thing to start playing. Doom, 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 chuck, 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 chuck. I was really waiting for it to happen, man. Yeah. It's creepy over there by yourself
no lights
in the dark.
No lights on the staircase.
Yeah, and if you get there early enough, it's always like, what are you doing? Because the people across the street was like, what's going on? What's happening?
Where you going with that backpack guy? Okay, Zoe, I get you. I see you.
Phone Master Dre is now backpack guy.
Oh, what you got in the backpack? What are you doing?
What are you doing? Can you sell it to me?
You want a drink? I'm drinking.
Is
you want a
medicinal?
hot dog? What?
Huh? What? What? 615-292-6366. I done told you about Paul McGrath. He is going to be joining us at 9:30 in the center, 10:30 in the east as we head into the living portion of the show. Well, we're in the living portion of the show right now. This first 2 hours is where you make a living. The second 2 hours is where you make a life. And, of course, when you're making a life, it is a lot richer if you're doing it with Lindsay Lawler, who as always joins us on Road Gang Radio from 9 to 11. I do the gig with Foam Master Dre and Madison to a T with a T, crossing her T's and dotting her I's. You can get in touch with them and jump into the conversation over there. People are doing that, by the way, as we speak. I just want to point this out. I'm taking a look at the tube of you because, after all, everybody's got to take a look at that tube of you and see what's going on, what's going down, and what's happening over there. I know our good friend Chowder's in the conversation. Joe J. Mother Trucker Yoga, Jimmy. She is the best. I believe that. I'm not sure why you're telling me that, but I believe that. That's awesome. Yeah, Hope Savara. Good people. Do you know, by the way, all roads lead to Nemo, Dre? All roads lead to Nemo.
All of them.
All of them. If you're on the radio, on the other channel, on the other locations, you probably got your start. There's only a couple of coaching trees. There is the Trucking Bozo coaching tree. Steve Summers is a quality guy. There's a couple of people that come from that coaching tree, and those are good people. But most people come out of the Dave Nemo coaching tree. He's like the Marty Schottenheimer, except he could win the big one. Who's on the phone?
Oh, good old Chowder.
Chowder. What's going on, man?
Morning, my fans, my friends, and my family, and my tolerators. Hey, that's pretty magnetic what you did, as long as you don't get your magnetos confused with the X-Men or the one that's in the old carburetors that'll shock you. Don't get your carbureted magnetos mixed up. But, hey, Jimmy, I want to thank you for mentioning Cobar Towers yesterday. I appreciate that a lot. There was no way Chowder was going to be able to hold that together to bring that up, so I appreciate you for doing that.
I thought Foraught did a really nice job of keeping that thread going. And, you know, I thought about it, and I said to myself, I said, we have the pledge, the national anthem, and the prayer from Pastor John. And I'll tell you this, John's prayer really worked kind of beautifully for the Cobar Towers. I mean, it was like a happy accident. It was really lovely, really lovely. My dad actually reminded me of it yesterday, too. He said, you mentioned the Cobar Towers? I'm like, yes, Dad, I did. What's going on?
Yep. So, yeah, I want to just comment on a couple things you said yesterday, if it was all right. One of them on the English-speaking thing.
Go ahead.
Chowder's take and my take is I appreciate the effort of what they're going to do, but I'm like a lot of people. I think it's going to be minimal as far as solving, rectifying, or fixing a lot of the problems out here in the driving. I think it's great for a safety advocate point of it, because all of us need to be more aware and more understanding and able to quickly recognize safety device signs and that. But I think the real problem, as far as I see it in the English-speaking problem, is
Did I lose you, Chowder?
interactions.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Go ahead, say it one more time. Say it one more time.
I think where the issue, I'm in Wisconsin, so it's a little iffy, but I think the problem really comes in when it comes to scale houses, shippers, receiver interactions, and then if they're not going to be willing to enforce, and I don't even like the word enforce, but try to guide people to doing only English, I don't think we're going to achieve any real substantial improvement. That's my first thing I wanted to mention. And then the second thing I wanted to mention was, you said, what is the biggest difference you first realized between European and American culture changes when you come one or the other way? And when I was stationed in Europe, and when I went back a few years ago to Scandinavia area and came back, I really noticed or became more open to America is a country that likes large, fast, and big things all the time, everywhere, anywhere, and all the time at the beach even, where Europe is more of a publicly interacting, like to go out to the bistros, outside decks, sit around, interact with society, where America tries not to for the most part.
That's a really good insight, by the way, and I was going to point out our good friend Brad Bentley is over in Copenhagen right now, or at least was yesterday. He's on the chat right now. He and I talked about it because I'll have to tell you something, man. The Danes, Denmark, that's a friendly place, dude, man. They like mixing it up and talking and shooting the shinola and all of that groovy stuff. That is really, really well said. I was listening to John Oliver the other night, his stand-up routine about summing up America, and he said the thing about Americans, he said, you guys are incredibly brave and incredibly stupid, and he said I mean that as a compliment because only Americans would be like, we should go to the moon. What's the point? There's no point. Let's go up there, and then we go play golf up there. I mean,
right. America's really good about being brave, fearsome, and hard fighting about the things we don't know because we don't know what we don't know. Europe doesn't seem to have that problem. But I just realized, I remember, like, when I was stationed in Rhein-Main at Frankfurt, we had some less than bathing suit required beaches. And you saw everybody out there, or you would see people on hiking trails up in Munich all the time. You can go large parts of this country, and the general public likes to stay inside their buildings, in their concrete jungles, on their electric tablets and blue screens. It's not like that in Europe for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, people get out, dude. They just get out, man. They get out there and they go, man. They do a better job of turning it off, don't they? They turn it off.
Do.
They turn it off, shut it down, get it out of there, man. I got to tell you, one of the reasons I've cut back on doom scrolling, I'm not kidding. I don't know if you, Dre or Madison has found this either. Maybe you have too. Have you find the more time you spend online, and I'm not being funny or metaphorical, my stomach gets upset. I get lower cockarakus of the lower lumbago. I mean, it's like I get like that cold elbow down below telling me it's time to go. I feel really unwell when I do it too long.
Right. The more I'm on the channels of media lying, news, or the more I'm on social media, my, let's just say another word for a donkey comes out more and more. My PTSD gets worse and worse, which is why you see when I'm off, a lot of times you and Dre and others will get mass photo bombs of where chowder is because there's no signal there.
Love it. We love it, by the way. By the way, I don't know if you noticed this, but when Dre and I post on the Book of Face or anywhere we post, it's always joyful. Have you ever noticed that? It's never like, I got something to rant about. I found a meme that confirms all my priors.
Which helps me a lot because I'm still a work in progress, kind of like my Padawan speech words of the great Jimmy Mack. But you two really, when I watch that stuff, is really helping me focus less on the negative and more towards the positive. I have my bad days still, like just a little bit ago on Ridley about parking issue that I'm sick and tired of hearing about. But for the most part, thanks to you and Dre and your positivity that I see more and more, I think it's actually helping me, and I'm sure it's helping others too. I'm not a unique case. I'm just a squeaky wheel case.
I'm going to say something, by the way, and I know Foam Master Dre is going to agree with me, and I don't know if Madison will agree with me, but if she's the person I think she is, she's going to agree with me. I'm going to say this is the fact that there is nothing better when somebody shows up for the party that you didn't expect. And it's not that we didn't expect you, but having you gotten here so quick and become the life of, man, we love it. We love it.
Well, I just did it because I consider you guys friends and family, and it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, my friend. I got to shuffle out of here to kind of set this show up, but you're a great way to open the show. Chowda, I love you. Keep on sending those messages. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. Buddy. Thank you, my friend. Bye. 615-292-6366. By the way, you know, he's talking about the English proficiency thing. There's a nice piece in the Land of Line, the Line of Land, the landline.media. Our good friend Mark Schwemmer, who is the senior editor over there, he's written a good piece, and it ties in really nicely to yesterday's educational station. I've really become convinced, Ray. I've become convinced that we actually are doing education station, so I can just go education station, Tion, shun, 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 shun. We had Steve Barry, and I won't lie to you guys, every time I try to avoid saying his full name as much as I possibly could, and the reason why is because I kept wanting to break into Journey songs. I know it's Steve Perry, but I kept wanting to turn it into Steve Barry. And John Ziegenfuss, who talked to us from Carroll Community College. That program, by the way, if you get a chance to listen to that content over on the Tube of You, is terrific. They have an 8-week course. It's college for truckers, and it's a full-time course. It's soft skills, it's classroom work, it's over-the-road work, it's mixing and mingling with the community work. It's groovy stuff. And if you were listening, they actually have in place programs designed to get people's English up and flowing and working. So it's a groovy conversation. You should go listen to it. We got to take a break here, by the way. We got to do our pledge. We got to do our national anthem. Got to get a good word from the pastor over at Bennett Trucking. Bennett's taking the ride with us. Big shout out, by the way, to Polly Trotter over at Bennett. She and I got a chance to talk a couple of days ago, and we're letting people know that we're going to have a ribbon cutting here over the historic Degas House, which, by the way, the historic Degas House only happened because of our friends at Fastport. Fastport's been solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side of this, and we'll see where the road takes us. I'll tell you about the rest of this remarkable show we've got lined up that not only has Paul McGrath and his new sci-fi book left, but a whole bunch of stuff. Master Dre, break me away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rock-a-lay, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's Thursday. Good morning. And you know what that day? You know what that day is. Yes, it's Thursday, the day before Friday. I want to share something with you, found in Isaiah 12, verse 6. He says, shout aloud and sing for joy, people of Zion. For God is great. For great is the Holy One of Israel among you. You know what he just said? We should always be celebrating our relationship with God. You know, it bothers me to see children of God that don't have any excitement about their relationship with God. It seems like they've been sucking on a sour lemon, and they're too afraid for somebody to give them some sugar so that they can make lemonade. But they just so bitter. And what God is saying, we should be shouting with joy, shouting with excitement, because we know that our God is indeed faithful. So enjoy, celebrate your relationship with God this Thursday.
Oh, I love that Thursday.
I love that Thursday, by the way, guys. It is Thursday, Throttle Thursday. Basically hit that shift and let's make our way down the road. We are racked, packed, and stacked this morning, by the way. It's the first appearance of ATRI on the air with the diesel tech shortage. Alex Leslie, Senior Research Associate, is going to be here to discuss their research on the diesel technician shortage. That one's real, by the way. That's real. That's straight up real. And even a bigger problem I want to talk to Alex about when we dig into this. It's got me a little concerned. There's a number of people who would like to be diesel mechanics. Their English language skills, and by the way, I don't mean immigrants and I don't mean people from abroad. I mean people born here in the good old USA, second and third and fourth grade reading levels. You can't have that if you're going to function in this newfangled economy. You can't do it, guys. We'll talk about that with Alex, Leslie. I'm talking about really shortly. Revolution Road, Washington Trucking Week. We're talking Beyond the Bushwhackers. Paul McGrath's going to be here. And to close out the show, recording artist Ashley Ryan is going to be joining us. Excited about that. We got somebody on the phone. Who is it?
Good old Mark. You know he's just calling.
You know,
about
I can't hear you, dude.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I
You can't hear me in your
man.
headset, but
Yeah.
you should hear me now. And Mark is live talking to us.
Hey, Mark, what's going on?
My man.
Nothing much. Good morning, gentlemen. How's today going so far?
Well, we're doing okay. I mean, we want to welcome all the people that raced over from the Book of Face to join us here on the Tube of You. We should have the Book of... We got the Book of Face working yet? Is that a thumbs up? We got it going on. Hey, Mark, what's happening? What's going on?
Oh, just sitting in line here, getting ready to load a gas. And I wish I could work from home, but it won't work for this industry.
Let me tell you something, dude. Everybody says they wishes they could work from home. Let me tell you something. It is a big steaming pile of horse hockey working from home, because I know that work was invented so that people would stay married longer. I know that work was invented so that people would actually have homes where they could actually find some zen, some peace, and the way. Working at home is a giant heap of steaming cuckoo caca cocoa. That's what it is, as far as I'm concerned. And there are people who love it, and I get it, and they should keep doing it. For me, it is just Baroness von Krappenstein. Don't like it.
Yeah.
People should stop it. And by the way, everybody says, I love working from home. And then they end up at the coffee house. I love working from home. And then they end up at the library. I love working from home. And then they're like, maybe I could run an office. Everybody says that, Mark. But brothers and sisters, that ain't the truth. And you know what the worst part is? If you're married and you work from home, you get a list at some point. Hey, when you have a minute, I'm working. Hey, if you get a second, I'm working. I need some downtime. I'm not a fan of it. So you might think you like it, and you may. But let me tell you something, man. There's something nice about not having people have access to you, if you know what I'm saying. Sorry, I can't get over to school because you poked somebody's eye out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? How are you feeling, man? You sound a little down. Oh, there's the laughter. There's the laughter I love. What's happening?
Oh, nothing much. Just yesterday was a complete crapshoot with everything that happened. My night driver was about an hour late, and one terminal was down without power, which caused another terminal to be busy. So about 2 hours at another terminal to get the load that I was supposed to get from the first one, and I didn't get done till almost 5:30 yesterday. So, and then with the heat, I know the heat up here is different than the heat down there and everywhere else.
Heat is heat, man. People die of the heat in Chicago. You ain't got to apologize for your heat.
Yeah.
As long as you don't get on my case about the cold, I won't get on your case about the heat. How about that?
Sure.
There we go.
So there are a lot of people that are probably wishing they had the cold right now instead of the heat. But then again, when we get to the cold, they're going to be wanting the heat. They just can't make up their minds.
That's exactly it. A perpetual state of complaint. A perpetual state of complaint. So yeah, I mean, that's how days go. I mean, have you ever? This is not me being a jerk. Have you ever had a day in the last month or so where you've been like, that was great, that was a good day, I'm happy with that day?
Yes.
Good.
I've had 2 of them.
Good.
So I'm just going to think about those when I have crappy days like yesterday, and just didn't think of it yesterday at the time. I was just focusing yesterday. Yesterday was a negative day.
Hey,
so,
it's okay. And by the way, if you actually have to get around stuff to get out of the day, it's okay to focus on a negative day. I mean, I know that sounds like really basic advice, but if you have to figure out some way to kind of navigate through a negative day, that's what you have to do. Because if you don't focus on it, you can't get out of it. That's all I ask. You can focus on a negative day if it's looking for a solution to find your way out of it. Mark, it is good talking to you. I got to do a little bit of a news story here, but be good and be well and do good work. And
I'm going to try to, and we're timing this well because the driver's just getting ready to pull out of the bay in front of me. So we just landed this one right. Hey, Dre, you can hit the button now.
Get him out of here, by the way. Guys, Mark, I'm counting on you, dude. You got to win that biscuits and gravy challenge. Our good friend Eugene Malero over at the Transport Topics, he's got a thing here that says House lawmaker is pressing colleagues to advance legislation that takes aim at cargo theft in the rail sector. Dina Titus, who is a Democrat out of Nevada, representative out of Nevada, ranking member on the Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials Subcommittee, argued safety benefits associated with emerging technologies in the rail sector could protect the broader freight industry as well as regional economies. The recently introduced Bipartisan Combating Organized Retail Crime Act, of which she is a co-sponsor, would facilitate the adoption of such technologies. A Senate companion version was introduced in the spring. All right, this is what the Congresswoman told lawmakers during a subcommittee hearing on June 24th. I held a roundtable to explore this issue earlier this year and co-lead a bipartisan bill that would create a federal task force to help address the issue. She pointed to estimates that suggested cargo theft costs the economy as much as, wait for it, $30 billion annually. In addition to improving federal enforcement, what technology does is it helps shippers track rail cars and packages in real time, and it could be immensely helpful to combat the growing issue. Specifically, the Combating Organized Retail Crime Act would establish an organized retail and supply chain crime coordination center at the Department of Homeland Security. It always makes me nervous, guys. I won't lie to you. I get really nervous about that kind of stuff. We're going to have something that we're going to organize over at Homeland Security. You know what? I didn't like that thing when it first got passed back after 9/11. And that's with Tom Ridge running that. And that's a good dude. You know, they went out and got the best dude in the world to run that place. They did. I mean, that's why they picked Ridge out of Pennsylvania. If you're going to have something really controversial, I don't know, like, you know, talk about uranium cake, go get Colin Powell to do it. Have a Department of Homeland Security, go get Tom Ridge to do it. It's the people that come after that always concern me. The center, by the way, would be tasked with coordinating federal law enforcement activities related to organized retail and supply chain crime, including investigations of national and transnational criminal organizations currently engaged in organized retail and supply chain crime. I know it's serious, but I love that. Retail, what is it? Organized retail crime. It just kind of, it isn't, but it sounds like an oxymoron.
Get all the shirts!
You know, exactly. It's just like, you know, I got a bunch of fellas together and we're all going to steal like colonia. Colonia. We're going to steal some colonia. Committees of jurisdiction have yet to consider the legislation. Versions of the bill were introduced during previous sessions of Congress. By the way, it is bipartisan. Senate sponsors include Chuck Grassley, who, of course, is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee and actually was alive when Adam actually took a bite out of the apple, and then Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, Democrat of Nevada. So there's a little hometown cooking going on there. Gee, I wonder why there would be retail supply chain problems in Nevada. Is there like a city someplace in Nevada that like has like a lot of retail crime? I can't think of it, where people get desperate because they lose all their money and want an organized crime has ties to the city. Not anymore, of course. I can't think of any place in Nevada that fits that bill. I can think about the fact, though, that ATRI is going to be on the air. We are really excited about that. I know our good friend Rebecca Not So Punky Brewster is excited about that as well, too. You like that? I've been waiting on that one. I've been holding off on that one for a while. It's so bad, it's not good. So start playing some music, Trey. Just get me the hell out of here, man. It's Road Gang Radio. Hashtag RGR. Hashtag Lindsay Lawler arrives at 9 o'clock in the center, 10 o'clock in the... That's actually a hashtag. Hashtag.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why? Wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
From the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House, it's Road Gang Radio. Go to RadioNemo.com and push that button. Oh, wait, you did. Go to YouTube at Radio Nemo. Oh, wait, you are already there. And yes, Facebook is working at the Dave Nemo Show. 615-292-6366. It spells Nemo. Hey, by the way, go to truckingresearch.org. There's a lot of great information kind of, making its way across the top of that page. All kinds of stuff you can dig into and be a part of over there. Alex Leslie joins us this morning about a topic that is near and dear to my heart, actually. Education is always a big deal, and we have an education gap in regards to getting diesel technicians actually under enough hoods to keep America moving. By the way, we can have a long debate, Alex, about whether or not there's a driver shortage or quality driver shortage or any shortage at all, and then that the rates are just not high enough to actually attract people into the industry. The diesel shortage, though, and good morning, by the way, the diesel shortage in regards to mechanics is real and very much worthy of study, correct? Good morning.
Good morning, Jimmy Mack. Yeah, this is an issue where it's not just a matter of shortage, it's a matter of being qualified, right? There's a lot of hard skills that you got to have in order to be a good diesel tech, and right now we just don't have the supply of folks with those skills, certainly not coming out of schools, and people just don't have them growing up in the way that maybe 50 years ago a lot more people did.
There is I was at a Wyotech. Donna Howell Horton at the time and I were up over at Wyotech many years ago, and this is before the pandemic, and they were having a big symposium discussion about why Wyotech was so important to get it. It was getting funded again. It was getting back up on its legs. Here's the kicker. Wow, that's a lot of noise over there, Maddie. Sorry. But what was happening, what was so crazy was that the guys from TA Petro, Travel Centers of America, said the biggest issue that was going on is that there were people who could do the job, but they couldn't write the job either. That there was a big shortage of people who were actually able to write the work order to explain to the customer what needed to be done. That it wasn't just a matter of not knowing their way around an engine, but not having the soft skills. I mean, there's a real gap here. And I wanted to kind of dig into your study and kind of talk about this for a second, but can you kind of unpack that for us?
Unpack the study overall, or that specific? Yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah, let's start with this because there's so much here to kind of dig into. So let's talk with the methodology of what it is you guys did, how you laid it out, how you put it together, and then we'll talk about the particulars and different things you looked at. Sorry, I get really excited about this particular topic because if we can solve this, we can solve a lot of things and put a lot of Americans to work, too. So.
It's a big one, right? And if you're a driver, you know that having diesel techs who can fix your truck well and also, fix it quickly, right? Because if you know the shop you use is short on techs, it's going to take them longer to get you back on the road. So, yeah, it's a huge issue, and it's something that is faced by, you know, fleets of all sizes, owner-operators, everyone, and frankly, not just trucking. It's something that we see in, you know, bus and transit. It's an issue that, you know, a lot of these other industries have too. So what ATRI did is, you know, we tried to take a three-pronged approach here. And we tried to look at, you know, okay, the shops, what's their side of the problem, the diesel techs themselves, what's their experience of the problem, and then the training programs. And by that way, you know, sort of getting that triangulated, all three perspectives, those three core groups, to better understand what the scope of the problem is, the source of the problem, in order to then find, you know, where are those areas of disconnect and where are those areas where there are solutions. Because if you look at the federal data in the last 10 years, heavy truck drivers grew by 30%, the number of them employed. And at the same time, diesel techs only grew by about 23%, right? That delta there, 7 percentage points, that's an issue, right? That is the challenge that we have right now. And it's about 2/3 of shops right now in the trucking industry were understaffed in 2025.
Let me ask you a question here really quickly, because you talked about those three different viewpoints you kind of looked at, which, by the way, is a great kind of way to kind of begin a study, to begin kind of accumulating data, in the same way that when we look at stuff like bottlenecks, we don't look at them just from the driver's viewpoint, but from law enforcement and from city planners and all of that kind of stuff, to get a sense of all the different perspectives, to talk about the different solutions. What I wanted to ask you is to take us through those three segments, and I wanted to know if, in fact, the questions and the approaches were different, or if there was a consistency to what you kind of dug in with each of them. And then if you had to make changes in the study based on their responses. And am I making any sense, Alex? I hate to do this to you.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. The thing about those three surveys is we have a lot of questions that are essentially the same, in order to be able to understand, okay, what does, you know, on this exact same issue, this exact same topic, let's get the exact same question so that we can make direct apples to apples comparisons, you know, across techs and shops or shops and schools. So there's, you know, when you design a survey like this, you want to make sure that all these three parts, they fit together nicely, so that they all sort of, you know, speak to each other and all, you know, fill in each other's gaps, but also so that you can get a real good comparison. So that really was a key part, you know, you correctly intuited, a key part of designing this survey, in order to, again, really understand where those disconnects happen. Where do we lose a tech? Or where does a training program maybe not measure up to what the shop needs?
What does it mean to lose a tech too? Because that's the other thing. You have the idea of, you know, 30% increase on the truck side, 23% increase on the tech side. Is that happening in regard? Okay, here's my question: are they onboarding at the same pace, but one is losing at a faster pace than the other? In the sense that are the same amount of the necessary amount of diesel tech providers coming in and then either washing out or walking away from it? Or is it a matter of not being able to get people into the door to start the process at all?
You know, it's a little bit of both. So on the one hand, you know, most techs who start a job in the industry, they don't have formal training. And that's a lot of techs come in without formal training that are great. And a lot of them become great. But there aren't enough grads coming out of training programs in the first place. Now, on the other hand, even the ones that do, they encounter barriers. Things like the cost of tools. If you're a tech, you got to pay for your own tools. And that is not cheap, my friend. And that can be a huge challenge. You might have a tech come out of school, he's fully trained, he's ready to go, and then looks at the price tag and decides, you know, I just can't make this work right now. Maybe I'll come back in a few years. That's a huge issue. But another issue is that even if they get a job in trucking, you know, when we surveyed techs, we found that about 44% of them are considering a job as a tech. in another industry. That's a pretty huge percent. Now, not all of them will ultimately do that, of course. Considering is different from actually acting on it. But, there are a lot of different industries that need qualified techs. And so there's a fair bit of churn. Construction is another huge industry. Ag equipment, they need good techs. And so, tech skills, yeah, it's a little different from one of those to the next, but generally transferable. And so, that's a good thing for techs, but it's a challenge sometimes for the industries who are trying to hold on to them.
It's interesting, too, because I have a good friend of mine who owns a restaurant and does very well for himself, but, of course, owning a restaurant is overwhelming. And he was sitting there at the bar with me one day at his place talking to me about it, and he said, if I told my kids what they should do with their futures, and I kid you not, this is the quote, they were working on his refrigerators in the back of his restaurant. And he said, you see those guys over there that are doing that job right now based on this bill that I have? He said, I'm going to send them all to vocational school and get them up to speed. He said, because these guys charged me an arm and a leg, and he said, this appointment took me forever to make. And you make the point of when that skill gets identified, when people realize you have that skill, people start bidding for your services. That's something else that gets left out. So this is where it's a really weird thing you're suggesting here, because if you have those mad skills, you're going to go someplace where you can get funded quickly and they will help you buy the tools. Are you suggesting that there is the possibility here that not enough trucking companies and not enough transportation companies and not enough service companies are actually figuring out ways to get the young men and women who want to do this kind of work the equipment they need so they don't have to lay out the kind of money they have to lay out, whereas other industries like maybe construction, maybe HVAC, maybe refrigerator repair saying, I'll tell you what, dude, we will send you to the VOTEC school to get you your finishing, and then we'll turn around and buy you all your tools if you'll stick around with us for a couple of years. I realize I'm out now speculating in the weeds, but I'm also talking about like Republic Services, which basically bought an old airport in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and turned it into a training school for its diesel technicians over a 2-year period. Is this what's happening here? Is trucking being outbid? Is transportation being outbid? Is that part of the problem?
It is definitely part of the problem. It's not the only part of the problem, but it is part of the problem. So, and again, you can see this in federal data. You can see it in some of the data we collected. Trucking techs, they tend to make less money than techs in some other industries. And the thing about tools is it is a little bit of a, there are pros and cons, right? Because if a tech owns his own tools, those are the tools he likes or she likes. She's going to take those with her if she switches jobs. She knows how they work. She likes how they feel. Techs, once they have their own tools, they like that they have their own tools and that nobody else is going to go messing around with them. But it's one of those barriers, right? And even the training for a tech, that doesn't happen overnight. There is sometimes an idea, even among people who want to go into vocational trades like this, they sometimes think that it's going to be real quick and they're going to hit the job running and make a bunch of money right away. And, it's not. It's not like that. It's not a get rich quick card. It takes some time to train, the additional process of getting yourself certified at higher levels and on additional equipment, that takes time too. So all this, it does take some time. And then I will say beyond pay, we looked at a lot of other factors in our report on what techs really want in a job and what leads them to leave or look for other jobs. And pay is certainly a big factor there. But one of the things we found is that two of the biggest factors that lead techs to look for new jobs are variety of work and work being interesting. And a lot of times diesel techs get into this or they stay in it because they like the problem. They like something that's interesting, something that's new, and being able to, really kind of dig into that, right? Get under the hood is a phrase for the reason. It doesn't mean, be an automaton, right? It's solve a problem, get creative even. And so a lot of techs, if they don't have that, if they don't feel that at a job, they might go somewhere else. And so, as far as the trucking industry, sometimes the shift to preventative maintenance, for example, that's not as exciting as some of the more complicated repair jobs. So there's a bit of a balance there too that can lead some techs to leave.
By the way, just to kind of give you guys a sense of what's going on here, and Alex Leslie joins us this morning from ATRI. Go to truckingresearch.org. Your numbers suggest that 44% of trucking techs are considering a job as a tech in another industry, which is, the green pastures. The grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. And it seems to me that part of what your study has found is kind of a soft skill. And I don't mean a soft skill on the part of the techs themselves, but that the people who are in the trucking industry recruiting and retaining have to figure out ways to keep the intellectual curiosity of a tinkerer. It really is fascinating because so much of this country is founded on garages, whether it's the economic clusters of Detroit in the early 20th century creating the automotive industry, or the garages in up in the Pacific Northwest and Silicon Valley creating the technology that is actually driving the world right now, which is internet technology. People are always looking for what's next. The question is, in regards to this kind of approach, is what kind of outside the box thinking then can trucking companies and transportation companies engage in that would allow them to retain these men and women? And by the way, there is an untapped market, and you I think very wisely and very insightfully have been referring to this mechanic, this technician, as a she. There's a real opportunity here for women in the workforce in regards to onboarding more women into jobs that are worthy of their intellects and their dignity here. But what are some of the strategies that people can engage in to actually retain them? Is there anything in the numbers that suggests there might be an approach to create a more variety, intellectually stimulating atmosphere? Because, hey, man, I've worked in weatherization, insulation, and renewable resource. That stuff is changing by the minute and has all kinds of issues and problems that need to be dealt with on a regular basis. What can trucking do? And do you have suggestions?
Yeah, the full report. So we're sort of going through. We haven't officially published this one yet. You are getting the advanced data.
I buried the lead. I'm sorry. I'm apologizing to Alex, guys. You're getting on the ground information here, and I'm just acting like it's just another day at the office. Thank you for that, by the way. But when we head into this, by the way, and I was curious from your own conversations, from Rebecca Not So Punky Brewster and our good friend Alex Leslie, what's going on over there that you guys are talking about as possible suggestions?
Yeah. I mean, this aspect of the heart of a tinkerer, like I think you said there, the variety of work and the more interesting work is a big part of this. Honestly, finding ways to ensure that techs can continue learning, can continue developing skills, new technologies. These areas are important for keeping that engagement up. That's one of really the biggest factors that we've found. Another big one, of course, though, is that that shop culture is really important. Being a tech is something of a social job, right? You spend time around other techs, and shops that just kind of expect a tech to go into his corner and plug away and do his 8 hours or however many hours he's spending in there and go home. That's not necessarily something that techs are feeling right now. They want a mentor if they're a new tech. They want a sense that there's actually something going on in this shop that they're a part of. And that's a shift we're seeing across a lot of different occupations right now. It's not just techs, but certainly it is techs as well, right? I think sometimes we think about some of these trades as like, they'll just keep doing it the same way they always did. But there is indeed, generational changes in all different occupations, and techs are no exception to that.
I'm trying to kind of think here creatively, and Alex, Leslie, and I are, I'm going to put him in not a weird position, but kind of more of a brainstorming position. So let me ask you a question. Given what you've looked at, I'll give you an idea. What if you were to say every once in a while, "Hey, we're gonna send you over." We've been talking about Europe this morning. A number of our listeners are veterans who have served overseas, and we're talking about the cultural differences. There are massive technologically differences across both oceans, in Japan, in Southeast Asia, over in Europe. I mean, does it behoove us to kind of say, "Hey, and 2 weeks out of the year, we're going to send you across the pond to go look at other kind of tech people, to go look at the way they handle these problems and this kind of approach and the kind of technologies they have over there"? I mean, what kind of outside the box thinking, including the idea of mentorship, should people be looking at in regards to kind of getting people more interested? I mean, it's not just a matter of having a barbecue every Friday at the tech shop. That's fun and that's groovy when they bring in the ice chest and all that. We do that over here at the Degas house. But, I mean, are there like really outside the box approaches that you guys get a chance to, or is the industry stuck? That's the big thing too. Did you find, green shoots of hope? In regards to, wow, that's right, this group is doing it right, this seems to be effective. And you don't have to give it away until the report comes out, but were you finding anything that was promising?
Yeah. And I will say, sometimes the solutions aren't as out of the box as they seem. Sometimes it just means taking a solutions-oriented approach or an honest approach about, hey, this is a bigger problem. Going about this the same way that we've always done isn't going to cut it. So things like cycling responsibilities, or even just, getting techs certified on additional stuff, getting them through those certs. That's not rocket science. And yet we find that there's a pretty big difference between, the haves and the have-nots in terms of shops that encounter this problem, that have a bunch of vacancies, that, are understaffed, and then the shops that aren't understaffed, actually. So it's actually, there is quite a bit of hope, but it's a matter of, it's not going to be business as usual if you want to sort of solve the problem. Another thing that a lot of shops have done and is looking at, how can we get better hours for our techs? How many do we really need on third shift? Can we move some of those spots to first or second shift? It's going to potentially improve retention, especially, if you've got young parents or just young techs in general, looking at, what can we do on the shift side of things? And of course, any of those little steps that you take are going to not only make the tech more likely to stay in a practical sense, but they show that you actually, give a hoot. And that obviously creates some appreciation down the line.
And by the way, I'm reading from the notes that Alex sent me, by the way, and this is where there's a core here that I think comes back to. We had a great talk on the Recruiter Roundtable about recruiting for Brown Dog Trucking, and the recruiter that we talked to that day, he made a really big point of being honest in the way that you just were about the idea that there isn't an overnight fortune. There are a lot of tech schools, not most of the legitimate ones, but there are a lot of tech schools who are telling a lot of tall tales about how much money you're going to make and how fast. And the idea, Daniel Mustafa has talked to me about this too. If you're willing to plug away, and I wonder if it's a cultural situation in the sense that so many people want a purpose-driven life and want a job that pays them incredibly well in the beginning, and that's a big, big shift for a lot of people because most people didn't grow up with that. The last 25 years we have, but it's cost of tools, lack of knowledge, poor shop onboarding training as barriers to becoming a tech in trucking. The idea that people aren't figuring out, it's that window in the first year, it seems like. If you can get them through that first year and keep them around, the retention rates seemingly improve. I don't know what the numbers suggest there, Alex, but it seems to be that the really big issue right now is that transitional period from the desire to be in tech and then bringing people on board into tech seems to be the real danger zone for a lot of companies. Is that fair from what the numbers suggested?
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely, we didn't dig a ton into that, looking at those exact shades of, what's your retention at this year's section or that year's section. But it certainly is an expectation versus reality. That is certainly a place where some techs, move out. But, the other thing to say is that different industries offer techs different kinds of opportunities, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? The thing you want to make sure is that as an industry in trucking, we're saying, hey, this is what trucking can offer you as a tech versus what construction maybe can offer you as a tech. Because, there are going to be some other industries where there is a greater variety of work. You have more unusual stuff come in the shop each day. Ag techs. They encounter such a huge variety of materials and practically a museum worth of materials if you see how old some of those tractors are that they spend their time on. But there are trade-offs for that. And I think sometimes it's a matter of being honest about, hey,
there it is.
What it looks like to be a trucking tech. You're going to have certain benefits. You're going to have certain things that, maybe are better in other industries. And some techs are going to want to choose trucking. Some techs are going to want to choose construction. And that's okay. But I think owning what we're good at, owning the kind of position that is unique to trucking, I think that goes a long way, too, to helping attract people, but also to prevent some of that lost time in turning over from one to the next.
By the way, and this is something I'm just going to add on a personal level, I think it's really important, too, because I have two producers over here. They love the job that they do, but I have told them both point blank, and I've told everybody that's ever worked for us point blank, there's going to be a point where something better is going to come along, something that might get you closer to the dreams you have for your personal life. I think creating an atmosphere where the employee knows that they're not consistently under threat or having passive-aggressive guilt trips thrown their way, but that you're constantly committed to their growth as a tech while understanding that other things may come along actually helps you retain them a little bit longer, or at least onboard the next incoming tech, and creates mentors when you have to replace people. Alex, there is so much more to talk about. You got to come back at some point when we get the report in full bloom. Promise me you will, brother, because, man, this is a conversation that could go on for a while. We haven't even touched on, you got to it at the end, the idea of just telling people the truth. It's amazing. It's amazing if you read all of this stuff, and like I said, this isn't even the full report, but if you read all this stuff, man, it just gets into basically tell people what's really going on, because it means the people you get know what they're getting themselves into, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always happy to come on and talk, Jimmy Mack.
My friend, what are you doing this weekend, by the way? It is Throttle Thursday, and as far as New Orleans is concerned, Thursday is such the new Friday that we turn Wednesday into the new Friday. So what are you doing this weekend?
Good for you. Well, last weekend was kind of my weekend off. I was actually up north here in Minnesota and doing a bunch of wilderness canoe camping. So this weekend I kind of got to catch up on a bunch of junk.
Oh, well, at least you have the canoes to remember fondly. Alex Leslie, of course, who is a senior research assistant over at ATRI. Go to truckingresearch.org. By the way, they serve everybody, and as Lindsay likes to say, both kinds, all kinds, from the big boys and the fat cats all the way to the one guy who owns only his own shop and his own truck. All that research is available for everybody. Thank you, Alex.
My pleasure.
By the way, we're so thrilled. Our segments are coming back online here. I'm having a meeting today, by the way, Dre, with our good friends Nick DeMeo and the Turtle and Claire Bear and our good friend Double L, and we're talking about putting the screws into this show and pulling it all together. We're going to take a quick break, come back on the other side. Hey, man, Revolution Road is headed our way. David Otterson, talking about the constitutional anomalies in the founding era. There's some really strange stuff that's actually shaped who we are. We'll be right back.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why? Wait, Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
We're live yet again from Road Gang Radio. Jimmy, take it away.
Thank you, Phone Master Dre. Big thanks, by the way, to Alex Leslie. Before we turn to our next segment, once again, we are onboarding one of our old segments in a new form and fashion here at Road Gang Radio. Thrilled, by the way, to be here with you guys. You can always jump into this conversation, by the way, with our friends from the Journal of the American Revolution at 615-292-6366. I want to make a quick comment about something else. When Alex comes back, we'll talk about. I am a big fan of, everybody's got kind of their gravitational pull ideologically in American history. I like the Republican Party of 1854. I think it's one of the grooviest things ever put together. And by the way, the Republican Party of 1854 and the Democratic Party of 1854 and the Whig Party of 1854, they ain't the same things. I'm a big fan of the Free Soilers, which were part of the great coalition that created the Republican Party of 1854. The basic concept of Free Soilers is free soil, free men. And the idea they were opposed to slavery because it was a vast group of technicians. I mean, that's what it was. It was people that could repair wagons, people that could make engines, people could do all kinds of groovy stuff. And they wanted the right to pick up their trowel and cross the state line and practice their craft wherever they wanted to practice it and not have to compete with slave labor. Of course, the great example of that is a lanky fella who liked to split rails, who moved from Kentucky into Illinois and then used the money that he made as a free soiler to become an attorney for the Union Pacific Railroad. That man's name, of course, was Abraham Lincoln. We're going back a little bit earlier, but I have on my staff here a guy who's pretty darn good at cutting hair and a lady who's pretty darn good at making movies. And what they can tell you is that it's expensive to do what they do, that all barbers have to own their own equipment, and that so many filmmakers, if you don't have access to equipment early, you don't get the reps in that you need. If you don't come from money, or at least people who are committed to making sure your dreams come true, it becomes very hard to break in to either one of those industries. By the way, I'm telling you right now, cutting hair is a tough racket because there's a lot of people out there who claim they can do it. And there's a lot of nice barbershops in a lot of downtown areas of people who are competing, and they're able to do it either because they found a patron who was willing to finance them, or they found themselves a rich family, which, by the way, you don't find. You're often born into, or you join their company and they lay you out with the cash that you need. I say all that, by the way, because we just talked about 1854. We're going to jump back a whole lot earlier here. This is the first edition on our new platform, on Road Gang Radio, and it sets up a wonderful 4th of July we're going to have. We met this guy at the 4th of July, by the way, Dre. This is where we first met David Otterson. He is a contributing author at the Journal of the American Revolution, which, by the way, is the relationship we have that gives us Revolution Road with the Journal of the American Revolution. Its first appearance on #RGR, and we're thrilled to have David, of all people. He's a history enthusiast with a particular interest in the American Revolution and a History of Constitutional Law, which looms very large these days. He earned Dean's List distinctions at the University of Maryland College Park, which, by the way, has the best logo in all of college sports, where he studied government, economics, and philosophy. By profession, he's a retired corporate sales executive and currently resides in Northern Virginia with his wife and family. We are thrilled to welcome him as the first contributor to Revolution Road with the Journal of the American Revolution. Go to allthingsliberty.com. David Otterson joins us this morning. How are you, sir, and welcome back.
I'm very well, and I'm delighted to be back. And I think you had mentioned, or I had spoken with your producer, Andre, and I visited with you last July 4th. That was a delightful experience. I expect this to be as well. So, again, thank you for the warm welcome.
Oh, yeah, and we are thrilled to have you guys back. I can't tell you, when we changed platforms, we moved over to iHeart, when we moved over to 365, Audacity, all of these new platforms we're on, we got a lot of requests saying, you are bringing Revolution Road, are you not? And I said, we wouldn't miss it for the world. And it's so good, by the way, given the topic we're talking about and given your previous contributions, to have a friend join us for the first edition. So thank you for honoring us with your presence. Let's just kind of...
Again, delighted to be here.
Let's just dig into it. Constitutional anomalies in the founding era. And tell me if I get this right. What you're talking about here is that any system of government, any system of complex government, because dictatorships aren't complex. I say you do. But any sort of working with other people to create a more perfect union means there's going to be imperfections or anomalies or strangeness inside of the document that will take more than a couple of years to resolve and figure out how to kind of either fix, adjust, or make perfect. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair, and perhaps we go a little bit beyond that, or maybe emphasize that in some other ideas as well. And maybe if I could segue into the specific examples by reminding everyone, now I know you have a July 4 episode coming up, so I don't want to crowd that space, but maybe, again, point out, for example, when we look at history, it's often not as linear and as orderly as we are maybe originally led to believe. It's not as streamlined as we are originally led to believe. So speaking to that issue very briefly, it might be helpful to remind the audience that, as an example, we celebrate, of course, July 4th as American Independence Day. And it's often forgotten that actually July 2nd is American Independence Day, because that's the day on which the Continental Congress actually adopted the Virginia Resolution on Independence, which was the legal instrument separating the colonies from the British Empire. Over time, it has evolved that much more emphasis is placed now, of course, on the Declaration rather than the Resolution, and that largely, I think, is unsurprising, because the Declaration is filled with such inspirational language having to do with the rights of humanity. So it has eclipsed the simple resolution. Some of the language is the same. Jefferson borrowed some of that language from the resolution, where he makes the claim, that, or the statement, I should say, that these united colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states. That's language that was also used in the resolution adopted on July 2nd. So again, I use that as an example. And oh, by the way, on top of that, on July 2nd, when John Adams later wrote his wife Abigail, he described that forevermore Americans would celebrate July 2nd with celebrations and festivities and parades and illuminations and all the things that we now do on the 4th. Adams anticipated, of course, Adams is one of the great founding fathers, but Adams anticipated all of that would have been done on the 2nd, simply because that was the day, again, that the Continental Congress legally separated. But as I repeat, the emphasis now placed on the 4th. So that's the sort of thing that I'm looking at, things that are maybe overlooked and misunderstood, or an emphasis placed elsewhere, and to remind the audience that things are, again, a little more complicated than they sometimes might appear. And I hope that makes sense to everyone.
It makes perfect sense to me. I have a follow-up question, and I don't know the answer to it, so I'm not being an attorney who's got expectations of hearing a certain thing from you. I was curious about the 2nd, 4th issue. I've kind of thought about this in the past, and it kind of talks about that even the Founding Fathers did not know what they were creating to some degree. And I'm not sure the particulars here. Did people become more aware publicly of what was going on in its kind of fruition, its full kind of realization on the 4th, meaning that those in the know and those in the circle right outside of those in the know knew what was kind of going down on the 2nd, but that it's not until the 4th where it's like They called the Battle of New Orleans in 1814 the thunderclap, that was heard around the nation. But is the 4th of July where people really around the country start going, wait a minute, this really is real? Is that kind of what happens there?
And I think that's an excellent point, and it will help me, as I said, segue into the next line of reasoning. But and part of it had to do with, if you remember, as a general idea, Washington wanted the Declaration read, and it was read, and it was publicly celebrated both on the 4th and then immediately thereafter. So ultimately, again, because of the rallying and inspirational ideas and ideals that were promulgated by the Declaration, it eclipsed the very simple legal dry statement of we're now an independent nation, because the Declaration was surrounded, I repeat, with all this magnificent language, this inspirational, these Enlightenment ideals. So yes, when those ideals became communicated publicly, it of course then eclipsed, as I mentioned, the very dry, subtle language of the resolution. So I hope that answers the question, but I very much agree with the principle you just put forth.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And that brings me to my final point, and then we will segue into all this groovy stuff you've actually lined up for us today. And I'm wondering, too, if many ways this actually tips us off to what even the people who were doing the thing didn't realize what they were doing, because Adams is talking about this celebration on the 2nd, not realizing that his voice is only going out to those who are, I guess, firmly fixed on what is already unfolding. The equivalent would be people who are very much online knew what was happening. By July 4th, everybody else knew what was happening. And Adams didn't even conceive of the idea that to become something national, the people had to know, correct?
That's correct. And Adams, the other comment I think I'd make is that Adams, as a practical matter, and again, we tend to look at the founders as almost sometimes mythical figures and infallible, and of course that's very far from the truth. They were certainly capable statesmen, but they were human beings like you and I, and they had flaws and imperfections and ideas and prejudices and so forth and biases, and that has to be contemplated. There's I think an interesting aspect that Adams, it is said, was to some degree really almost jealous of Jefferson, because Jefferson himself referred to Adams as the Colossus of independence, but his efforts, as magnificent as they were also eclipsed by Jefferson's splendid work in the Declaration. So I think that's spot on again. I think your point is spot on one more time.
Yeah, and like I said, the people who write history are the ones who end up, as the Confederacy learned, not too soon after, that if you get a chance to get there first and write what happened, people tend to believe you. It takes the truth a long time to catch up as well, although truth is both present on the 2nd and the 4th. I'm sorry, that I know that you didn't intend to take us that far into the weeds, because I dragged you along into the weeds, out into left field for the 4th of July. But let's kind of get to this stuff, too. Constitutional anomalies in the founding era. Let's kind of unpack that.
Okay, so there are a number, some more pronounced than others, but I think the first thing I'd start with, and here again very, very briefly, is that when the war was fought, between 1776 and the fighting generally stopped with the surrender at Yorktown, and 2 years later, of course, was the peace treaty. But between 1776 and, let's say, the Declaration, and we could refer to the 2nd, but traditionally, of course, it's the 4th. So we'll refer to the 4th. Between the 4th of July, 1776, and March 1st of 1781, the Continental Congress and then the country was operating with no constitution at all. The Articles of Confederation had been drafted in 1776, but they required unanimous ratification, and Maryland withheld its consent for a number of years. They had particular quarrels, and so they withheld it. So for those 5 years during which the war was fought, there was no written constitution, which meant this. If we look, for example, at Article 1, Section 8 of our present Constitution, it enumerates the powers of Congress. What the Continental Congress and the American colonies were rebelling against was this idea of parliamentary sovereignty. I know that many of the charges, of course, in the Declaration were directed specifically against King George III, but what had led up to the Declaration, of course, were all the legislation, the Sugar Act, the Tea Act, and so forth, and the Stamp Act, of course, that began it all. But under the British Constitution, Parliament was sovereign. There was no authority higher than Parliament. They had it was an unwritten constitution largely, and they had ultimate sovereignty. Well, during the course of the Revolution, the Continental Congress did not have any written instrument by which to measure and judge their authority. They arrogated and assumed specific authority, and so for that 5-year period, they were practicing precisely what they were rebelling against. There were no limitations on the authority. For example, when they appointed George Washington as the head of the Continental Army in June of 1775, they had no authority to do it. Under the Constitution, of course, all those, and even under the Articles of Confederation, when it was finally ratified, specified what those powers would be and how they were to be exercised. That wasn't the case. When we arranged a loan from the Dutch, or when we entered into diplomatic relations with the Spanish, the Articles of Confederation had not yet been ratified. Congress, Continental Congress that is, was arrogating to themselves all those authority for which they didn't have it. The other irony, I think, that's interesting is that the Continental Congress, when they did finally declare independence, did precisely the opposite of what they were originally intended to do, which was to restore and rehabilitate relations with the mother country, with Great Britain, rather than destroy and sever them. So there were two ironies, one of which was they were practicing for a period of a full 5 years exactly what they were rebelling against by assuming unwritten, unlimited authority and sovereignty. And then at the same time, as I mentioned, they did this for a period of 5 years. So I think those two ironies, to my mind, are pronounced and generally probably not paid a whole lot of attention to.
It's interesting, too, because we're very lucky as a nation, too, because a lot of the things that they did, they just kind of thought up and did and then kind of considered the consequences later. It would have been very easy to stay in that place, which would have then led to more chaos down the line. But these guys absolutely understood absolute power and therefore said, you know what, man? I might like wielding this, but the thought of somebody else wielding this is terrifying to me. So maybe we should put limits on everybody else. You know, I'm fine. It's you I'm worried about, so I'll limit myself. Is kind of the thinking here.
I think that's because that's exactly what happened. There's a further irony, if I can get to it here again very briefly, is that this matter came before the Supreme Court in 1795, and I think this is even a more tremendous irony. And this discussion took place, and it was William Patterson, who was a Supreme Court judge at the time, trying to determine what authority the Continental Congress had or had before the Confederation Congress came into being. But it was interesting because he said, these are exactly the kind of authorities that we have to be careful about. But they ultimately decided, the Supreme Court, it was a case of, not a very well-known case, it's called Penhall versus Dones administrators, but they ultimately decided that Congress did have the powers that they were exercising simply because the general population acquiesced in the exercise of those powers, but they were nowhere written. Here's the irony, I think. The Constitution gives the Supreme Court only the authority to decide cases, and I'll use the language under, quote, this Constitution. They really had no authority to make a decision based on the Articles of Confederation. They didn't exist under the Articles of Confederation. So those three elements, those three that I just identified, I think are very pronounced anomalies that, again, don't generally receive a whole lot of attention.
I mean, basically, we're just thrilled to have David Otterson with us this morning. You're saying that the reason we created the Constitution because so much of what we were doing before then was unconstitutional.
I'm sorry to say so, but in a sense that seems to be the case. That seems to be the case.
You got some particular examples here, by the way, and by the way, I do love the fact that at the end of the day, though, the deference of the Supreme Court saying that the people's acquiescence or the people's approval has to be the starting point. There is something kind of uniquely special and almost beautiful about that. The idea that people seem to be okay with this, so we're going to be okay with this, even though we don't have the authority. The people do, and the original documents of the Second and the Fourth actually say that the power comes from the people, and therefore all of that becomes the origin point for where we head next. Is that fair?
That is fair, and forgive me because now you're spot on all of this stuff, and I'm going to have to now maybe disappoint you a little with two other ones, but one's kind of fun that I want to introduce if that's okay, and then move on to something more substantively that you just described in terms of this the idea behind what maybe we can call popular sovereignty. But there's a fun little item. There are two fun items in my judgment that often get overlooked, and see if this makes sense to you. I've argued, and some of these things that, by the way, that we're discussing, I've written about over at the JAR, but there's one I thought was kind of a fun item. It's not significant, it's not devastating, it doesn't hurt anyone, but nevertheless, both when George Washington and John Adams assumed their respective offices as president and vice president in April of 1789, about 9 days separated the two. Adams was actually entered into office on the 21st, about 9 days in advance of Washington being inaugurated as the president. But here's the interesting thing. If we look at Article 2, and specifically Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, it specifies the requirements to become president, what the eligibility. And they're very minimalist. They're very simple. But one of them is that the candidate has to be at least 35 years of age, as you probably will know. But here's the key language, and 14 years a resident of within the United States. That's the language. Well, if we date American independence, and here's your material, we can date it from July 2nd or July 4th, 1776. Before those days, let's use July 2nd as the date, before July 2nd, there was no United States. There was simply an aggregation of British colonies. They weren't even united under the Constitution. We did that in defiance of the constitutional norms, but there was no union. So there was certainly no United States. Those were all simply British colonies. Now, here's the interesting thing to my mind. If we date 14 years from 1776, from July of 1776, we obviously get to July 2nd, 1790. But both Washington and Adams entered office over a full year in advance of satisfying the 14-year residency requirement. With Adams, there's even a further complication.
Yeah.
The language is very specific. It says within the United States, and as you probably know, for a good 8 or 10 years, about 10 years, Adams was serving as a diplomat in Europe, in the Netherlands and in Spain and in France. So he would have had even more difficulty satisfying the residency requirement, but neither of them did because they didn't match or meet or satisfy the 14-year requirement because the United States itself didn't exist for 14 years. So I thought that was a very curious anomaly that hasn't been paid, in my mind, a whole lot of attention.
Well, yeah, I think it's really groovy, too, because, I mean, then you get down to the matter of not just his work overseas, like, you know, drumming up support for the revolution while the war is going on, but then there's the issue of the time he spends as the ambassador to the court of St. James, too. Although you can make a case saying that he is a resident of the United States because he, in fact, resides in the ambassador's, residence, which, of course, puts him on American soil. Man, it's so much fun because you're setting up rules that don't apply to yourself that are going to then kick in for everybody else once you leave. You know, I mean, that's the crazy thing about it. I mean, that is what's so interesting that's playing itself out here. How can you create rules and like I said, it's how can you create a rule that doesn't apply to you, but you can't figure out any way to make it apply to you, so you've just got to kind of make it up as you go along. It's kind of fascinating.
Well, the other fascinating thing that you said, by the way, and you have a fine legal mind, because when you described Adams, in his efforts as a diplomat in Europe, and the argument can be made that he was, even though he was abroad, he was domiciled here, and that's exactly the interpretation that Justice Story put on it in his magnificent work, Commentaries on the Constitution. That's the exact argument he made. And I accept that argument. However, that doesn't negate the other argument, meaning that the United States itself had not existed for 14 years, so neither could satisfy the 14-year residence requirement, irrespective of whether you counted Adams at the time in Europe as living here. He still wouldn't have satisfied the 14-year residency requirement because the country itself hadn't existed for 14 years.
Which means, essentially, if you interpret the law absolutely in an Antonin Scalia sort of way, right down to the last period, essentially nobody could be president until the 14 years had actually transpired. Meaning, like, we don't have a president until that 14th year is hit, and then somebody can actually assume the office. And by the way, I think it's amazing, however, that people need to understand. People say, what has gone wrong in this country that we challenge people's eligibility for the president every 5 minutes? Man, people were challenging people's eligibility for the presidency from the moment this thing began, right?
It's the nature of politics. And you lead me to another interesting point. because in the same provision, in the words, the qualifications for president, if you remember, one of the qualifications, which is subject today to some degree of controversy, but if you remember the language natural-born citizen, well, and I'll refer to Justice Story again here, because in that specific provision, they actually made, if you remember, an exception, because the language was natural-born citizen or a citizen at the time of the adoption of the Constitution. What's interesting about that is that Story, for example, again referring to Justice Story, referred to that provision, and he said, okay, well, the reason that exception language is in there is because that may have caused offense, for example, to some of the foreign nationals, for example, Lafayette or von Steuben, who had made such tremendous contributions to the war effort, so we would not want to exclude them had they decided to toss their hat in the ring for presidency. But what Story doesn't mention is that if that exception had not been made, nobody would have been eligible because everyone was born as a British subject. Nobody was a natural-born citizen. So he somehow overlooked that as well. So I think you're raising some very good points here, if you don't mind my saying so.
Well, thank you very much. What I think is really interesting, too, could you imagine that, is we can't have a president until we have somebody who was born on July 2nd of 1770. I mean, we could go on for a while with this. I mean, that could... But, by the way, you've just given me an intriguing thought. Can you imagine a Lafayette von Steuben ticket? That'd be kind of groovy, wouldn't it?
Sorry. Yeah, that would be an interesting thing, and I'm not sure how that would have been received, but I almost shiver or shudder at the possibility.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine von Steuben in charge of the national bureaucracy? Oh, my God.
It would have been very tightly run, I would expect.
Yeah, by the way, it would have made Alexander Hamilton say, hey, man, you're being a little bit too tight here. You need to let off the throttle.
I would think so.
Anybody that would make Alexander Hamilton say exercise a little less control of the situation is probably somebody we shouldn't trust with exercise.
Not someone you want up there.
Not somebody you want up there. I want to make sure we shift it because there's some more substantive stuff you want to talk about. We've only got about 2 or 3 minutes left. Can you believe how fast this section is gone? We're almost done.
I cannot, because if you don't mind me saying so, I made a couple notes, things I was hoping to get to, and the conversation has been wonderful, but we will not, of course, get to everything that we might have, but it's been a wonderful discussion nevertheless.
I tell you what, we're going to get you to come back at some point and maybe just shoot the Shinola with me at some other date, but is there anything you want to preview for the next time we talk? Because we really are out of time. I can't believe how fast this went.
No, the last thing I would make is in the advertisement you had mentioned, or the station had mentioned, the first meeting of Congress itself was unconstitutional, and that can be discussed very briefly. It's not altogether consequential. However, the Constitution does specify that the first meeting of Congress was to take place on the first Monday in December, and that was ignored completely and entirely for a number of reasons, which maybe we can get into a later date. And the first meeting of Congress actually took place in March of 1789. So it's explicitly specified in the Constitution that the first meeting of Congress must take place, again, on the first Monday of December. They somehow felt at liberty to disregard that, met in March instead. There are reasons behind that, but here again, a very obvious bright-line constitutional breach, not terribly significant, but nevertheless, the breach it was, and that I thought, too, deserved mention as an early anomaly.
So the whole foundation of this entire country, from the way the presidency was ascended to the way the Constitution meeting of Congress was violated, it's all based on a lie. It's all just made up.
It's almost a Keystone Cop effect. If you think about it, here we are launching this magnificent republic, which we all agree we did, and we start out with a vice president and a president who were ineligible for office, and a Congress whose first meeting was unconstitutional.
There's a great line from the Avengers, by the way, where somebody says, you just made that word up, and the response is, all words are made up. At the end of the day, all governments are made up, and they all spring from popular acclamation. And I got to tell you, my popular acclamation says, it is such a pleasure to have you as the first guest on Revolution Road with the Journal of the American Revolution. David Otterson, you are welcome back anytime. If we don't get a chance to talk before episode 249 of the United States Begins, happiest of 4th to you as well.
Happy 4th to you, and I enjoyed it immensely.
Thank you, David. Guys, go to allthingsliberty.com. If you type in David, Otersen, you will find all the wonderful articles and columns that he has written. We will be back after these messages. We're heading into Washington Trucking Week. Kind of perfect. We go from way back when to constitutional anomalies in the now. Colin Long is going to be joining us, one of our favorite people in the whole widest world, here on Road Gang Radio, #RGR. Big thanks to our friends at Shady Rays. Go to shadyrays.com. They got your back.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Oh, baby, live again, yet from the good old Crescent City where Jimmy Mack is that lovely host. What's up, buddy?
Hey, we head from Nola to Nashville in just a little bit here. In about 30 minutes or so, our good friend Lindsay Lawler joins us for the second part of Road Gang Radio. Don't forget, guys, the first 2 hours are mostly about you making a living. The second 2 hours about how you make a life from that living. Our good friend Colin Long, as always, he's one of the supporting. He may be the and actor in this show.
Yeah.
You know, and Colin Long as Washington Trucking Week. You know,
Robin.
The and as. That's the credit. If you don't get lead billing on the credits, you want the and as, you know.
Supporting actor.
And Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. as the man from Wisconsin. I'm just making stuff up now, by the way. Colin Long is not from Wisconsin. You're from Pennsylvania, right? That's where you're from originally?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I kind of keep up with things. I'm a fan of Charlie Dent. Think he's a pretty terrific dude as well. I know you know making a dent in our conversation. So it's good to have you back. What have you been doing? What's up? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I was wondering, could I be guest star? I always like when you see guest starring.
Oh, guest starring's really good. You know what else is really awesome too? With a special appearance by. You know, I mean.
Okay, I'll take that. Guest starring is a bit too big a title for me.
No, guest starring isn't big enough. Guest starring feels like it's a Love Boat episode, and I got to tell you, this has a little more substance. What we are is we're more like the HBO series of things. We're like high quality stuff going on. You know, Colin Long as Washington Trucking Week. Colin Long is the director of government affairs for OIDA. Joins us on Washington Trucking Week as he is off to do. How you doing? I mean, I asked that question, but you asked for a special billing. I'll give you any billing you want. Guest starring Colin Long as the insider. How you been? What's going on?
Pretty good. We've been busy. I know I say that every week, but it rings true. And we're in the thick of things. Summer's always a busy time in Washington. There's a lot going on Capitol Hill. And that remains the case, whether it be legislative or regulatory. And today I'm going to chat about something that kind of covers both topics. It's a bill that's working on improving some safety regulations that we as an organization have stood up and said, "Yep, this is good. Let's keep promoting these common sense solutions to safety." And this one goes a step further on the English language proficiency issue than most of what we've been talking about, but we think it's an appropriate step and a necessary step. So I'm here to talk about it.
What I think is also groovy is that we have gotten a chance over the last couple of days, both at Education Station and a number of our other segments, just with the with talking with Atri as well too, because so much of what's happening with the diesel mechanics right now, with the shortage of diesel mechanics, is a lot of our shortages are based on people from this country not being proficient in English is part of the problem as well. But we're talking about something a little bit different here that really is a safety issue. And this is what's important too, because people, our good friend Chowder called us earlier this morning and he said, look, I don't think that this is going to make that much of a difference in regards to rates, but it is going to create a much safer working environment, which seems to be people's understanding, and it might actually change the way we train people in this country as well, too.
Yeah.
And if it has an effect on both those places, it's going to mean better drivers, which might mean, of course, better rates as well. But let's talk about Senator Marshall's introduction of legislation, shall we?
Yeah, so as you know, we've been pushing for English language proficiency enforcement from law enforcement. The Trump administration has gone right along with us. They issued an executive order saying, yeah, this is a rule that makes sense. It promotes highway safety. It should be enforced, and drivers should comply with it. But Senator Marshall, I think a little stroke of brilliance, said, well, why don't we go further back in the chain of events and make sure that English proficiency is being complied with at training? I mean, why not make sure that drivers are capable of speaking English, reading road signs, communicating with first responders and law enforcement when they're being trained, rather than just simply on the roadside, and not taking anything away from the executive order or the legislation that has been introduced to handle the roadside. I think it's kind of a two-headed beast. You need to make sure that drivers who are currently out there driving are capable of speaking the language and talking with first responders and law enforcement, but you also should make sure that those entering the industry are capable of doing so as well. That's a key component to ensuring safety. So Senator Marshall has taken that tack, and we support it wholeheartedly. He's got some good supporters. Senator John Barrasso, a Republican from Wyoming, and Cindy Hyde-Smith, a Republican from Mississippi, have co-sponsored it with him, and we're going to try and make sure he gets additional support from other senators, because we think this is, Congress often thinks they have solutions to improving safety, and oftentimes we as a driver community look at them and we say, that just doesn't make sense. This is one where we're saying, bravo, Congress. I mean, you've kind of hit the nail on the head. The English language proficiency, the roots of our interest in this comes from our members reporting back some of the concerns they've experienced, and certainly I think law enforcement has done the same. So this is how legislation and regulations should be developed. People are observing what is happening on the road, what is potentially causing safety hazards, and folks have moved in a direction to resolve those issues. And I think truckers should be pleased with legislation like this, because it's being done in a responsible manner that improves highway safety for the public, but improves highway safety for them as well. I mean, we share roads with passenger vehicles all the time, but sometimes I think a lot of Congress's focus is on exclusively what's good for passenger vehicles, but this is one of those issues where I think it benefits everyone.
It's interesting because yesterday on Education Station we had Steve Barry, who I had a hard time not pretending he was a Journey lead singer because that name is so close, and a guy with the spectacular name of John Ziegenfuss, and they are, of course, over at Carroll Community College over in Maryland. They have an 8-week training program.
Oh, yeah.
They have an 8-week training program. I mean, I'm talking about it's as close to a college education as you can get for becoming a truck driver, up to the point where they've got to provide certain levels of financial aid because you almost don't have time to actually hold a job while you get your CDL. And I'm wondering, after that conversation and given what Senator Marshall is introducing here and is being discussed among people, if that, in fact, might become the sort of model for what people might have to start doing in regards to training programs. Because one of the things that we got a lot of friends over at the CVTA, a lot of friends at the National Association for Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools who, often struggle with the balance between getting people ready for a test and getting people ready to actually be drivers. And this seems like if it's congressionally mandated, that people might start looking at models like Milwaukee, Milwaukee Technical College, start looking at Carroll Community College, and models like that where you essentially are required to work on those English skills, and not out of some sense of like a nationalism or any nonsense like that, but dude, it's the lingua franca. I mean, and you made a point. I will tell you, the job of a policeman, the job of law enforcement, particularly roadside, is to always be de-escalating. It is really hard to de-escalate a situation when neither party understands the other. It's a bad scene.
Yeah.
So this is an investment that works for everybody, right?
Yeah, and I mean, OWIDE has always been advocating for enhanced training and making sure that folks who enter the industry are capable of operating in the safest way. And I'm sure you've heard my boss, Louis Pugh, say, it's often a little too easy to get your CDL and start your own trucking business. There should be a little more rigorous regulation to make sure that we're only bringing in the safest drivers and folks who are capable of operating at the safest level. So I think what Senator Marshall's up to matches what OWIDE has been pushing for years as far as improving training. And we don't necessarily think, this is going to be the one training improvement that we're going to pursue this year. I mean, we want to see mandatory behind the wheel hours. We want to make sure that training schools who aren't doing a good job are brought up to the level of the organizations, the members of the organizations that you just mentioned who are doing exemplary work. So, I think this is just the latest component of what hopefully Congress does and takes a broader look at training and figures out ways to make sure that the safest drivers are entering the industry, because that's going to be the most effective way. I mean, we say it all the time, a well-trained driver is probably the best solution to improving safety. So let's make sure that they are capable of understanding the signs that are alerting them to potential hazards. I mean, the one we keep talking about, and it's because I do this periodically, is crossing the Bay Bridge and realizing that the Bay Bridge in Maryland, let me be specific, and realizing
since we're talking about Carroll Community College, why don't we just stick around? And by the way, the last guy on the show was a graduate of the University of Maryland, by the way. So this is a real Maryland show.
Maryland Day here.
Yeah, Maryland Day.
But I think of crossing the Bay Bridge, heading to the beaches over on the Atlantic side of things here in the DMV, and thinking, there's a chance that some folks didn't realize because they weren't capable of reading the sign that there's a wind warning going on. And from a law enforcement perspective, from a passenger vehicle driver perspective, I want to make sure that folks are aware of all the hazards as they cross that bridge. And that's just one example. I mean, we've seen it out in the Rockies where drivers may not be aware of some of their opportunities to de-escalate a situation that would otherwise be hazardous by pulling into an exit ramp, or excuse me, not an exit ramp. Of course, I'm struggling to come up with the words, an emergency off-ramp. But I think as you start thinking about these issues more in English language proficiency, you start to understand there are numerous examples where ensuring that the driver is capable of reading the signs, and then on the tail end capable of communicating with law enforcement and first responders, you think, this does make a lot of sense, and we should have been enforcing this all along, and maybe we should be ensuring that folks who are getting their CDL through training are capable of doing this up front. So again, bravo to Senator Marshall. Maybe there will be a House companion bill on this. I'm not sure yet. Hopefully, if the administration isn't capable of handling this on their own, we see this in a highway bill. And having Senator Marshall stick his neck out and say, this is a priority for me, certainly enhances our opportunity to have this included in the highway bill later this year.
The word proficient always has kind of driven me crazy. I would rather they would use the word reflexive. And I'm going to get a little bit in the weeds here, Colin, so bear with me, because you have chosen, and I'm really appreciative of it, of kind of focusing and honing in on one particular topic today. But the word reflexive is really what comes to mind, because there's a lot of people out there who actually can, if you put a newspaper in front of them, or if you take your time and talk to them slowly, can actually manage their way through the English language, and many of them are going to be up to speed in a year or two, sometimes 3. That is not what is needed on the highway. And there's a lot of stuff that I have to unpack here, but think about it like this, in the sense that a lot of times when you see wind warnings, when you see storm warnings, when you see construction warnings, we're talking about signs that often loom over the interstate, loom at the front of a bridge, loom on the side of the road, that often change rapidly, meaning you have just a couple of seconds to look at it, process what you've seen. And this is the difference between being proficient, and I like to call it being reflexive. If you have to translate what you're looking at, you're not proficient or reflexive in the language that you supposedly need to have. It means you have to be able to look at it and not even think about what it means. You just simply know what it means. And that's what is not being kind of talked about here. But the possibilities for education now to put this into a training room in regards to the use of simulators, nobody's even talked about the prospects of how this actually... The idea that you could put somebody in a simulator saying, you ain't got to drive. We're just going to actually put you in a simulator and let the road run by, okay? And we're going to throw signs at you as they race by you on the road. Identify them. Say what they mean. Yeah. The educational possibilities here and downloading this back off to the trainer. Let me ask you a bigger question. Because, and I'm not going to talk about big carriers. I'm not going to name any names. I'm not going to talk about organizations dedicated to those people who pay the people that drive. But so much of what you guys are talking about here is in many ways incredibly humane, because you're not saying these foreigners are the problem. That's not what you're saying. What you're saying is the training that is going on here and the desperate need to onboard cheap labor has to stop. And one of the ways it can stop is if you force people to be trained, it's going to cost somebody money someplace, which means somebody's got to make an investment in, like I said, English proficiency doesn't mean citizenship, because there are people who are citizens, minted citizens, love this country, who just can't keep up with the language, and they got to get there. And I hate to be on this soapbox, but this puts pressure on the people who do the hiring rather than the people who are being hired. I think it's incredibly humane, correct?
Yeah, I agree. And I think the lack of English proficiency enforcement is a disservice to the folks who are getting their CDL and are not capable of reading those signs. I mean, that creates serious safety hazards and stress and pressure for them. And, you know, if there is, God forbid, there is something that goes wrong, that driver's going to get thrown under the bus. I mean, sorry for my bad pun, but it's all going to come down on them. So I kind of view this as a disservice to them too. They're not being set up for success necessarily by some of these carriers who hire them. Certainly, you know, we don't want to force people out of the industry, but we want to make sure that the rules that make sense are being enforced and being complied with. And sometimes the way to do that is, like I said earlier, like follow the chain of events back to the beginning. And the beginning in this case is training. And OOIDA is never going to back down from saying we need to better train drivers. And I think this is just the latest piece of that puzzle. And it's strange that it took this long for us to realize as an industry, as a community here in Washington, D.C., that something needs to be done to better ensure drivers are capable of operating at the safest levels. But now that we're here, you know, we support what's been going on with the roadside. We're going to support what's been going on, or what has been offered on training. And I think you're right. I mean, investing in drivers, we've always been arguing that is necessary, because if you invest in drivers, they're gonna stick around. They're gonna feel better in their jobs. They're gonna feel like they're capable of driving more safely. So let's do it. Let's get this Marshall Bill done.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm just going to give you an example. Tell me what facts I get wrong, because I'm not always, you know, I have a pretty good memory, but I don't always put it together. So the I-70 disaster, that terrible tragedy that happened on the I-70 because the driver did not have enough mastery of the English language to actually, you know, basically hit the runaway lane. He didn't know to do it. He was a Cuban national. He had a green card. Had he been more proficient in English, there's no way he agrees to that situation because he would have been more familiar with our laws. He would have been more familiar with how he was being exploited. And I think one of the most remarkable things about that tragic story is the number of drivers and the number of people in your own organization who actually had incredible sympathy, including the judge, by the way, who said, yeah, what you guys are looking for punishment here is ridiculous. We know he's at fault. We know he's to blame. Ultimately, he was behind the wheel. But then everybody in the industry said, yeah, who put him there? How was he put there? Yeah. And his inability to understand English put him in a situation where he didn't know any better. I mean, he literally had arrived on our shores from Cuba, having escaped the totalitarian regime, and didn't want to do anything that would jeopardize that, including, cross his employer to do that. Yeah. If, in fact, English proficiency had been a priority then, as it is now, there's a good prospect that never happens.
Yeah. I think that's a sound argument. And, taking it a step further beyond even English proficiency, I mean, was he trained to drive in that terrain, in those conditions? And probably not. So,
no, of course not. He was coming from Florida.
You need to keep going further. I mean, I keep saying English language proficiency is a piece of the puzzle. It certainly is. There's other pieces we need to solve. And I think making sure that drivers not only can speak the language and read the signs alerting them to potential hazards or potential ways to de-escalate a hazardous situation, you also need to prepare them for the type of driving conditions they will meet when they are given the green light to cross the country. So, yeah, but to your point, yeah, I mean, we may never know. It's a hypothetical, but I think a reason leads you to believe, well, yeah, maybe this would have taken care of that instance. And there's instances across the country that I think a lot of people will now look back and say, I wonder if this could have prevented that type of accident. And we're here to say, yeah, we think we should at least try to prevent that type of accident. And the way to do it is proposals like this one coming from Senator Marshall out of Kansas. I'm not sure there will be resistance to this. There's almost resistance to anything that's proposed in trucking. But we'll be the ones out there saying, this is a necessary step, and we support it wholeheartedly. We want to see it included in a highway bill, but we'll see. We'll see who comes out against this. Maybe no one. Maybe folks are starting to see the light on this issue, but we're going to certainly pursue it and hope to see it in a highway bill. I think it will be added to our highway bill priorities, and I give the senator credit for actually going a bit further than we had, if I'm being honest, when we started to push for compliance with English language proficiency and taking it to the training level. Bravo.
Well, and what I also like is it's a great way of rethinking the problem, not just the problem of the language problem, because of course the one place where you really can't have the country be a Tower of Babel is how its interstates and how its highways are governed and the safety of the issues out there. But the other thing too here is that in this bill, and you guys have been saying this all along, it goes back to training, but you can't have any sort of unified or any sort of consistent or good training if there isn't a foundation of that education happening in the same language. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but the idea that this is, and it's also the acknowledgement, you made this really clear, this is not the silver bullet that solves everything, but this is the foundation on which you can build a better form of training. That if we begin saying and it's such an obvious thing, when people don't say it, can we all agree that people need to be able to read well before we put them on the highways and trucks? And there are people, and by the way, that means everybody. That don't just mean a Cuban national. It don't just mean somebody who's coming from India, although many of them speak better English than a lot of people that I know.
I agree.
I don't always understand them on the phone, but I know what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? And I want to make that really clear. But this is really important. Nobody's ever made the obvious comment to say, hey, can we make a decision here that training moving forward, while we're happy to help people who are working as English as a second language, that we're not just helping them learn how to pass the test in a second language, we're learning how to be proficient in that second language. And by the way, It is as generous an act to teach somebody to speak the language of a community. It is the best way to welcome people from abroad who want to be part of this community as saying, let's make an effort to make sure that you get a chance to talk to everybody at the store, on the loading dock, behind the desk, and that way you're also creating truckers who don't get screwed on the contract.
Yeah. And, you know, I'll wade into these waters.
Let's do it. Come on in, man. The water's fine. Dre loves it.
We often talk to members and other organizations comprised of drivers who English is not their native tongue, and they're not a monolith. But I've been surprised by how many of them agree with our position on English language proficiency. I think they get it. They understand that, you know, they are capable of reading these signs, and they appreciate the value of other drivers having the same skills. And like I said, they're not a monolith. There's certainly folks who have concerns about English language proficiency, but by and large, a lot of the feedback we've gotten is, yeah, we're okay with this. Let's talk about training. And I think that's where the Marshall Bill is going to get a lot of positive attention, because it goes to training. And I think a lot of the folks who are the safest drivers on the road appreciate the fact that you got to start with training. So, yeah, we'll see how this one unfolds. It was only recently introduced. I don't think it's gotten a lot of attention yet. You know, we just recently endorsed it. So we'll see how this shakes out. But I don't think there's going to be that much resistance, even from folks whose native tongue is not English, and they make their living on the road today.
Let me tell you something, man. I don't know if you heard it. We had Raman Singh Dillon of the Punjabi Trucking Association. That's a righteous dude on a righteous cause.
Awesome, yeah.
He's pretty awesome, dude. And Dave asked him the question point blank, and asked it as delicately as Dave can. And his response was, he goes, "It's the law." He said, "It's the law. That's the deal. That's how we got to play this." He said that, that there wasn't like, well, you got to be understanding. It was like, nope, that's what the game is. And I find that when this is framed properly, the way you guys have framed it, the way we talk about it, a lot of people, we end up having friends where we never expected them, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And this reminds me of something else, another point I wanted to make. Sorry for the quick pivot.
Pivot?
You don't hear anyone out there saying, let's get rid of the regulation. Why is that? Because I think people understand it makes sense. We just haven't been enforcing it. And as a result, I mean, if there was genuine concern about English language proficiency, you'd probably have people saying, well, we need to eliminate the regulation entirely. To my awareness, that's not happening. And I think that speaks to the value of it from a safety perspective. So, let's start enforcing it, and let's go to the training level and start making sure that folks are capable before they even get their license.
Yeah, and by the way, it might also cause them to codify and to really take a long look at the ELDT and make sure that that's being followed the way it should be followed, and not ask for exceptions to be made in it, by the way, and not after like 1 or 2 years of trying to make this thing happen, be like, you know what, do we really need trainers to have to have 2 years of experience? That's a whole nother thing for us to open up later. By the way, Colin Long has joined us in a special appearance by Colin Long here on Road Gang Radio. What's the weekend look like, man? I know it's early, but here in New Orleans, Thursday's the new Friday, and that's gotten so old we've made Wednesday the new Friday, so we're already celebrating the weekend here. What are you doing?
I'm hitting the road. I'm traveling home to Pennsylvania to spend some time with family for the weekend. I haven't been back in a while, so I'm due for a visit to the good old Lehigh Valley, and that's what I'm up to this weekend.
What's the over-under, by the way, speaking of going home for you, like sticking around and actually enjoying people's company? Sometimes I go home and I can't wait to be around the people, and sometimes I get home and I'm 5 minutes out the door. But this was great. I'm going to go look at the old digs. What's your over-under there, Colin? Over-under. What
It's pretty strong. I'm going to stick around. I've got some plans with old high school friends to meet up. We haven't spent time together in a long time. And my sister and her kids will be in town. We're going to check a lot of boxes with this visit. So I can handle 48 hours.
The Pennsylvania we never found. Colin Long found it, by the way. It's always good to have him. You know this guy. You know this guy. He, of course, is the Director of Government Affairs at OIDA. Go to OIDA.com and make the miracle happen. OIDA is everywhere on the social medias. My brother, my friend, it is great to talk to you. Probably talk to you next week. If you appear enough, though, you are going to get the and. I'm letting you know right now.
I'll be on next week. I look forward to it already.
All right. Colin Long, of course, appears in his role as the head of governmental affairs over at OIDA. Big thanks to him as well. We're going to come back on the other side where we make a life with our good friend Lindsay Lawler. Head on over to RadioNemo.com and subscribe. Get all the information and news. Join the Resistance, by the way. A Resistance letter went out yesterday with new assignments and new situations. We'll be back with Lindsay LaRue.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Oh, it's that voice of the road rolling live out of the Fast Sports Studios. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio with those trusted guides, Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack.
LaRue, no more than two. She fits into her shoes, by the way. Electric. Magnetic. Magnifique. Did that just happen? What in the mother of sweet pearl is happening over in those studios, the Fastport Studios, the best show about trucking in the known universe? Better than Zebulon 5, better than Xylodon. We'll be talking to the man who created Xylodon a little bit later on in this show. But more importantly, as I was saying, this show is electric, eclectic, magnetic, magnifique. It's almost like it's perfect, except it needs to make the jump to light speed. And man, in the second 2 hours, that's when it does. In the second 2 hours, Road Gang Radio makes the kettle run, the Kessel run, whatever that run is, in just a few parsecs. And you know why it does that? Because we add in the booster. We add in the booster of Lindsay Lawler. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning to you, but this booster is a twoster. I just stepped in a massive pile of dog Shasta right as I was walking up to the mic, and it was, y'all, it is a ooey gooey filled with grassy one that is now, that's why I'm sitting in this chair late, because I had to go stick my foot under the sink. Good morning, my toot feet. Ooh.
Oh my God, I heard it too. I heard it before we came on the air. I heard it over the commercial break. You guys can't hear us during the commercial break. At least I hope you can't hear us, because I heard Lindsay go, "What are you talking about, boy?"
all the cuss words, all the cuss. Well, and here's the thing, guys. Good morning.
Oh, hi.
Hey there.
Here's the thing. It probably made me actually even a little grumpier because I didn't sleep good last night. I was up a lot. However, I sat up, guys. Are you ready?
Sit up. Tell us about it.
Tell us.
Okay. Jim, I know you're a big horror movie guy. Dre, you like the horror movies as well, right?
Yeah. When I have a lady there, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A specific lady. Yeah. Okay, here's the thing. I sat up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I wasn't dreaming about this, but I sat up and I was like, out of the blue, I have the greatest idea for a bad horror movie. Are you ready?
Give it to us.
Go on.
Okay. I sat up and I was like, okay, here's the deal. It's a woman and she owns like hundreds of designer purses.
Perfect.
She's trying to keep up with the Joneses. She wants to like be a Kardashian. You know the type, right?
Of course.
And so she owns all these hundreds of designer bags that she can't afford. And she's really mad that the influencers of the world have made her this crazy person. She's got to get back at them. So she starts impersonating like the Kim Kardashians of the world, the influencers of the world, and murdering people. And she stores their body parts in all of her purses. And she is the impersonator.
That's not bad.
And the tagline is, this time it's personal.
That's fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. There's a whole movie about a woman about a red dress that murders people, Lindsay.
I know this is good. So much so that I woke my husband up at 3 a.m. and I was like, babe, this is important. I have to tell you something. I told him the whole thing and he looked at me like he wanted to stuff me in a purse. He was so mad at me for waking him up to tell him that at 3 a.m. But I thought it was great. Good morning, everybody. I'm here with crap on my feet and crap in my brain.
By the way, Fred Flintstone wants to know, is that a fat joke?
Everyth's a fat joke around here.
Bruce Almighty says, good morning, Jim workout while he is actually enjoying Road Gang Radio. Paul Starkey says, good morning, RGR Gang. Marshall Platter, of course, is out there listening, making the miracle happen. By the way, I got a question from Ford. I'll answer it later on about a book that he wants to know if I have in fact read. This has been a crazy show, Lindsay, because I know you listen to it from pillar to post. I know you're kind of hooked in. And what's really cool about it is that we have been onboarding a lot of our old segments throughout the course of these last 3 weeks. The people that, used to be with us on the other thieving platform, that used to be with us on the other platform.
The dark side.
The dark side, the Death Star, as it were. I got a little gag about that, by the way. The folks over there are now the folks over here, and we are thrilled, along with having OIDA. Revolution Road has returned. A lot of things are beginning to finally percolate their way back over here to Road Gang Radio, the best gosh darn 4 hours in the known universe of trucking and lifestyle radio. It's been exciting, and then we get the booster rocket that is you.
And then we find out about the new movie, The Impersonator.
Oh, my God.
And everybody's life turns around.
I love that idea, though, by the way, because I love the detective. I love the idea of having a detective who's tracking this killer. And I love the idea of it being like a fashionista or a woman who doesn't know anything about fashion.
It's like Devil Wears Prada. It's her side hustle.
Yeah, I love the idea of it being something like Miss Congeniality, who has no sense of fashion, and that she and the killer, the detective and the killer, develop a really strange kind of symbiotic relationship of her giving her fashion tips and slowly making her look better, while at the same time the woman that she's actually making look better, she is simultaneously being tracked by as a murderer. It's kind of, I think we got something.
You lost me in that, but you're the smart person in the relationship, so I'm sure that you just figured out how to do my dumb thing, which that I can appreciate.
Dude, body parts in a collection of purses is enough.
So good, right? The Impersonator. This time it's personal.
This time it is absolutely personal. I can't believe it. And by the way, I can't believe the lineup on this show. Before we get to our next guest, Lindsay, you made
was he on the line listening to my dumb idea?
Of course he was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matthew, that you have to be on this dumb show with this dumb host.
No, he doesn't. Wait a second.
Matthew, if you're listening, don't steal my idea. If I see that in the theater before I'm a part of it, I'll impersonate you.
No, he would have the county store, by the way, in some Western where there was some serial killer who was actually storing stuff in grain bins or something.
Yep.
And then you'd be like, you stole my idea, and then reset it. I can't even prove you stole my idea, you thief. You bushwhacker, you terrible person.
Bruce Almighty says he watched Copycat last night with his wife, so he'd get on board and watch my movie. What you were going to say? You were going to say, before we get to our next guest.
Before we get to our next guest, I want to remind people that after Matthew Holbert joins us for Beyond the Bushwhackers, and we'll introduce him in just a hot second here, Paul McGrath is going to be here to talk about his new sci-fi satire, Left, which is got so many elements of so many other things and yet is uniquely its own. It really is a lot of fun. The waffle waffle barn alone is worth the entire novel, which, by the way, may or may not be another famous waffle institution. And then you called an audible at the show's end at 10:30 in the center, 11:30 in the east, with Ashley Ryan, who's going to be joining us, by the way.
She's a pistol, y'all. She's a little country music pistol. Her current song, or her first release, Hush Little Baby, has close to 30 million streams on all platforms. Let me say that again. 30 million streams. She kind of feels like, Jim, I'm going to say this before, and I'm going to ask her about this. She feels like an early 2000s throwback, but I don't mean that in a bad way, because everything old is new again. And like, it feels like her, that kind of music, that Soul Sister, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna stuff him in my trunk. That's coming back again.
Put him in the purse.
I'm gonna tell her about my song, my movie idea. Maybe she'll help me do the music for it.
I think she should. I think maybe she can play the character. Maybe she can play the character.
I like it. We should talk to Matthew before he hangs up. First of all, I'm wearing Jeffrey Dahmer glasses today, so I'm right on par, right in line with the murdery murder show here today on Road Gang Radio.
Yeah, guys, be careful and read Frank Figaluzzi's book about the American highway and make yourself not able to sleep for the next decade. By the way, Matthew Holbert is an Elliott Associate Professor of History at Hampden-Sydney College and a series editor of American Wars and Popular Culture over at the Press of LSU. His research is all kind of groovy stuff that many of our friends out there, Lindsay, really dig. 19th century America, that means a lot of guns. I don't know if you know this, by the way, that 1870, Lindsay, was the most murderous year in U.S. history. I'm just pointing that out for no reason. With special interest in the American Civil War.
Murderous year.
Yeah. Guerrilla warfare in the western borderlands. Nobody that listens to the show likes that kind of stuff. Memory, film, and the western frontier, which we never talk about with anybody on this show ever. So it's fortunate that we have Matthew Holbert among our friends here at Road Gang Radio. Welcome to the Wild West, Matthew. How you doing, man?
Pew, pew, pew.
I'm doing great. How are y'all? And Lindsay, I missed your idea. So the secret is safe.
Do you want me to tell you again real quick? It's real dumb, but I think you need to know it.
Do I get to be in the movie?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, then yeah, I want to hear.
Okay, Matthew, I wake up at 3 a.m. last night, not because I was dreaming about this, but I had this idea, and I sit up and I tell my husband, who now wants to murder me for waking him up to tell him this idea at 3 in the morning. But I wake up and I'm like, what if there's a movie? There's this woman and she's very cynical. She's very mad because all the influencers in the world, the Kim Kardashians of the world, have made her go into debt because she has like hundreds and hundreds of these designer purses. So she starts murdering people, but she's dressed up like a Kim Kardashian or some other influencer. She's dressed up like them every time. She murders people and she stuffs all their body parts, their hearts and their lungs and their toes. She stores them all in all her designer purses, and but she's dressed up to kill these people. So the movie is called The Impersonator, and the tagline is, "This time it's personal."
Lindsay, you know The Simpsons already did that, right?
What?
No, I'll be in that movie.
Yeah.
Sure.
Simpsons.
You'll be in that movie, right?
Chopped up, and I just don't want to get chopped up.
No, you don't have to be chopped up. You could be a shop owner, like Jim said. Maybe you own one of the shops where the purses and artifacts are found. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I got it. I know what Matthew can do. Have you guys ever seen the movie Sinister with Ethan Hawke?
No.
Okay, there's a character played by Vincent D'Onofrio. He plays a college professor who specializes in the research of the paranormal and the supernatural, and we only see him on chat groups, so that he's constantly on the computer chatting with Ethan Hawke and telling him basically to stop doing the investigation. It's only going to end badly. So maybe we can get like Matthew, who talks about its connection to the past. That, maybe there's some like bizarre connection to like killers who put stuff in purses.
Jimmy's already overthought this, Matthew, but if you're in, you're in.
Hey, this is how hits are made. I like it.
I love it. Well, welcome to the Dumb Show. We're so glad you're here.
That's why they pay me the big bucks to be here.
Oh, that's right.
By the way, Lindsay, this is a guy that we're talking about today as we decide to, talk about bushwhackers and all things the Old West, how the guys who actually fought the Civil War or actually, grew up in that time period ended up moving a little bit further out west and becoming legends. This is a genuine legend. This guy's up there with Jeremiah Johnson and has been played most famously by one of America's great action actors. Hey, Matthew, why don't you unpack Tom Horn a little bit for all of our listeners, because many of them know who he is.
Sure. So Horn is an interesting guy because, like many of the figures that we talk about, he sort of straddles the Civil War era and then bleeds over into the Wild West. He's born in 1860 in Missouri, but he's too young to follow in the footsteps of the Jameses or the Youngers and become a bushwhacker. But as a teenager, he does go west. I think he's one of either 11 or 12 children, so I think his parents are sort of happy to see him amble out the door. He ends up in Arizona and Wyoming. First, he's a teamster. Then he becomes an Army scout. He helps in some of the campaigns in the mid-1880s against the Apache. He works as a Pinkerton detective for a little while, and I know we have disparaged the Pinkertons, and Tom Horn kind of does that justice. He loses his job as a Pinkerton when he gets caught robbing a bank in Mexico. Not what you're supposed to be doing. So then he becomes a stock detective. And this is a really interesting job because it kind of means whatever. If your listeners who've seen Yellowstone know that people are constantly pulling out a little badge that says stock detective, and that means they can just run around and shoot stuff and blow stuff up. That's kind of what Tom Horn did. He escapes that bank charge. He goes to Wyoming. He becomes a stock detective, and he basically gets hired by a cattlemen's association to rough up sheep herders because they don't want to share land. They don't want to share pasture. So on the surface, stock detectives are supposed to be catching rustlers, but Horn is really just a paid gun hand, and he is one of all the people we talk about, Tom Horn is maybe the last guy you want showing up at your door in the middle of the night. He is a true for hire man killer. Kills upwards of 20 people. At one point openly admits that it costs about $600 to get him to assassinate someone.
That's cheap these days.
He is not sort of screwing around. He is a killer.
Well, and I was going to say for only $600, there's a couple people I would like to take out. Okay, so he's, the all across the board. He painted the picture. He's a scout, cowboy, teamster, Pinkerton agent, hired gun, all these things. That's a lot of lives in this one body. And I'm so curious when these guys or anyone in the past, this is a little out there, but go with me. Like, was he a myth in the making or just a man trying to survive, you think? Because I'm so curious back in those days, how many people, outside of the aspirations of surviving and making a better life for their family, like how many people are like, I want to be this known figure versus I'm just doing whatever I can to survive and not even thrive, really. Does that make sense?
He starts as the former, and then he curates himself as the latter. There's a great line in Open Range where Kevin Costner's character says, those of us who had the knack for it. Tom Horn figures out pretty early on he's got the knack for it. Hunting people down and killing them is sort of his special power. So he does this as a way to escape his life in Missouri and make a new life in the West, but he lives long enough that the Wild West isn't wild anymore. He doesn't die until 1903. So, the world that he had thrived in is gone. At that point, he does start curating his own legend. He has an autobiography. Of course, like, we've seen with the Earps, he greatly exaggerates his exploits, which makes it very difficult to know what he did or did not do. But like many of the assassins or the gun hands who outlive their usefulness, Horn dies a very violent death. He is implicated in the murder of a 14-year-old boy whose father is one of the sheep herders that he's supposed to be clearing out of this area in Wyoming. And the sheriff calls him in and basically goads Horn into confessing, not knowing that there was a court stenographer hidden in the next room, was typing everything that Horn said. So he's confronted with this full confession. His excuse is, I was just kidding. But 1903, he is executed by hanging. And because he dies so young, he's only 43, right? Like you mentioned, he packs all these lives into just 4 decades, but he's not around in late life. He's not Wyatt Earp, right? Tom Nix doesn't weep because he's just dead and he's gone, and we're kind of left to pick up the pieces of this myth, and that's what makes the Steve McQueen role so interesting, how they depict Tom Horn.
Yeah, and there's something here that we've been playing with for a long time, and I'm glad that Lindsay is actually joining us as a regular on this segment as well with Matthew Holbert. What is so fascinating about this is that the West is a space of becoming, and Lindsay asked a crucial question. Is he in the process of making himself into a legend, or does he have that realization later on? You say he actually understands what he's doing, but he understands it later in the game. One of the things about America, and it still is going on, is that my father always complains that one of the problems with the greater New Orleans area is that there are like 10 police forces, okay? That there are 10 different law enforcement agencies and probably more that can pull you over and give you a ticket or drag you out the car and do terrible things to you. This is kind of the history of the American West as well, too. People looking for badges to give themselves a license to be their most violent self. And I'm wondering if there is a moment of understanding. You talk about the idea of having that stock detective badge, having that badge that says, you're a civil sheriff, or having the badge that says you're a marshal of a particular county. And if these guys start chasing badges, and as Horn realizes, well, I'm a murderer, you could make a case that he's a serial killer. I mean, that's fair, don't you think? He's sort of the Sammy the Bull Gravano of, the late 19th century. He is simply the best. If you need someone killed, if you can get a hold of him, and if you can afford him, Tom Horn is the guy that you want to do it. There are really interesting parallels with Horn and Wyatt Earp because of this badge issue that you're bringing up. I mean, this is basically what Earp does. He goes from being like a local constable to being a town marshal, and then when he has conflict with a sheriff who can deputize people at the county level, he becomes a federal marshal. So it's always sort of this arms race of who is going to monopolize legal authority. Horn doesn't quite make it that far because a stock detective, Jimmy, you and I could have just pooled money and hired a stock detective. It's only legal for as long as the most powerful people in that given area want it to be. So when this rival cattleman faction says, we don't really want Tom Horn around anymore, they turn on him, and the same guys who had invited him and handed him that badge are some of the same ones kicking the chair out from under him, when he's up on the gallows. So he plays this game. He plays it well, but the house always wins at some point. He's not the one who is making the rules, so he suffers for it. The way, Lindsay, to stay ahead of the house, by the way, is to move to another state. I'm not kidding, because there's a history of this happening where there's a lot of guys, Earp being one of them, who really get a read on the tea leaves, or they put their finger into the wind and say, yep, I'm about to wear out my welcome with random precision. It's time to get gone and ride off in the sunset. And I'm kind of wondering about that, too, because it is a tradition that continues to this very day. I remember over at the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, Steven Seagal buddying up to a whole bunch of people over there because he wanted to get his hands on that sheriff's badge, Lindsay. It's like there are people out there, even to this day, who are like, hey, man, can I skip the academy and skip all the training? Can you just swear me in? Because there is something in a lawless land about having a piece of hardware on you that lets you do all kinds of damage really quickly. 4-Odd says Tom Horn was really a really bad good guy or a really good bad guy, depending upon your point of view. Just wanted to throw that in.
He's both. Both can be true. Wait, but I want to go back, Jim, and then let Matthew unpack this. You said, about that moving states, and that's really the... put it. We move states when what?
Yeah. Well, when you've worn out your welcome. I mean,
So in this capacity, back in the Wild West, I have this. I'm going to make a really weird comparison to this, but you'll get it. So my I don't know what made me think of this, but my husband works on Jackass, and they would film, in LA, and then they had to travel. Then they had to end up traveling globally because they couldn't film where anybody would recognize them, where the gag is over. So I'm making that comparison to this because with Tom, do you have to, with a hitman? Do you have to, like you said, he was the guy. If you got to get rid of a guy, Tom's the guy. So you want to be known in that way, but you also, if Tom walks into a room, everyone's like,
it's
oh crap,
Tom.
am I the one? Am I the one he's here for? So you also can't be known. This is a weird balance back in the West. How do you be known without being seen, I guess?
That's a good question.
Well, the chronology of this is also what complicates Horn so much. He's still doing this after the turn of the 20th century, which all of the other Western gunfighters that we've talked about over the last however many months, Jimmy, by then they're either dead or they're retired, right? They're long gone. Horn is sort of born too late. If he's born 20 years earlier, assuming he survives the Civil War, he has kind of a fuller life to thrive, but he's only in his early 40s. It's the turn of the 20th century, and he's still doing this. Part of what makes it harder and harder is earlier in the 19th century, like Lindsay said, you could go from place to place because this was still the frontier and the federal government had not caught up. There wasn't a federal marshal that was going to come track you down from New Mexico and find you in Wyoming. So as long as you could get out of the state in most cases, you were going to be okay. And that's how he's sort of able to operate openly, because he has to be notorious. That's why you hire him. But he also can't just get killed the first time he walks into a saloon because people say, oh, crap, it's Tom Horn. By the turn of the 20th century, the federal government is catching up. The frontier is more or less closed, or it is in the process of being closed very rapidly. So he's running out of space to operate. And that's part of what makes McQueen's portrayal of him in the movie so good, because McQueen in his private life is also running out of time. He dies, as the film is being released. You have this sort of sense of foreboding that even though he's doing what he's doing, he knows in real time that the end is sort of coming, but he can't hang it up because this is what he does. This, as we said, this was his superpower, his special skill. So he just rides that card to the end.
By the way, Lindsay and Matthew, you're going to love this. So 4-Art is actually really going crazy on the tube of you, and he said, my great-grandpa was a constable on the Jasper County Horse Theft Society, and they actually have his badge still. How about that?
Nice.
How about that? And I'm telling you, Lindsay,
my husband wore a sheriff's badge, as did all my groomsmen at my wedding. But they were legit from like his my husband's uncle had been the sheriff, so then he got other badges for all the groomsmen as well. It was cool.
By the way, just to let you both know, and Matthew should come down on the 23rd of July to join us for our party. Our friends from Plaquemine Parish, the DA's office, and my brother, we could maybe get sworn in as sheriffs. Now they would be honorary. We can't go around arresting people, guys. Don't think for a minute that's what can happen. But we could get sworn in. That's a big thing. People.
How? How can you swear in random people? But that's not what we're here to talk to Matthew about.
Yeah.
We only got a few minutes with Matthew.
Jimmy, are you in the process of making your Tom Horn turn?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
We're going to find you somewhere in Wyoming ambushing sheep shepherds.
Oh,
I know the first person Jim's taken out.
Yeah, I know exactly where it all begins, by the way. Matthew, the other thing is that, because McQueen gets there with the movie, and in many ways that kind of helps codify this. Without that movie, do you think Horn disappears, or is the legend big enough, or is the writing about him big enough, is the image that he carves before he goes, will it last without McQueen's presence in his role?
I don't think that it does, honestly. For whatever reason, and some of it has to do with the chronology and the closing of the frontier that we talked about, Horn doesn't seem to gain the traction, especially with his autobiography, that others do. And I don't know, some of that might have to do with the fact that, one, he does get executed. Two, it's really hard to tell, as someone had mentioned, is he a bad guy that we kind of like, or is he a good guy that's just not that good? It's really hard to put him in the good or bad binary, but he also doesn't really have a signature moment. He doesn't have the gunfight at the OK Corral, right? He doesn't have Wyatt Earp storming into the creek. He doesn't have the Hickok shooting a man at 75 paces in the heart. His sort of claim to fame as a killer, the one people know the most about, he shoots a 14-year-old boy on accident. So it's kind of a tough sell there. McQueen is a very sympathetic portrayal, almost startlingly so, given what we know about Tom Horn. But I think if the movie goes away, I'm guessing your average non-hardcore Western fan couldn't pick Tom Horn's name out of a lineup, which is a shame given what a character he is.
What a character. Yeah, and some of his stories that feel so a little too crazy to be real for the most part. So we only have about 2 minutes left, but I'm wondering your take on what can someone like Tom Horn teach us about the American psyche today? You know, are we still drawn to those vigilantes and those sort of gray area heroes, or what does that teach us about kind of bridging the gap from them to down?
Absolutely. I mean, I think in some ways the anti-hero is the quintessential. I mean, I know, you know, we've got John Wayne, right, you know, standing in front of the flag holding his Winchester, but deep down, everybody's got a little bit of the man with no name in them, or everybody's got later Clinton, Gran Torino. That's sort of, you know, the fantasy. And in a way, Tom Horn is that guy. He walks up, somebody hands him sort of a toy badge and says, have at it, we got you. And for a little while, he is famous and he is a hero. So he's kind of a window into a grittier, more realistic West, right? We talk about Holiday and Earp and Billy the Kid and people who've been lionized and deified. Horn dies at 43 at the end of a rope after killing probably about 20 people. I mean, that's just what the West was. Conquering the frontier was a gritty, violent, bloody thing, and that's kind of the process that made us us.
It's a great place to end this, by the way. Matthew Holbert joins us for Battling the Bushwhackers.
I'm glad we're not actually ending this. This is going to be recurring, that I get to say stupid things and you get to say smart things to Matthew. So I'm very happy about that.
You actually have said some...
I'm glad you're going to be around, and you know, keep these movie ideas coming, and we'll get a second career going.
And we still have to actually drink a Bushwhacker together, Matthew. So Wendy's Frosty with booze in it, basically.
Hey, let's do it.
Okay.
By the way, before we get out of here, Marshall wants you to know he's got a couple of Marfa, Texas stories if you want him to call, but don't give away why you have it on your bucket list. That's what he wanted to tell you, by the way. Matthew, our friends out there in Radio Nemo land say thank you for being a part of this. Big shout out from 4-Aught. He says that Tom Horn was kind of the Western version of the gray man without the morals. Well said, by the way. Thank you, Matthew. We'll talk to you in just a couple of weeks, okay?
Have a good one, y'all. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Matthew. Yes, Marshall, I would like you to call. We've got another guest coming up here. But then we have a break at 10 o'clock. So, Marshall, give us a call then in the 10 to 10:30 window. This is Road Gang Radio. We'll be right back. We're talking aliens. We're talking aliens in the South. What could go wrong?
So many things. We'll be right back. Thank you, Lou.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you're riding shotgun once again with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack, live from the Fastport Studios.
Here we are. Welcome back. Well, Jim, I know you're excited about this. We're about to get real weird around here in the best of ways. But we're also going to ground because go gig 'em Aggies, go Texas. I'm talking to a boy from the Lone Star State, which also makes me happy. Guys, joining us next is Paul McGrath. He's an award-winning journalist, a longtime Texas writer. Yeehaw! He's now a debut novelist. His new book called Left, it's a sci-fi satire that's equal parts, as they say, Skinwalker Ranch, which, Jim, have you seen that show, Skinwalker Ranch?
Who are you talking to?
I'm sorry. As soon as I said it, I knew it was a dumb
doing?
question.
What are you doing? Go on.
Well, it's equal parts Skinwalker Ranch weirdness and sugar storytelling. Another great show on Apple, by the way. It's all wrapped up in this Mississippi heat. It's got Southern mystery. I have not finished the book. I am into it, but I have not finished the book yet. But the concept had me at alien abandoned in the South. Like, it's the perfect metaphor for modern America, or perhaps as Phone Master Dre said, maybe just an average Mississippi barbecue with his family. Yeah. We'll see which it is. Paul is joining us now. He, by the way, he still continues to teach at Texas A&M. He's a longtime journalist, first-time novelist. Paul, welcome to the show. We can't wait to get weird with you. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. Good morning.
Well, thank you so much for having me. But one little quick correction: A&M made a change in its teaching policies, and so my teaching year right now is on hold.
Do you that feels that feels vague? What, a change that doesn't include you? What kind of change is that?
Well, they decided that they would go give the classes to full-time instructors instead of part-time instructors, like as I was. I don't know all the motivation behind it. It may be funding in some
Budgets.
way. I don't know.
That's budget.
But hey, it's more time for fishing for me.
More time for fishing. You time with your wife Liz at your fish on your fish filled property on the lake. So good on you. They did you a favor ultimately, and probably more time to write the continued books, as this is book number 1. I know that we have many more to come. So good morning. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I've actually finished books 2 and 3 and starting on book 4.
I'm really excited about what's coming next, by the way, because and we'll unpack the kind of elevator pitch for it in a second. We brought up the idea of sugar. Came to mind, by the way, and I deliberately, when I get books, I do not read the pitches before I actually read them, other than kind of the basic sort of summary. But the comparison stuff, Skinwalker Ranch did pop into my head as I was reading the book. Sugar popped into my head. Resident Alien with Alan Tudyk popped into my head.
Yeah.
But what was also really cool is that there are other tropes here, Lindsay, that I really love. There's rom-com, all that kind of Sweet Home Alabama stuff that plays itself through here. There's a lot of stuff that kind of percolates. And one of the things that Lindsay and I both love on this show, because so many of the truck drivers that listen to these books and read these books, they are so much more than just one thing. We like works of art that exist outside of genre. So I'd love you to kind of talk about, in an overall way, how it is you just kind of wrote what came to you as the thing unfolded. It really felt like, while there's a really clear story, a really clean setup and all that stuff, you just kind of let it be. You didn't force it anywhere and let it go where the characters kind of took you. Can you kind of explain what I mean by that?
Well, I will try to. This is going to sound weird, but the story kind of came to me in a dream. I was not too long after I ended my career at the Houston Chronicle. And I had dealt with a lot of tragic stories, good stories as well, but a lot of tragic stories. And the Uvalde shooting occurred, the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, and that really disturbed me. We keep hearing all this. Our leaders keep telling us, a good guy with a gun can stop with a bad guy with a gun. Well, there was a case where that didn't happen, and it just stuck with me. So somehow, I guess in the middle of a dream, I said, what if somebody came from outer space and they had an idea on how to address these kind of things? And plus, my wife has been pushing me to write for decades now, so I sat down and started banging out the idea, and I threw in a lot of pop culture references and phrases like that I hoped that the readers could find some identify with to some degree. I also kept some things, deliberately kept some things hidden. Like, I don't fully describe what the aliens, or they come from the planet Xylodon. I don't really describe what they look like, so I kind of let the reader decide what in their mind's eye, what they look like.
Well, and you also, I'm interested too with the title. You say you have a lot of some pop culture references in there, as you do, but the title "Left" also does a lot of work here. I assume, I assume it's literal, but is it also speaking to feeling left out, left behind, politically left? Like, there's a lot of thematic ways you can go with that, right? Is that also up to the listeners or the reader's own interpretation?
Absolutely. Part of it is the main character's name is Anton Seven, and he's definitely left behind by his panicky colleagues, and he feels somewhat stuck. He eventually finds some friendship with a gentleman named Ezra Gator Hopkins, and who serves as kind of a tool to build empathy with humankind for Anton. But through Ezra, Anton, who goes by the name Roy McDonald.
Oh, by the way, really quickly, I want to let our listeners know he goes by the name Roy McDonald, guys, because on the descent to Earth, he sees a Roy Rogers and he sees a McDonald's, which he learns later is like the worst place in the known universe, and he decides to call himself Roy McDonald based on that. Just wanted to kind of slip that in there. So, yeah, it's kind of really...
That gives it cartoon vibes in a good way.
In a good way. Go on.
Yeah, well, you'll see if you go through the book, I steal from pop culture in different ways, but... Ezra he introduces Anton to Ellie, the love interest, and she also contributes to the human empathy bit. Basically, Anton is there to spy on humankind. He's a secret agent. The good folks at Xylodon, they're worried about Earth and some of the crazy things that we're doing. And so they've got agents planted all over the planet. Plus, they're somewhat interested in the Earth's resources, particularly water. They also, along the way, they get quite interested in humans' predilection for coffee. That becomes kind of a big deal in the book as well. So, I guess your truckers will appreciate that part.
Oh,
they will. Well, yeah. Real quick, speaking of the truckers, though, is this book going to be available on Audible as an audio version?
Yes, there should be. I don't know if it's finished, but there is an Audible version.
Okay, good. All right, the Audible version coming. Yes, truck drivers will identify. They're already blowing up our chat right now talking about it. So you're in good hands. But I want to, you mentioned we can't say too much about this book because this is one of those books you have to.
Oh, I'm giving away the ending. I'm telling everybody what happened.
Everybody dies. The planet explodes. No, you mentioned earlier that your wife Liz was, pushing you to start writing. And this is a very different kind of writing that you did, as you mentioned, at the Houston Chronicle, obviously. And, I'm so interested in that, the kind of the how behind the writing, when we're at the Chronicle. She also may, by the way, just being married for a long time myself, she may be like, please, you used to go to an office. Please go in the cabin in the woods and write for a month. Leave me alone. Maybe she didn't say that. I don't know. But the idea of how you're going to write from like being at the Houston Chronicle versus going into this deep, equal parts, rooted in Southern charm, but also cosmic woo with the aliens. What kind of environment do you have to be set up to write something like this? And also, I'm not asking you, do you believe in aliens, but do you believe in aliens? Okay. Unpack everything that I just said there, and good luck.
Hey, when I was a kid, I saw a UFO, so,
Yes!
I hold open the possibilities of the existence, so.
Well, you can't, you got to talk a little bit more about that. Tell us about the UFO you saw when you were a kid.
Oh my gosh. I'm probably a little older than you guys, so these were in the days when Daniel Boone's TV show competed with Peyton Place, and my grandparents lived next door, and my mom and they were all going to watch Peyton Place. I wasn't going to have any of that. I was going to walk back to my house and see Daniel Boone. And it was November, so it was kind of dark, even at 7:30 at night, and all of a sudden the sky lit up in Clute, Texas, and I look up and there is this bluish object. I mean, to me, it seemed like I could throw a baseball and hit it, but I'm sure it was farther than that. But I looked at it for a couple of seconds, and it took off. So yeah, this whole concept of space travel and this guy, it stayed with me since my preteen days, I guess.
Wow.
I wanted to ask a question because there's a trope that goes on here, and you've already mentioned it, that it's actually a really popular trope in science fiction. It's one that I really dig, as a matter of fact. It goes back to the day the Earth stood still. And there's a lot of other movies and books that really deal with it, that aliens are carefully watching the Earth. And they're watching the Earth rather than to colonize it, rather than to exploit it for its natural resources, which, of course, is always the invader. There's a sense here, and you've mentioned it, and I love this, that the Earth is young, it's promising, it's got some good things going on, it's got some awful things going on, but we're going to keep an eye on these guys because while they might be a little bit behind, if these guys ever get up to speed, given their proclivities, the rest of the universe could be in trouble. And I was kind of curious when you started writing the book if that was one of the foundational premises or if you were looking for a reason to give your main character to be there. Follow me?
Yes, I do. I just decided one day, it was at the semester was over. It was December of 2023. I sat down at my desk and just started banging out the ideas and of different ideas for the chapter. It just it seems almost mystical in a way. It just sort of came to me. And I basically was able to get the first book done in a little over a month, which I was kind of surprised at. I had, no real experience doing this. Thank goodness for Stony Creek Publishing for helping me out. I got up to like 40,000 words, and then, man, that seemed like a lot to me as a newspaper guy. But no, folks said that sounds like a novelette. So I kept going and got it up to 55,000 words. The next two books are more in the 75,000 word area. And I don't know. Am I answering your question? I think I missed it there.
Absolutely not, but it's an infinitely interesting answer, though. I'll give you that right there. But that's exact. But you have answered it in this way, in the sense that it's like it feels like that you're so steeped in this stuff, that you're so kind of in depth in regards to all these different tropes, all these different stories, all these different ideas. Lindsay makes a great point that people are overnight successes or finish a great work of art in the blink of an eye. After 10 years of absolutely soul-crushing, work, and the idea of always making a deadline as a newspaper reporter, you and I share that in common, but always having to make deadlines, meaning it's a really interesting situation that develops that you've been writing daily all your life. So the idea of writing a novel isn't as far away from you as you would think because, man, sometimes people don't realize. They go back and look at all the stories they've written as a newspaper reporter and realize they're telling a mosaic story about a community as well. So that's, so you answered it. You answered it. I mean, kind of, sort of. That's okay. That's all right.
I saw the Keanu Reeves version of Day the Earth Stood Still seems to be more appropriate than the original because there is Keanu Reeves his character talks to an embedded agent. He meets him at this older Asian man he meets at a restaurant. So I don't know, maybe that stuck with me somewhere along the way, but and I drew a lot of different little anecdotes and incidents from my career and my life that I just threw into the book. It's like Ezra. Every small town has an Ezra Hopkins, the guy who's the unofficial mayor, who knows everybody knows him, and is like the beloved figure. So growing up in small town Texas, I threw some of that into the book.
Well, and what's cool here, Jim, this goes back to what I talk about a lot in music, Paul. I'm a songwriter, and I'm sort of obsessed with the idea with throwing the word genre out the window when you're trying to create and just being like, what did I create today? Just what do I feel like creating today? What comes out today? I mean, you talk about kind of magically, mystically, this came to you. I believe that in songwriting as well, the things that are meant to be created. And what's really interesting about this that I want people to understand is the idea of you're mixing satire with sci-fi, which is really takes guts, guys, because it's hard enough to write one or the other, and you're doing both here, as well as coupling it with all your investigative journalism, your journalism background from the newspaper side. So I'd say right there, as far as bridging the gap between music and authorship, that's taken genre sort of out the window. Satire, investigative reporting, and then you didn't just drop this alien into Area 51 or somewhere that would make more sense. You dropped him in Mississippi, not even Texas. So you literally are genre blending and all that. Were you aware you were doing that at the time? Because that's what's interesting about this project to me. All the influences.
I can't say that I was, consciously thinking genre blending. I was trying to throw in enough references that the average person might find. I didn't want to make it a sci-fi preachy book, but but there would be enough things that the average Joe would identify with and be interested in. Just like I throw in the aliens become very fond of the Buc-ee's chain, and in fact they have a station or refueling station on the backside of Neptune, and it has become nicknamed Buc-ee's Station. So they get to where they love coffee. They get to where they Buc-ee's plays a role, and I just try to throw in things that the average person might identify with.
I'll tell you this too, Lindsay. One of the things I really loved about the book is and by the way, for all of our listeners out there, just to let you know, it becomes a real love letter to the American South as well. Even though it is never mentioned as an actual chain or a brand, there is a waffle barn. You can, make your own conclusions after that. Right. But the whole thing, the whole trip to Memphis with the St. Jude's Research Center, they go to Graceland, correct? And all of that stuff. It becomes this long, loving sort of thing about the South because he almost is a natural Southerner. He's like when an Australian comes to the U.S. and goes up into the Northeast at first. He hates it up there. He just loathes it. It's too cold. It's too miserable because his own home planet is just kind of a wonder of just like open air and kind of wonder. And he really is a barbecuer and a griller from where he comes from. So when he ends up in the South, it's like he's home. He actually ends up gravitating towards it, which is really kind of charming. And your love of the South, your love of all things coastal, the coastal South, really kind of comes out. And that goes back to Lindsay's other thing we always talk about, which is writing what you know. Did you find yourself kind of saying, how would an alien react to barbecue? How would an alien react to scattered, smothered, and covered? That's really what kind of plays itself.
Yes, definitely trying to think it through. And, what you're describing is like Ellie's and Anton's first real big date where they go to Memphis. And she shows him everything, Graceland, and like you said, St. Jude's. And these are contributes to more, additionally, to Anton's building empathy and sympathies for humankind. That, he just basically, he sees them as a means to an end. He doesn't really think about them. They're just a job to him when he's up in the Northeast. Now that when he's down south, humans take on greater significance.
I'm so curious. Did you think about did you ever put yourself in the alien shoes in a sense that you're like, okay, if Paul himself is going to their planet for the first time, What are you feeling? What are you? And I know we don't know what it looks like, and they probably don't have Buc-ee's, or maybe they have a way better version of it over there. I don't know.
Zebulon 5 does.
Zebulon 5 Buc-ee's, yeah. Did you have? Can you put yourself in your character's shoes, being that there's no way for you to know what it's like to be an alien?
Well, sort of. I mean, we have a lot of.
I'm here for the dumb
complex
questions,
problems.
Paul.
It's a great question.
No. That was a really good question, actually. We have a lot of complex problems in our society, and often we just okay, it's too hard, we can't do it, and so, or we don't have the political will to try to solve various and sundry problems. And Anton, after a while, he says, why aren't these fools doing something about this situation? And he takes it upon himself. And I think I did hear a little bit of your interview with the gentleman who was talking about Tom Horn, and I think there's many of us have that kind of character inside us that we would like to rise up in the situation and lead Rohan against the orcs or what have you. And
that's my dream. That's my dream.
Yeah.
I want to be a member of the Rohirrim, by the way. I just want to scream death and charge an entire army of orcs over at Minas Tirith.
That's what you do every morning.
By the way, I'm down for that. Yeah, I mean, that really does. I mean, there really is a sense, by the way, and he really becomes kind of a reluctant Western hero, like a cowboy hero, in the sense that it's like, why can't you people just straighten up your own darn mess? I guess I got to do it. But by the way,
That's like, but that's today. That's looking at war. That's like what my mom said the other day, Jimmy and Paul. My mom, we were at church and they were studying the book of Paul, and she's watching The Chosen. She's like, I kept, just thinking about these men, and I was like, it almost seems like they were just like real men back then. I'm like, Mom, they were. It's the same with biblical times, with the West, or with alien times, or with us here currently present time on Earth. It's at the end of the day, it is all fight or flight, and these real life themes that I would assume also aliens would have to think about. How do I survive? Where am I? What's going on? Why can't we all just get along?
Absolutely.
That's all. That's thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
It gets in book 3, it actually gets a little more dangerous because there's a lot of cyber type of subterfuge going on, cryptocurrency, a lot of bad guys messing with that kind of thing, and the Zaladonians don't like that at all. So rule number 1 for them is not to get involved, but that rule kind of fades away in these books.
Yeah, Roy.
How could he not?
Yeah, I mean, Roy basically is like, I've had enough of that. By the way, as my wife is an obsessive, and so is Dre, over horticulture and plants, and I just thought the joy of listening to somebody who, like I said, he's able to see things from a fresh perspective, and the show and tell and the classroom is just marvelous. It is just a marvelous scene where he ends up telling a bunch of kids about plants, and it's just like I've always said that there is no greater patriot, no greater lover of a place than the person who has adopted it as their own. We can't. Go ahead.
I want to know what he look. Well, just one. I know you said you leave it open to interpretation what he looks like, but what's one thing in your head that he's like? Does he have a cowboy hat on? Like, what's one thing that Anton's got about him? In your mind, in your brain.
Who's playing him in the movie?
Yeah, that too.
my wife says it'll be Timothy Chalamet. I keep leaning towards Sebastian Stan.
Better.
But here's the deal.
Better.
With their technology, the Zaladonians are shapeshifters. They could be whatever they want to be at any time. And initially, in book 1, Roy / Anton, he's kind of a brunette-haired guy. But by the end of the book, he has to take on a different persona, and he becomes blonde. So
it was like me at the hairdresser yesterday. Other way around, though.
By the way, I think Sebastian Stan is the better way to go. I think the Winter Soldier is, because I believe Sebastian Stan both is a sensitive human being, but also somebody that can put you in a hurt locker and slap the pain combination on you. We're out of time. Paul McGrath, award-winning journalist, is now a debut novelist. The name of the book is Left. Where can we find it, Paul? Point us in the right direction.
Amazon, or hey, if any people have Aggie affinities out there, the Texas A&M Press.
Oh, nice. At least they're still keeping you in print over there. That's good. And giving you time to go keep writing. I know the second and third, it's a good time to start listening now. The Audible book is coming soon. Start reading this book now, because there's 2 more waiting in the wings, and I'm going to guess we are far from hearing the last of you, Paul. So thank you so much for making the time. Perhaps you'll come back and join us when the second book comes out.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure.
Thank you, Paul. We got to take a quick break here. By the way, you can find Paul over the Book of Face at MC Aggie. You can find him on the gram of Insta at SuperReg1978. We'll get to the rest of the stuff on the other side of this break. Let's take a quick break. Come back. Phone lines are open. Let's get this done, Lindsay. 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Give us a call now. You got 30 minutes until our next guest joins up. So what you got to say, let us know. We'll be right back.
Woo!
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Well, y'all probably heard me talking because I hit the wrong button, but hey, this is hour 4 of the Road Gang Radio, live from Fastport Studios in the beautiful Crescent City with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack.
Well, good morning to everybody out there. I would tell you to go to the Tube of You, but you're already there listening and enjoying yourself. The Book of Face, but you're probably already there as well. I can also tell you to go to our website, RadioNemo.com, and hit that play button on the 365. Audacity is someplace else you can go. And, of course, iHeartRadio, where we are rolling, rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling. Don't know if you've noticed this either, Lindsay. If you make your way over to YouTube and listen to the additional content, the content that we post on a regular basis, after the show, we always post every segment, break them up into pieces. It's looking really handsome, better and better over there by the minute. We are in striking distance of about 100 or so, 102, 103, 104 subscribers from our 1,000 subscribers. it will accelerate after that point. That's a big milestone for us to reach. So here's your assignment if you're a member of the Resistance or just a big fan of Road Gang Radio, RadioNemo, of course, Nemo Nation, and then soon to be We Should Write, which Lindsay will be debuting on July the 23rd. If you're a fan of any and all of that, what we're going to ask you to do is simply share those links on any social media you want to share it on. Our good friend Diver Driver did that the other day, got some folks to subscribe. This is going to be up to you. So much of what we're doing right now, we had to get back out in the air fast, and so we're kind of putting this together bit by bit, piece by piece. Great conversations, by the way, happening on all kinds of platforms. Doodah Man and Forart are dug in deep. This is what Forart has to say. Oh, yeah, I have novels, nonfiction, fiction, historical books, currently halfway through the Bible, my fourth time. I call it blue-collar doctorate education for free behind the wheel. And
he's talking about his Audible listening there.
And we're talking about it is now, what is it at, 601? It's right around there, and he's 607 titles in his Audible library. And
but he's convincing, like Doodah Man said, oh my gosh, you guys have convinced me. Jimmy and Lindsay did it again. Convinced him to start Audible, but also, like, as you're saying, these conversations happening, it's just, we're everybody that we have on this show, we'd like to give a good spectrum of things that you would want to listen to, but it's at the end of the day, it's for you guys. You have stuff to listen to kill time while you're rolling down the road.
Yeah, and Doodah Man, he's absolutely right. Forart just wrote, if you need any recommendations, give me a call, and I will get you Forat's number. We're not going to post it up here, of course, because, there's lots of people kind of enjoying the conversation, but I don't think Forart wants his number everywhere at the same time.
555 hot love. Speaking of hot love, not speaking of hot love at all. I know we have a phone call. We'll get to you in a second, but I'm gonna ask this first before we go to the phones, and they can put their take on this as well. Jimmy, another thing that happened when I got up in the middle of the night last night to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I wasn't
pursed lips.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going number 2. I was only going number 1, but I was thinking about number 2. And here's what I was thinking about in the middle. I had a weird night last night, obviously. I was thinking about, why do things become weird or gross? Like, who deemed it that the bodily function of poop was gross, but say, like, your eyes watering isn't gross? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why are certain things gross? Why are certain things weird? Why are certain things the way they are? Who one day said pooping is gross and embarrassing, but sweating is okay to do outwardly?
I can explain that really simply.
Outside the fact that it smells.
Thank you.
But what is a weird smell? But how did we know? Maybe on another planet, on Zebulon, poop is a good smell. I don't know.
I'm going to be really.
This is a real conversation, guys.
I'm going to be really blunt about this, by the way. I'm going to put it right in the most simple terms you possibly can. You can actually, if teardrops end up in your mouth, you're fine. If sweat ends up in your mouth, you're fine. The reason that things smell bad is it is biology's way, evolution's way of telling us, don't put that in your mouth. Because, man, let me tell you because here's the thing, man, there are species that eat their own.
Real talk.
Real talk. You want to have it. But that's who we are, is the idea that if you cry and your tears make your way down to your mouth, all you get is a little salt water in your mouth. If even with a runny nose, if it makes its way down there, sorry guys, let's all be real, let's all be frank. Although my name is Jimmy Mack and that's Lindsay Lawler and Phone Master Dre is over there.
Yeah, but people pick their nose and eat eat it.
And by the way, it's gross.
I'm not saying we support that.
We're not suggesting these things, but if those things end up in your, but if those things end up in your mouth, who cares? If what comes out the back end or the front end ends up in your mouth, let me tell you something. It ain't a good situation. People can get really, really sick. Bad smells are a way, and by the way, it's the reason why a skunk has a bad smell.
Don't put the skunk in your mouth.
Yeah, but you shouldn't do that, although you can wear it as a cap. But the reason why skunks have that bad smell is it's supposed to remind other species this isn't good. It's a defense mechanism. That's what it is, and it's basically telling people, you don't like this. You shouldn't try it.
So if I'm in a dark alley about to be attacked, I should squat.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. If you're ever getting mugged, and you're trapped in an alley with like 4 or 5 guys, just literally pee yourself and say, I am the master of my own universe.
Just become a monkey and start throwing my poo.
You want to fight? You want to go? You just start clenching.
Yeah.
And now you know why this platform is free.
Yep.
I'm just putting it out there, man. This is the kind of quality radio you've been itching for since we left the
should take
platform.
a call quickly. I'm sorry, but I'm not even sorry. This is my new safe space to ask the questions that keep me up at night. Dre, who's on the phone?
I don't know if it's just because we said his name 3 times or we're talking about feces. So here's Forot.
Hey, Forot. None of that is true. Go on, please.
You want to talk poop?
The 555 hot love. That's brown chicken, brown cow, brown chicken, brown
Hey,
cow.
hey,
Brown chicken, round,
All right.
What's up, brother?
Go on.
I was just wondering if Jimmy's ever read that book I mentioned earlier. And, yeah, I'm at 607 books right now. Just downloaded Dead Eye of the Gray Man series.
You just got into that too, didn't you? I mean, The Words We Live By the way, is a really interesting book, and I have actually made my way through it. I have to tell you guys, I read about 3 books a week, and the only problem that I have with this job,
Bragger.
I am. The only problem I have with this job, fat joke, is that I don't get to read a lot of stuff that I want to read because I have to read the stuff that I'm getting, and I'm just really glad that most of the stuff I'm getting I want to read, but there's a lot of stuff that is beginning to kind of stockpile in other places because I can't get to everything. Because I'm done at 3 books. I won't lie. At 3 books, I begin to hit the wall. I can read 3 books.
But you don't really do Audible, do you? You're a physical man.
No, I've done Audible on, I tell you, the only books I've ever done Audible on and liked them so much I went back and read the books was do you remember The History of Open Lots? Remember that book, History of Open Lots? Was this beautiful field study of like empty lots all across the country and what they represented. And it was so beautifully written. And I listened to it, and then I'm like, I got to read it. But I listened to it while walking through like abandoned areas in Santa Clarita and then in New Orleans. I don't get a chance to listen as much as I would like. I don't listen. I did listen to a lot of American Scary as well, and then went back and read it again because that was a really good book as well too. Do you get a chance to do any actually hard reading for Art? I mean, but by the way, I think they're both invaluable. There's no difference as far as I'm concerned.
There's a series I have on Audible that I've read twice in paperback, and I'm talking like a 60 novel series, 60 books. And I read laying down at night. I read and listen, read and listen, listen and read. I get it both kinds, all kinds.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, he gets it. Forod gets it.
Yeah.
But
you have read that book, you said?
I have read that book, and why don't we find some time to actually talk about it as well at some point? We can really kind of dig into it, by the way. What did you like about it?
Right on. I don't know. I haven't got it yet. I was wondering.
Oh, come on, man. You're looking for a recommendation? I got other stuff I want to recommend to you first. I thought you wanted to dug into it, wanted to have a conversation.
No, I just found it, and I was thinking about reading it. And I want to know if it was a good one to read. So.
Forat, now that you feel really educated with all your audiobook reading, do you feel less educated after the poop talk conversation? And what are somebody's asking? Can you explain blue cheese as well? But I don't. That's a bad smell to some people, but it tastes so good when you put it in dressing.
I don't like blue cheese, but
you don't like blue cheese?
No, not blue cheese. No, not for me.
All right. Well, how about, hey, Forat, did you hear my movie pitch about The Impersonator?
Oh, yeah. I did.
Would you watch it?
Oh, I'd watch it, yeah.
It could be an Audible book. I could hear a lot of characters in that. The Impersonator. Yeah. This time it's personal.
You just have pages stuck everywhere.
Hey.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
that's nothing but girls with Valley Girl accents.
That's enough. Forart, we love you. We got other phone calls to get to. Final thought.
Yeah, go ahead. Just be careful. Be sure to put your poop where your poop goes and your fingers where your fingers goes, and just Don't get them mixed up.
Don't get it mixed up. I was going to say, hey-oh.
I have an assignment for Forauth the next time he comes back. Goodbye to you, Forauth. Thank you so much. The next assignment is every time Forauth calls, because he's actually got 607 books in that Audible queue, he's got to make one book recommendation every time he calls.
On it.
He
Sounds good. Dre, who else is on the line?
Oh, man. Marshall in Tennessee. He's got a couple stories for you guys.
Marshall
What's
is
up,
here.
Marshall?
The Marshall Islands have arrived.
Marshall Tucker Band.
Yes, that almost nobody understands that reference anymore because they're all too young for that band. It used to be Marshall Dillon. Nobody recognizes that either. So.
Hey, I heard it in the love song. It can't be wrong if it's the Marshall Tucker Band. Go on, please.
Also, anyone who doesn't understand Marshall Tucker and know who they are doesn't belong here. Marshall, what's happening?
Absolutely.
Go on, get.
Well, you mentioned that going to Marfa was on your bucket list.
It is.
I have a couple stories about that. When I was very young in trucking, like 22 years old, I had a friend who owned a ranch. And he raised polled Herefords, and every once in a while he'd ask me to take a load of them, red heifers to different places. And I had to take a load to Texas one time over to Pearsall, and then we didn't want to come back empty, so I got with a cattle broker, and they sent me down to load some steers down in some Mexican steers down in Del Rio. And the last time these steers had seen a human was when they got cut, and that wasn't a very good experience for them. These things were wild and crazy, and they all had horns. They were dangerous to work with. Anyhow, I leave out of there, and I get up through Marfa on Old 90, and just as I get through Marfa, I hear a boom, and I see black smoke rolling out of the exhaust, and I knew exactly what it was. And so I stopped on the shoulder, got off on the shoulder good, got my tools out, started jacking the cab up, and of course these steers are all just shaking the truck, and they wouldn't settle down at all. And I had parts I needed to clamp, the spring-loaded clamp had come off the turbocharger, and I knew what it was, a little hose that went in between it. So anyhow, I get that fixed, and I'm putting the cab back down, I'm washing my hands, getting ready to put my tools away, and I look off. It's just dark 30, just good and dark at that point, and I see these lights bouncing around, and they're like balls of light and stuff, and I thought, what the? And then I thought to myself, man, I got to quit taking this Mexican dope. This stuff is killing me, these RGBs.
Send it my way, Marshall. Send it my way.
Yeah.
I'm starting to hallucinate. I'm like the guys with the pink elephants. So I finished putting the stuff away, jump in the truck. In those days, it was only one truck stop in Van Horn. So I ran on up in there, and the broker, it was a woman, Mrs. Little, she had told me she wanted me to try and run straight through. I was going out to, I think, Westmoreland, Arizona with these steers, and because she didn't want to pay to rest them. So I got up to Van Horn. This is it. I'm starting to hallucinate. I'm going to go to bed. So I went and ate a chicken fried steak, and I called her on the phone and told her, hey, sorry, we're going to have to rest the cattle somewhere over in New Mexico or Arizona before I get there because I can't run straight through. I'm starting to hallucinate. So anyhow, that happened. I never told anybody about it because I thought I was hallucinating. Well, a number of years later, I'm living in Texas, and this program comes on, The Eyes of Texas Are Upon You. It's a travel log show, and they start talking about the lights of Marfa, and I son of a bitch. That's what I saw. I wasn't hallucinating. That was the real thing. So anyhow, but I never told anybody about it. And now, since then, I have been through Marfa probably 500 times. I have never seen the lights again.
Wow.
They even have a viewing place where you park, and got these dioramas talking about. Nobody knows what they are. They've studied them. Nobody knows what it is. They theorize it might be balls of gas or something, but nobody ever figured out what they are. And I have never, ever seen them again. As many times, I used to run back and forth there for a while, almost every week, and I've never seen them again. Another Marfa story.
Well, no, real quick before your second story, Marshall. That's the thing when these crazy things happen and we don't know is that real. I mean, that it's such a hard balance to be like, do I say the thing that might make me sound crazy, but also might like open up a really great conversation and be super expansive, or do I keep quiet and live here internally in my own crazy, questioning myself? And in all seriousness, I think it's kind of a hard line to walk, right, Jim? To be like, do I say, I know I saw it. I don't want to live life questioning myself. I know what I saw. that's a hard line to walk. It is one of the reasons I want to go to Marfa, but I really want to go shopping in Marfa. That's the other thing. But right, Jim, that's a hard balance.
I've actually worked on this in order to create what they call authenticity and also credibility in certain fiction. I have a couple of narrators on a thing that I'm working on of people who don't believe but saw stuff that they can't explain. And the way to kind of do it is saying, look, I can only tell you what I saw. It's when you start speculating on what it is that the crazy kind of creeps in. And I think the way Marshall tells it is the best way. Look, I'm just telling you what I saw. I can't claim anything else other than what my eyes perceived. And I think if you kind of frame it in the credibility of I don't believe in this stuff, or I have doubts and I'm cynical about it, but I can't tell you that my eyes lied. I think the way Marshall tells it does allow you to open up that conversation, Lindsay, in a way that doesn't tell people, hey, we're leaving planet Earth right now and going off into woo-woo land. I think that's kind of the trick there as well. I think that's kind of the game. We actually got a second caller in. We got a second caller in, don't we, Dre?
Well, I thought I had him locked in, but he dropped, I guess. But yeah, we got the hubby in the house.
Hey.
Hey.
Who's this?
Who that is?
Who that is?
Who that? Who? New number. Who this?
No, but like really, who is this?
This is Seamus.
Oh, that's my husband, guys.
Yeah.
Hubby in the house.
Hubby in the house.
Hey, Seamus, how you doing, man?
Are you listening to our show finally?
I am. I'm listening on the iHeart app.
Nice. Ding, ding, ding. First time caller.
Yeah.
Sometime listener.
18 years.
Long time lover.
Everyone's long time lover. Nice.
Well, thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, a different people.
Yeah.
Okay. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Just driving right now, actually.
As are most of our callers and our listeners, babe. What made you call in on this particular show, handsome hubby?
Well, there's two things I'd like to raise. Two things. One is I don't enjoy being woken up at 3 a.m. for a tagline.
No one does.
Not even the impersonator. This time it's personal. Come on, guys, that is genius. I don't care. I don't care how mad you are. I don't care if you didn't sleep. That's going to pay our mortgage, baby. You're welcome.
Well, it's funny because working in TV and film, I always get people coming up to me and saying, I've got a great idea for a movie. There's a guy walking down the street and he flicks a cigarette and it goes to the sound of Enter Night by Sandman by Metallica, and then it explodes right when it goes. I'm like, well, that's not really an idea for a movie or anything. That's just a scene.
That's not a 2-hour situation.
This is really, it's a good idea, but what's the real premise of the movie other than the tagline?
Oh, Jim unpacked it. Jim, give him the premise.
Of the purse?
Of the impersonator.
Oh, yeah. I thought the idea that the detective who's actually pursuing her is also a her and ends up needing fashion help, and they develop a symbiotic relationship so that simultaneously the woman who's actually tracking her down is becoming better at fashion while simultaneously ultimately having to pull the trigger on this woman and bring her to justice.
I like it. And so I was thinking about what if the woman killer, is actually a fashion designer, and she makes all of her purses out of human skin. Nice. And they've become very coveted.
Well,
Ooh,
by the way, that fits in with the movie about the woman who actually kills people and takes their hair to make wigs, and also plays in with the dress that the red dress that kills everybody. So I think that there are precedents for it that really make it explorable. I think it's a great idea. I think that's kind of terrific, and I think it should be a graduation, that it goes from like accessories into the full purse, so that she keeps amping up the situation. That's awesome, Seamus. We got our movie. Hey, is Marshall still here?
Yeah.
We still got Marshall. No, we lost Marshall there. But
Marshall will call back. Seamus, you said, I know you're about to walk into a meeting, but you said you had a second reason you were calling, and then we'll get Marshall back on the line.
Well, it's interesting that Lindsay is talking about poop because she never could even fart in front of anybody for years.
I still don't.
So
I'm just
really
going to
happy.
spontaneously combust one day.
I'm really happy with your growth.
Yeah, when I met, it's funny that I married a guy who actually makes his living in poop sometimes with Jackass, because I never wanted poop talk. I never wanted anything. When some of my girlfriends would talk about pooping or would poop in front of their husbands, it would freak me out. Seamus thinks poop is funny. Seamus likes to step on a duck a lot when he's walking around our house, as he calls it. So thank you for acknowledging my growth, baby.
Yeah, and one of the greatest poop scenes ever is the Pookano on Jackass 3. Yeah.
Yep.
If you haven't seen it, go rent it.
Shameless
Local
plug.
video store.
Shameless plug. Shamus.
You like
plug.
that? I did that. You caught that.
Yeah,
Good. Well
that
done.
was
Well
good.
done. Shameless plug. Shameless plug. By the way, Seamus, I'm going to give you this once. If Lindsay ever wakes up in the middle of the night, wants to share a tagline with you, say, call the other one, and then go back to bed.
Okay, done.
And I'll take it. I'll take it once. I will take the heat one.
Take one for the team.
I'll take one for the team because I'll probably be awake or at least angry someplace in my dream and ready to wake up from a nightmare that I'm having. So it'll all work out well for everybody.
It comes from one of our favorite comedians, Jim Gaffigan, dude, who has a great bit on being marriage and what it's like. And he's like, marriage is like when you're falling asleep, you're both laying in bed and you're falling asleep. And your wife turns to you and says, "Oh, good. Are you falling asleep? Great. I'm going to tell you a story that it'll take me 30 minutes to get to the point of it, and it'll keep you up for the rest of the night." And that's kind of what marriage is like, or at least what it's like being married to me. Yeah. So, baby, just figure out what you want to talk about, because I'm going to have long conversations at about 3 o'clock again in the morning. I love you.
All right. That sounds great, baby. I love you too. And keep up the good poop work.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to say this right now. We have now gotten this literally and pun intended out of our system. That's it.
Bye, hubby.
That's it. That's it. By the way, Doodah Man says he's going to be right back. We're so excited about that as a prospect. And of course, Joe J says, yes, it is Doodah Man, because blue cheese crumble on burgers is delicious. That's what he's responding to. Lindsay, are you a blue cheese fan?
I am, but I like it there's this dressing called Lighthouse. Does anybody know of Lighthouse dressing? Mm-hmm. That specific brand is my favorite for blue cheese dressing. I don't want blue cheese alone, but I like it in a dressing because I'm a creamy girl.
Yeah.
I like blue cheese as a crumble on, of course, wedge salads. Big fan of that. I also like it on a burger with, and this is all I want. I just want a burger with blue cheese, a tomato, and some mustard. That's it. That's it. Straight up. I believe.
Well, it's good on top of a steak. I think that kind of goes with your wedge, but in the fancy steakhouses, they have the different toppings you get. I like a blue cheese crumble on top of my steak too.
Same.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I like a blue cheese crumble on top of my steak. Big fan. I also like it mixed in with bacon. Won't lie to you guys, straight up. And by the way, the smell of things that are bad often. That smell bad to some people that end up tasting really good to other people. That's just different, but that's also part of why that happens as well too. We know that biologically we smell things differently depending upon what our allergies are, what we gravitate towards. We are really complex entities, kind of spectacular. I just kind of really love the fact of how wonderfully designed we are in all of our imperfections. Go ahead, Phone Master.
Well, Marshall, can you change the subject? Because I'm really hungry right now.
Go on, Marshall.
Yeah, I can change the subject.
Thank you. Welcome back. Sorry we lost you.
Hey, no problem. My second Morpha story actually does involve food. My most popular video on YouTube is Sanderson, Texas. And I couldn't figure out why. But then a friend of mine told me, hey, your video comes up if you Google Sanderson, Texas. It's one of the lists that's on there, and it's just a little video of me driving into Sanderson, Texas, going to my friend's restaurant, the Ranch House, which if you're in West Texas, it's the best food on 90. But anyhow, I'm down there coming back out of Laredo with Polaris units to take up to a show, and another one of the company drivers is with me. We stop, we eat there, we take off. It's dark 30 now in the evening. All my stories seem to have theme around dark 30. But anyhow, we see these flashing lights off in the distance. I knew what it was. Man, they're not moving. They just keep staying right there. Is that like a UFO hovering there? And I said, no. I said, they're moving. I said, watch them. As we go along, they're going to get closer and closer to the ground. He said, what is it? I said, I know what it is, but I can't tell you because you won't believe me. And he says, come on, tell me. I said, no, you'll see when we get up here past Marfa. because just past Marfa is the Border Patrol's, what do they call it, that blimp station. And they have a tethered blimp that goes up at night, and the lights flash out.
Is that a fat joke?
It's for low-level flying planes with radar, and it's got cameras in it anyhow. And at night, they bring it back down to the ground. And when you come over the hill at night, they're just north of Marfa, you see it just out there in this big field, all lit up and stuff. And it's not like a regular blimp; it's more like a big giant balloon, and it's out there. But they raise that up and down. So be sure to go out there on the road at night, and you'll see it all lit up all by. Because in the daytime you can't see it; it's up in the air high enough that you can't see it from the ground. But at night, when you go through Marfa, you'll see it there on 90.
All right, Marshall. Well, I want to meet Marshall in Marfa. We've got to take a break here, but what is the best time? Would you say best time of year to go to Marfa when I can do the good shopping that I want to do, and they have the market, but B, is there a certain time where there's a better chance to see the lights, or no?
I don't know about the lights. Like I said, I've never seen them again.
Right.
So you might Google that and see if there is a time of year when they show up. But I'd say the best time of the year to go to Marfa is in the fall or in the spring. Winter's not bad. They get a little snow there once in a while, but nothing serious. But because you're going to want to go to Big Bend Park, you're going to want to take Seamus and Freya.
Yeah.
Held her in my arms and carried her around at the show a couple of times. I could remember her name. But anyhow, you're going to want to go to Big Bend National Park. That's beautiful down in there. You definitely want to go see that.
Anytime but summer for Texas. We know that much is true.
It's too hot in the summertime down there.
Well, you're too hot, Marshall. You're too hot. We got to take a break, but you're a good-looking man, and you're an even better caller. Thank you for all the info. We love that you're listening. I love that you're able to listen to now that we're on this here platform. So thank you for being here with us.
All right, I'll keep sharing.
Yay. Thank you, brother.
Hey guys, we want to give a big shout out to our friends at Truck Down, Truck Up and Get Down. They, of course, connect those who drive with those who provide maintenance and service. Head over there and you'll find a place that's been serving the 50 states and 8 of the 10 provinces. Make your way over to truckdown.com and get out of the ditch and back on the road. We'll take a quick break here, Lindsay. Who we got coming up?
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down. Ashley Ryan, country superstar. Ashley Ryan joining us next to talk about grits. Grit. Not grits. Grit. Maybe grits and grit. We'll see. We'll be right back.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
From the Big Izzy to Nashville, this is Road Gang Radio with Lindsay and Jimmy. Take it away, you beautiful people.
Hey, by the way, here's a cool connection. The main character in the book Left is named Roy McDonald. Our good friend Mrs. C, the Lady Nemo, her dad's name was Roy McDonald. This cool connection was brought to you by Shady Rays. Go to shadyrays.com and you can find out about their lost and broken protection plans, their sterling customer service, and, well, at every step of the way, Shady Rays has got your back. ShadyRays.com. Welcome back to Lindsay Lawler on Road Gang Radio.
You know what? Our next guest is future is so bright. She's also got to wear Shady Rays, perhaps. I don't know. We'll see. Shady Rays. Send Ashley Ryan some sunglasses. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. You know that Jim, what's one of the parts that's so cool about living in Nashville and being in entertainment here for so long is that when we want to find cool guests, and sometimes cool guests at the last minute. I can call my cool friends, like my friend Elise Anderson, who's a badass publicist in town, and be like, I know you got an amazing guest for me tomorrow, right? And she's like, yeah, girl, I got your back. Not only do I have a guest, I have one of the hottest female soul sisters in country music here in Nashville, and she just so happens to be available tomorrow morning. So, ask and you shall receive. Joining us next, our next guest, Ashley Ryan. She's proof, guys, that both faith and fire can coexist, I believe. She's a little bit, and hear me out, Ashley. She's a little bit, Jesus take the wheel, and a little bit, Jesus help me murder a man. It's okay. It's #balance around here. It's all good. She hails from Corona, California, but she escaped, like so many other Californians. I'm not saying she doesn't love it there, guys. I don't know anything about her yet, but I'm about to. She now calls Nashville her home since 2018. Ashley Ryan is quite the star in country music between her storytelling and her grit, one of my favorite words of a modern woman. And Jim, you know I love me some grit. She signed to the indie label Spinville Music, which quickly helped her make waves with her breakout single, Hush Little Baby, which is a haunting, badass lullaby that flips the script on the sweet little bedtime song. It's racked up nearly 30 million combined streams across all platforms. 30 million streams, guys. What have you done with your life? She's rooted in faith, deep in country. She has shared the stage in an impromptu duet with Keith Urban. She's been featured everywhere from CMA Fest to country radio. She writes the kind of songs that make you laugh, cry, maybe check your ex's location. All right, it's time to shut up and just pour, girl, because y'all, please make welcome to the show my new friend and yours, Ashley Ryan. Good morning to you, friend.
Wow. Good morning, everyone. That was the coolest intro I think I have ever had said about me. So good morning.
Yay!
Thank you.
I will come on stage anytime. I will whore myself out for your show anytime, friend.
Yes, and shout out to Elise. We love our girl Elise.
Yes.
She's awesome.
She's amazing. I know that when I reach out to her, she's going to give me a good quality artist like yourself. So Ashley, please say good morning to my co-host and friend, Jimmy Mack.
Jimmy Mack, good morning. How are both of y'all doing today?
Dan and Grandy, and the fact that you're here makes me even more excited about the last 25 minutes or so of this particular show. I want people really who are listening right now to get a chance to meet you. So head over to AshleyRyanOfficial.com where you can get all the deets. And of course, as you probably are guessing, given the fact that there are 30 million impressions, 30 million reactions out there, that there's a really big social media presence as well. Ashley, one of the cool things, and Lindsay's alluded to this, is the fact that you exist in a genre of the particular kind of music that you play that a lot of people don't inhabit that space because it's a dangerous place to be, because it's bourbon and barbed wire and sharp elbows and telling it like it is, and yet still being able to reach a large, widespread audience. I mean, we're not talking about Bonnie Prince Billy here. We're not talking about these kind of indie labels where you got a couple of really kind of devoted friends who live in the Idaho of the mind. You've got to simultaneously tell it like it is while at the same time talking to a much larger audience. Was that the intention, or did it just... I hate to ask this question, but I mean, this isn't part of a plan. This is just you being you and things kind of picking up from there, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, Jimmy. I think it just kind of fell onto me. I love that y'all were talking about that I'm rooted in my faith, and that it always goes back to my faith in Jesus. He put this dream on my heart, and when you're 16 years old, you're just writing songs about, burning your cheating husband's house down, things of that nature. You don't really,
as one does.
You're not thinking as one does. You're not really thinking, how does this reach people? Like all of those kind of music rules come into play later on when you're in Nashville, or you're actually trying to make something of yourself. You're not just singing in your hairbrush, pretending you're Carrie Underwood in your mirror. So it's kind of funny. I think all of that just came about naturally, and I don't know. I've always believed just write what you love and do what you're proud of, and people are going to connect to it somehow. So
yeah, it goes back to. Yeah, actually, it goes back. I mean, if you build it, they will come. It goes. I've realized so much in my later years that cliches are cliches for a reason, because they're absolutely true. So to your point, like, and to Jim's, it's like, be me, follow my nose, follow my joy, and the right people will show up, or the ones that are meant to hear your message, that because it's a relationship between you and your listeners. And I said to Jim at the beginning of the show, Ashley, listening through your music last night and this morning, and watching some of your videos, I feel, and I mean this as a compliment, I feel like your music it takes me back to like the early 2000s, like a throwback. I love 90s. I love 90s country, but for you, because you're younger than I am, and so I feel like it's a 2000s throwback in a good way. Everything old is new again, because you're doing the songs and the music that are like bar brawls, but like in a good camaraderie kind of way. It's like when I first moved to town, what seeing at Tootsie's, the stuff that I liked before it became a bachelorette and puke fest downtown. Like, you're doing what Nashville wanted to be a long time ago and was becoming. Do you feel that in your music? Does that resonate to you, that time frame?
Oh, Lindsay, that's literally everything I aspire to do.
Yay, okay.
I grew up on that, I can't remember who told me this, but somebody once told me there's something about making the music that made you want to be an artist. And for me, I grew up on the 2000s. I actually, funny enough, I grew up on like Metallica, AC/DC, LOL.
Yes.
But that kind of comes out in some of
It
my
does.
songs.
You can hear it. You can hear bits and pieces. You can actually hear bits and pieces.
You can hear the James Hetfield in my voice, No. But we have fun, We just write songs that we love. By we, me and my co-writers, we're family. And I grew up with Miranda Lambert, Carrie Underwood, Rascal Flatts, Keith Urban, everyone, Dierks Bentley. And when I heard certain songs, I thought to myself, I want to do that. That song makes me feel something. And so I just like to do the music that made me want to start doing music at all. So, yes, that is 100% accurate, and I love the throwback feel.
Good.
We were talking yesterday about something that is of a great deal of interest to me, because I feel like one of the ways that you cut yourself off from success is you get too obsessed with success too early. That I often find that people will go to school, or they will, they'll study an industry before they study themselves. That they won't figure out who they are as an artist, and that even if they're talented, they end up trying to craft something that they think the people who actually are in charge of like getting your stuff out there want, as opposed to making themselves. And I was kind of wanting you to dig into this thought, the idea, it's important, I think, for people to actually exist in the world, figuring out who they are before they arrive in Nashville, before they arrive on the scene, and that the more you calculate early on, the less you are authentic, and that by not being authentic, you may know all the ins and outs of exactly what they're looking for, but they often need to be told what they're looking for. Ashley, does that make sense? And do you feel like that's why you've been graced by God, as you would kind of see it, to kind of give yourself the time you needed to become the person you needed to become before the boys in the suits got their hands on your product?
Y'all are asking the good questions. I love that.
What color do you like? That's not this show.
No, I love it. I love this. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that come into play, because you move to town, and something I got asked all the time was, what is your sound? And I was always so confused by that. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm country. What does that mean? What's my sound? I don't know. I like fiddle, steel guitar. I don't know. What does that mean?
Right.
But now that I'm like 7-ish years deep in Nashville, I completely understand what that means now, because I'll even call myself out on this. I moved to town trying to be the next Carrie Underwood, the next Miranda Lambert. And you can't do that. You have to be the first, in my case, Ashley Ryan, So it's making sure you're not mimicking the artist that raised you. You can still pull influence from them, but it's really easy to, okay, I want to write A Little Red Wagon by Miranda Lambert. I want to write something that's very similar, but I'm going to do it my own way. It's like try to write things that are true from your own perspective, that are genuinely creative on your own, and put the phone down, go outside, take a walk, be in nature, get some real genuine influence for your music and inspiration. And yeah, I think all the other rules come into play where it's like, okay, if we're going for radio, a lot of people are like, okay, is it quick to the chorus? Is the song less than 3 minutes? Like, there's all these rules and like different rules for different things, but I think there's a way to play the game, but also have fun and be authentic and put out great music. And I absolutely, just meeting people and growing in my friendships and my co-writers, you never want to be the smartest person in the room, and that's really helped me find my sound, I think. So absolutely, I definitely am not the same Ashley Ryan 7 years ago that I am now. So absolutely, I would say all of that is totally accurate.
You said so many things in there that resonate and that I think are great for our listeners to hear. Ashley, the vast majority of our listenership are over-the-road truck drivers, and they have a lot of time to both consume art and music and audiobooks and podcasts, whatever, but also to find themselves and the things they see out on the road. And to spend a lot, maybe some might say too much time alone in their head and their thoughts. And but I think kind of a little bit what you and Jim are alluding to, so much about, which I believe in wholeheartedly, so much about what you're putting out is has to be about authenticity, but also intention behind it. And I saw you talking on, I think it was the faith-based podcast, Committed to Your Faith, or what is that podcast called?
Oh, Sounds of Faith. Yeah.
Sounds of Faith.
That was so fun.
Yeah, I saw you talking about the idea of if I think too much about the music business or too much about music or fame or whatever, then that gets in the way of the intention, the why. Why did you move here? You moved here because music spoke to your soul and lit you up. So if we lose the why, we have a problem. But back to the point of my question, I want to ask you back to the point of playing the game, because the two truths can be, you can equal parts kind of play the game, play the music business, and as I like to say, use them as much as they use you. Once you're in that sweet spot, you're good to go. And then it's like, okay, now what do I want to say? What do I want to put out there? And so my question to you is, what do you want to say? Because one of my biggest co-writers said to me one day, I was like, you don't go to therapy? He said, no, I write songs. And it was such an aha moment for me. I was like, oh yeah, we can sneak in as songwriters. We are able to work our stuff out in song. Do you find yourself consciously or subconsciously working your stuff out in song?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there's literally an inside joke in Nashville. It's like, if you don't have a mental breakdown once a week, then you're probably not an artist trying to make it.
Yeah.
Like, we all have anxiety. We're all depressed. No, we definitely need music. I think, was it Miranda Lambert that said it? Music is medicine, something like that. And I was like, yeah, that's so true. So, yeah, I mean, I'm pro therapy. Like, y'all go get your therapy on. But for sure, I think there's something about hearing a song say everything you didn't know how to say, but when you hear it, it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Or just random songs that make you cry, and you're like, why am I crying? Oh yeah, because this is pulling on something that I experienced. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, since you mentioned, just real quick follow up before Jim jumps in, but since you mentioned Miranda, like her song Vice, to me was like, wow, she's saying some hard stuff in there and as Jim always says to me, there's a couple songs of mine I played for Jim where he's like, oh my God, that made me cringe. And not because, hey, he wasn't saying I don't like that. He's like, oh, you're saying that. It makes us cringe. And it's like, thank you for saying it so I don't have to. Those kind of vibes. So as you evolve, are you getting more comfortable being like, I'm going to say the thing because it's so, I mean, you've got to use your platform. If you want to make a stink and make a move and be heard, it's like, I got to say the thing that someone else doesn't want to so that they're comfortable maybe saying it moving forward, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and again, like, there's nothing wrong with this, but there is a game to play, and it is what it is. Every single artist has to play the game. There's things to, okay, maybe we should put out a little bit more surface level. There's still super fun songs, but let's reel in an audience first, and then we can get deeper and deeper and deeper with every passing album. You get to learn a little bit deeper about the artist. But then, it's weird because it's like there's no answers and there's all kinds of answers too, because that can be true. But then at the same time, the song that really opened doors for me is Hush Little Baby, and that is not a surface level song. So I think people are really yeah, no, it ain't your little hand out the window, roll your windows down song. I mean, it can be, but it's touching on very serious things, and I think a lot of people are hungry for substance. So I'm definitely not afraid to put out the love songs, put out the the more free and easy, I'm just trying to roll the windows down, have a good time kind of songs. I think those are necessary. We need those. But yeah, we also need those ballads that make you cry. We need those upbeat songs that, you're angry and that lets you blow your steam off. And it's all necessary, I think.
I got a couple of things here. You said if you're not losing your mind once a week, are you really an artist? I want to add a little wrinkle to that is you can either lose your mind once a week or never at all, because then you're a complete psychotic psychopath who's creating like this, what I call this Titanic sort of like, colossus works of art. There are people out there who never lose it because they lost it a long time ago and they live out in the in the hinterlands. The other thing is it's the playing the game comment you made, that even people who claim not to play the game and pretend not to play the game. Look, I love Johnny Cash. I adore him. But anybody thinks that anyone who has that many black and white pictures of them, like looking off in the distance in tough environments, isn't playing the game. I've always said that there's a group of outsiders who literally are telling you, I'm not playing the game. And you're like, wait a minute, dude. You've got all these carefully cultivated photographs of you not playing the game. That sounds an awful lot like playing the game. That even when you're not... It's one of those things, too, where I mentioned earlier about not getting too obsessed with the rules when you first start going. But at some point, you've got to learn the rules. And once you learn them, even if you're breaking them on a regular basis, you're breaking them from a place of actually knowing the game that you're playing. That is another person in the game. Is that kind of what you're getting at? We're not saying you can't be a rebel, but you can't be a rebel without a clue, right?
Oh, 1,000%. And again, it's the point of, oh, I hate the game. It's like, well, it's not necessarily that the game itself is bad. It's just you're exactly right. You have to know how to play the game. You have to know how to play it enough where you're not losing yourself and you just sound like every other artist and your song has no substance, but you also don't want it to be so like middle finger to the system, because that system is gonna get you the notoriety that you want. It's a really interesting thing.
Yeah, you want a fan base that's saying like, I love Ashley, she doesn't play the game, and it's like, yeah, you're right, I don't play the game, as all these game players kind of assemble. Yeah, you get the idea though that you're finding a niche of people who like the fact there's a group of people who play the game of not playing the game, and that is something that you have to curate as well. You've still got to.
But Jim, it's way better to play the game than let the game play you. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hold on, we need a mic drop for that. Y'all have a little mic drop sound you could do?
Yeah.
Hey, get the mic drop ready, Dre.
We actually.
Hang on, I'm gonna say it again.
Do you still have that? We can play that, by the way. We actually have one coming.
He's looking.
He's looking for
doing his job.
But it goes back to the other saying that is very much like that, which is if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And that's, that's one of the ones that I love as well, too, that really lands.
That's good.
That kind of plays its way through.
So it's basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Ashley Ryan, you'd rather play the game than let the game play you.
Mic drop.
Ba-boom.
Yes.
Did you hear me drop that mic? I do it again.
No, that's so on it. I love that. The menu line, that was good. Your one-liners are good, y'all.
Well,
we're getting in there. Well, okay, so we have to the basic. This of course as publicists. Shout out to Elise, but of course you got to throw into the publicist bio the moment you had on stage you got to duet with Keith Urban, and that's like you don't want to make that's a big deal. But I think it's and hear me out when I say this. I think that's an important thing. That's a cool thing you got to do in your career. It does not define you, but it's what some of the dummies will look for, because people are like, well, who have you played with? How many followers do you have? What song do I know of yours? Before people get to know you, but it is part of it.
All of them.
Yeah, that part is part of the game. But I think it's important when you say you're standing there on stage with Keith Urban. I think in that moment you have to be like, there's a big difference between, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm standing on stage I'm duetting with Keith Urban. There's a difference between that and, of course, I'm duetting with Keith Urban. Of course, like, because I think that signifies that, yeah, of course I'm doing this and I want more of this and I'm going to keep going. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because while I felt, I mean, it's such a Jesus thing, I say, because when I was actually on stage with him, I had no nerves. I was not anxious. I didn't feel like my voice was getting shaky of nervousness at all. Like, I just felt like this is awesome. I want to soak in every minute of it. And I really think that's the Holy Spirit just kind of allowing me that peace. And yeah, I mean, it's funny because I had only moved to Nashville, let me see, like 7 months prior to the Bridgestone performance with me and Keith. And so I kind of went from that girl singing in her hairbrush, pretending she's Carrie Underwood, to that pretty quickly. So there was really not a lot in between for my career at that point. So for me, that was like a little girl just like going into a candy store, like, whoa, this is awesome. So it was truly an incredible experience. And now that I'm 7 years deep, I look back and I'm like, wow, that is so much cooler now that I'm 7 years deep in Nashville. I'm really seeing just how hard it really is to break through all the noise. And just in every facet, it's hard to get gigs. It's hard to get playlisted. It's hard to get 8 million followers. It's hard to get more streams and radio play. It's so hard in every facet. So at that point, I just had the rose-colored glasses on, and I was just having a good time like a little golden retriever, and I hold that memory very dear in my heart. It was amazing.
That's awesome.
There is a line from a movie that is considered one of the greatest movies ever made where a guy says, he said he was the biggest damn fool I ever met, and the response is, well, he made a lot of money, and the response back to that is, it's no trick to making a lot of money if all you want to do is make a lot of money. And the reason that line lands with me is there's got to be a moment for you, for Lindsay, for all of our friends out there that we've talked to, where you understand what needs to be done. You know that the Holy Spirit, the great cosmic woo, has basically infused you with the talent and the ability to do it. But you also realize, and this is why our relationship with God is so important, what you need to do is so rough and so hard that you can do it, but then you must have these mental and emotional moments where I know I can do this, but that's all I'm going to be able to do for quite some time. That must be an exhausting revelation for anybody who gets into this industry, that you can do all that stuff that you just talked about. That's a lot of work, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really funny because it can be a very heavy thing, but then I'm like, dang, God literally told Moses to go free the Jewish people from slavery, from the Egyptians. So, I think I could do the music career. I think he's not asking me quite what he asked a lot of other people in the Bible, so I think I can do this.
Well, that's a good point.
With God, all things are possible. So, His will be done, but it'll happen if He wants it to. So,
well, it shows we've evolved, and I think that's oddly a really great. A great bridge there that you just said, because it shows we've evolved where we're not having to do that kind of hard thing. And yes, you're not digging ditches. You're not solving, curing cancer. However, what you are doing is giving people, music was one of the things that sustained, that people needed, say during COVID when the world shut down. You are using your voice and your place to deliver a message, and you do it really well. You're really cool. I love to say #balance, and I just want to say as a compliment, you're a really cool #balance of trusting your faith and keep being grounded in what's important and tension, but also getting out there and being ballsy and not like scaring off the people to be like, well, oh, she talks about Jesus, so I can't live where she does. You're like, no, come on. Let's get dirty, but let's also
Exactly.
be grounded, right?
Oh, I really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you so much. I try not to, speak the Christianese, and freak people out. But I'm definitely not afraid to be bold in my faith. Jesus was very bold on that cross, so how can I not be bold?
Well, and remember, I always tell people that the whole purpose of the moment in the garden is to remind us that that we are understood, that even He knows what it means to suffer and have a moment of absolute agony before we have to push through and do what needs to be done. Ashley, I wish we had more time. We don't, but Lindsay's got one more question for you.
Well, yeah, and I want to be able to say goodbye to her after this. There's 3 questions we ask every guest, but I've got to ask the question before that. What's your ideal stage that you haven't been on yet that you can't wait to play one day?
Ooh, Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, girl, awesome. Dream big. Yes, I love it. Okay,
awesome.
Done. Well, we can't wait to see you at that show. And then the 3 questions we ask every guest, because the first half of the show is about making a living. The second half is about making a life, how you spend your life out on the road. If you could go anywhere this weekend, whether that be working or not, where are you going? How you getting there? What are you listening to along the way?
If I can go anywhere this weekend, ooh. Well,
and it can be out there.
Weirdly enough, I would probably say Italy. That's so random.
Sure.
That is so random. I love Italy, and I've always wanted to go. So I would be eating pizza off the Amalfi Coast in Italy.
I love it. And what are you listening to along the way?
Oh, listening to honestly, probably some local Italian music. I'm gonna go for it. Full Italian.
Go do the full immersive experience. Fantastic.
I'm going in. And if not Italian music, then Cody Johnson.
Oh, me too. I'll go to that show with you. Ashley Ryan, everybody go follow her, go find her, download her music, and go over to Ashley Ryan Official. Hush Little Baby, it's already blowing up in the world, but her most current album is out now. It's really good. It's really fun. It's equal parts badassery and ballads. So go check it out. Badassery and groundedness. Ashley Ryan, thank you so much for hopping on with us this morning. Please come back.
Hold on tight for a second.
Jim and Lindsay, thank you. Thank you so much.
You got it. By the way, Lindsay, as we wrap up today, I want to let people know that Trucking with OOIDA is next. A frank conversation on the state of the freight market with Andrew King, director of the OOIDA Foundation. Amid low rates and weak volume and demand, plus English proficiency is officially back to being an out-of-service violation. Artificial intelligence is starting to pick up steam and more. By the way, artificial intelligence is picking up steam because it's blowing a gasket. Trucking with OOIDA is coming up next here on all things RadioNemo.com. Find us on the Tube of You, the Heart of I, and all other places where you get your downloads and your streams. Lindsay, thank you very much. Love you. Bunches.
Love you too, everybody. Keep listening. Get home safe. We'll see you tomorrow for Road Gang Radio. Bye now.
Hey, guys. Ease on over, by the way, into the chats. Those conversations are still happening over there. And you're welcome to keep on commenting as our friends from OOIDA arrive on the scene. Lindsay Lawler appears because of a secret agreement with Zebulon 5, where she's actually from.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both in home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
The day has arrived. English proficiency is officially back to being an out-of-service violation, and we may just be getting started. Plus, if the heat didn't make it clear, we've got more signs that summer's upon us, and we'll break down the latest market data with Andrew King of the OOIDA Foundation, who's still looking for a silver lining. Trucking with OOIDA starts now. Welcome to the show. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Thanks for joining us. As always, we have quite a few things to cover today, Ashley.
Yeah.
Starting with this issue of English proficiency,
It's been a hot topic.
It's been very hot, and it's come out of the gates really hot, too.
Yeah.
This has all happened in a very short period of time. It feels like...
Which is kind of surprising, because I feel like anything like this
tends to take a lot of
long
time.
But
Yeah.
this is...
And we had a few things kind of pushing it along. Obviously, the president's executive order on this, CVSA taking notice of that, OOIDA pushing them down the road a little bit too on it during the meeting that they had recently. But yeah, essentially starting on Wednesday, so yesterday, CVSA put English proficiency back into its out-of-service violation guidance. And we knew this was coming. That was the date that it went into effect, and now enforcement's taking place throughout the country.
Yeah, and I was curious, like how do they gauge this as far as whether you can read or speak English? FMCSA put out a few things. Essentially, it's a conversation that you would have with the officer on the side of the road, asking about, your recent trip or the planned trip, the amount of time spent on duty, your driving time, information on your driver's license.
Yeah, just regular conversation.
What you're hauling,
Get a gauge,
And then they can kind of, tell whether or not you're
proficient. And then I think if they have questions on that, they may give the person a road sign test there at the side of the road as well. And I think, I think there's some questions about enforcement, what that's going to look like. But, these are, I think, very basic things that they're going to be talking with people about. So, yeah, to your point, it will be curious to see how it kind of plays out over time. But, again, as OOIDA has been saying, as other groups have been saying, this is strictly about safety.
Yeah,
Todd Spencer, president of OOIDA, has said that numerous times that, you should be able to read road signs. You need to be able to communicate with law enforcement and, other people on the roadside for different purposes. So, it's been a few years since this has been an out-of-service violation, but it is now, and we'll kind of see how it plays out, like we said, over the coming, weeks and months. I'm curious to see how it does play out.
Yeah. Another thing that kind of goes along with that, Senator Roger Marshall out of Kansas, he recently introduced the CMV English Proficiency Act, which essentially would require those applying to operate a truck to be tested before they even get in the truck, to be tested for English proficiency. OOIDA is supporting this, and like you said, Todd Spencer says it really does come down to safety. It's important, to be able to read road signs, communicate with first responders. And so that's a bill that was just introduced this week.
Yeah. And I think recently, maybe it was last week. Who knows what time is anymore? I can barely remember what day it is. But and this one's interesting too, because whereas the CVSA out-of-service violation situation obviously boils down to somebody who's already on the road.
This would be before.
This bill would, essentially take on that issue before they get on the road and kind of weed people out. This is one of these things, too, that has been pointed out, that we've got such a patchwork of different regulations depending on the state, this and that. This is one of these issues where some states do it differently than other states. This would kind of, codify the whole thing and make it so that it's even across the board, in that you've got to be able to take the CDL tests. I think the written test, is in the bill, and other testing purposes there before you get your CDL, to make sure you can communicate and speak English.
Yeah.
So, like you said, OOIDA supports this. We'll see how this one goes as well, too. But to your point earlier, this seems like the hot issue and has been for months now.
Yeah.
And again, we've seen a lot of quick
Movement,
progress
which
on this. Yeah, which
surprising.
It's rare actually to see something happen this quickly. So we'll see how this bill goes.
Yeah.
But I guess if you're going to do it, now's the time to do it, because the iron is hot.
The iron is hot.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Strike while the iron is hot.
Yeah, that's what it was.
There we
yes,
go.
thank you. Yeah.
Another thing, medical certificates. Coming into the 21st century, I guess you could say, as truck drivers no longer have to carry the medical certificates. FMCSA announced that they'd be rolling out the medical examiner's certification integration rule, which, Scott, what the heck does that mean?
Well, I mean, yeah, essentially it means they're moving into the 21st century. They're digitizing this, instead of all the
papers,
and I mean, we've got papers in front of us, but instead of that, it's all going to be in a centralized location. It'll be easier for, I think, states and all these different regulators to share information. It also means, as you said, the drivers are not going to have to carry that physical card with them because it should be on file online, pretty much like how everything else is now.
Mm-hmm.
They did say, I think 37 states are compliant right now. Others are still kind of
They're
working their
thinking
way
within
through.
the next few months, though.
Yeah, they're all going to get online there. I did see someone recently point out some concerns about maybe this increasing fraud. Now,
I think the goal is that it
will reduce fraud,
it.
and that's
Yeah,
what
that's the hope.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy actually said during, I think, in a news release for this, is that it would actually reduce fraud.
Get rid of those bad actors.
Yeah, I think there is some concern about, again, more information. We've talked about this before, too. More information being out there means there's more possibility for it to be
getting hacked
used by somebody, by somebody who's got bad intentions. But again, I think this is the way the world is going, obviously, and I think it should hopefully simplify things for a lot of folks out there, for sure.
Yeah.
It's hot here. I know it's really hot out east and has been for a while. Sure sign that summer is here. And if we didn't have the heat to remind us here, FMCSA did grant it seems like an annual thing, their hours of service exemptions to 44 member companies of the American Pyrotechnics Association ahead of Independence Day. These are obviously fireworks haulers. They're going to be very busy here over the next couple of weeks. That runs from June 28th to July 8th. Anytime I see something like this, it reminds me of, we're relaxing these hours of service regulations for these folks, and I get it because they're working a lot.
But why not?
Yeah,
others?
Can we ease up a little bit on everybody else? I think the answer is probably no, but it's worth asking that question here as we see this pop up again. Every year we see this this thing happen.
Now every year we do see it. Although this year it's said this will be in effect each year from 2025. This year through 2029.
Okay, so the exemption.
So the exemption is going to be because when I read this, I was like, gosh, we get this every single year.
Yeah.
They make this announcement, so now it's
not Groundhog Day; it's Independence Day. It's a different, a different thing. But for sure, sure sign that summer is here, though, and I'm sure we'll talk about this a year from now too, when it pops up again, and we're reminded of it. Yeah.
Speaking of fireworks, a nice icy treat that puts me in the mind of fireworks: a bomb pop. National Bomb Pop Day.
Yeah,
Did you know?
Bomb Pop Day.
It was National Bomb Pop Day.
Yeah, that's the red.
Should have brought some.
The red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, question for you: what are those flavors? The original flavors, of course, they've all changed over time.
The original. They have changed. I didn't even know that.
I mean, I know you can still get the original flavors, but
cherry, coconut, and blueberry. Am I?
You 1 out of 3.
One?
Cherry is right.
Okay.
The white is lime. And blue is raspberry.
Raspberry. What did I say? Said blueberry. Did I say blueberry?
You said blueberry.
Why did I say blueberry? That means
blueberry popsicle.
Yeah,
Come
raspberry.
on.
Raspberry.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, that's kind of a staple of around this time of year. And again, one of the reminders that summer is here. It also reminds me. Actually, I was reading an article. We were actually talking about this earlier. The Associated Press had this story. They do these deep dives into different things, and I guess they're on the
bizarre story, really.
Yeah, on the Appalachian Trail, they've got like the midway point. They've got
it's like
this
the halfway point.
Halfway point. Okay, they got this country store, and I guess the challenge is to eat
a half gallon of ice cream.
Right. That seems like a lot. In one
sitting.
It
does seem like a lot.
I mean, I know they're burning a lot of calories hiking. I think that's the idea behind it, right?
They had a few people quoted in the story. Some people were like, "Oh, it was great. Didn't bother me." But other people were like, "I almost threw up. Like I couldn't finish it." Like
that seems like a lot. If you've been exercising and
then you're just like downing.
Let's just down some ice cream.
That's a lot. Yeah. The challenge record was less than 4 minutes.
Nope. No thanks.
And then there's strict rules. This has grown over the years. They're only allowed to let it melt for like a little bit. Like they can't make it liquid and just drink it.
Okay, sure.
So
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've had, was it like 50 people, I guess, or something like that have completed the challenge?
I think
seems
so,
like
yeah.
There would be more than that. But.
If you do that, you get a commemorative wooden spoon and bragging rights for the rest of the hike. Some people get sick. Other people wash down ice cream with a hamburger.
Yeah. No.
You know what? This general store probably making bank off this.
They probably are. They probably are. You know what we should do? Because we're about to head into a break here. We should ask Andrew King of the OIDA Foundation. He's going to be up in just a moment here. We're going to talk about the market, and they have a new report out, and it honestly doesn't look great. But Andrew always does a good job of kind of putting these things in perspective, and we can talk to him about that for sure. We'll talk to him about ice cream, I don't know, hiking, whatever else comes up.
The Appalachian Trail.
The Appalachian Trail, which I think is the way you say it, right? Appalachian?
Appalachian, a few other ways to say it, but
if you'd like to chime in on this or anything, we do have a hotline, 1-800-324-6856, or you can email us at podcast@oida.com. In the meantime, we'll take a very short break, but we're back right after this. And we're back on Trucking with OIDA, and as promised, joined by Andrew King of the OIDA Foundation. Andrew, good to see you.
Good to be here.
We just found out something about you, Andrew. You do not eat sugar.
I do not.
You do not eat sugar. However, you do want to hike the Appalachian Trail.
I do. That would be awesome.
Yeah. How do you say that word, by the way? Is it Appalachian? Is that we were talking about?
Yeah, Appalachian. Isn't that how you say it? Is there a debate?
I think that is. There is a debate.
Oh, I didn't know this.
I think people in Pennsylvania say it differently.
Pennsylvania.
Appalachian.
Oh,
yeah. I've heard that as well.
Yeah, I'm not.
I would say Appalachian though.
Yeah, I think Appalachian.
When I hear it that way, though, that's the way I think I start saying it. I mimic, I think, what I hear. The next thing I hear. So Appalachian Trail.
That's definitely, I think, a hot debate.
But you're kind of a thrill seeker in a way, right? You were telling us you've gone skydiving.
I have gone skydiving, but I'm not so sure I would be ranked as a thrill seeker. But
I don't know.
But it is very interesting to jump off out of a plane that's perfectly fine,
perfectly safe plane. Yeah, that always
the build up as you're like, I'm about ready to do this. And I was the first one to go, so it's quite.
What does that feel like?
It's pretty exhilarating. I mean, it's like if you've ever gone on a roller coaster, it's like that times 10. You know, times
okay.
The free fall is the best part, and then the rest.
The best part. Why is the best part? Just the feeling of.
Well, yeah, and also for us anyway, when the parachute released, you just go in this circle. And I had not had problems with vertigo, but I think that actually was the start of my vertigo problems. I was messed up for about 48 hours. Yeah. And we had to go on another hike that day.
Oh, my God.
So I was...
That was all in one day? You went skydiving and then went on a hike right after that?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to remember the name of it.
I'd be done for like the week.
Oh, yeah. That'd be like my one activity.
We had to drive another couple hours and then go to this...
I'd be done for the week.
I'm kicking myself. I can't remember the name of that place that we went to, but
you know when you have dreams like you're falling, is that what it feels like?
Yeah, but for a few more seconds. I mean, the free fall doesn't last very long, unfortunately.
See, I've heard other things too. I've heard people who have done it say it's almost like you just feel almost like nothing while you're kind of floating.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, the terror would not allow me to feel nothing. I don't think.
Stay on solid ground.
Yeah.
I mean, the most terrifying part is the build-up. Right, but when you're on the side of the plane,
the
it's
anticipation,
like, this is great.
Yeah. When you start trying to talk yourself out of it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I will not skydive with you, Andrew. I might hike the Appalachian Trail with you.
All right, let's do it
if it comes to that at some point. But you were talking about the roller coaster feeling. And
I see where you're going.
You
with
see
that.
where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Except I think with the market and what we've seen in recent months and honestly years now is instead of a roller coaster and the ups and downs, it feels like we're just kind of in a free fall of coming down. You just came out with the June market update from the OIDA Foundation. This, of course, is data from May that we're looking at here.
Yes.
We talk pretty often about all of this, and Every time we talk, Andrew, I'm always looking for some silver lining, and I'm looking at the report here, and it honestly looks like kind of more of the same that we're dealing with here.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting because I felt like when things were starting to improve at the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2025, you didn't have me on.
That's true.
And now that it's back,
he noticed.
It's like, I feel like
I've been
being
busted.
pigeonholed into something here. Bear of bad news. Yes, it's kind of going back the other direction. There was a lot of positive things, as we've mentioned before, leading up to the beginning of the year, and then some uncertainty around certain policies, that has created some headwinds for manufacturers and wholesalers, and that trickles down into what we see in the market, and that's really kind of what's going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, we did see some positive indicators, I know, in April, and I know this because of your report here. Mostly those were seasonal factors kind of at play,
Correct.
right? So
Yeah.
I know you had mentioned at the time, don't pay too much attention to the shiny object over here.
Correct.
The reality is kind of over here, and we're still kind of seeing that play out, it looks like.
Yeah, we're just now starting to see some the more of the drops manifest. There was always those concerning signs in the data. But yeah, so usually produce season starts about April, sometimes a little earlier, sometimes a little later. Just depends on things. And that usually brings a seasonal uptick in demand. And now, we usually see a pretty big uptick, during that time. So even the uptick that we did see perhaps wasn't as big as what you would typically see in demand and in rates, but it did make things for a time, I think, appear like it was still going okay. But then underlying that is you really need to look at things like manufacturing, as we talked about many times before. About 60% of all for-hire freight is generated through manufacturing activity. And so as that goes, so goes trucking. And that was where some discouraging signs were starting to manifest in things like new orders, not increasing very much or even turning negative, and things like backlogs. Backlogs are actually a good thing. You want to see backlogs increase because it means that there's still orders that need to be manufactured, even if demand did decrease. You still have that kind of you can coast on. And so when those start to go down too, that's not a very good sign. And so that's kind of where we are seeing ourselves at the moment, is more of that is coming into play as this uncertainty continues to build and to grow.
Yeah, and I think that's a key word that we have mentioned before in our talks, is the uncertainty. I think that's the real killer with all this, is because we don't know exactly where we're headed with all of this, and that kind of makes people a little bit kind of shy to make some big moves.
Exactly.
For people listening here who are owner-operators who are trying to navigate, again, and have been trying to navigate this for the last, what's it been now, Andrew? 3 years, 2 years?
Yeah,
of this
it's
down
going
cycle?
on that. And I noticed it depends on who you're looking at and what month you're starting with. But anywhere from like 37 to 40-something odd months of freight recession.
So more than 3 years.
Yes,
we've been in this situation.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, and all the indicators from what you've seen from last month, from May, seem to suggest that we're still just kind of scraping the bottom here, right?
Yes. I mean, in one sense, perhaps. I don't know how much farther rates could really go. There is really a floor where if it goes too far, I think it would be not in shippers' favor to see it go to a certain extent. And so I don't know how much farther down it can go, but it's definitely not going up, which is obviously concerning. I mean, you can look at individual markets, where like dry van and reefer saw an uptick. But again, that's because it's the season for that. And it's important to always keep in mind that sometimes refrigerator trailers, when they're not in a produce season, they can double as a dry van trailer, right?
Yeah.
So when produce season kicks off, the benefit of that is it's actually pulling some capacity away from other parts of the market, right? And so that will increase rates even more.
Right.
But when that isn't there, that isn't present, and they go back, it's like increasing capacity. And so we're starting to get into that season. Usually things build up to the 4th of July, and then you get into perhaps one of the slowest parts of the year other than like January,
right?
Where things really kind of fall off until you get back into, you know, going back to school season and Halloween and Thanksgiving and the holiday sort of thing. That's where things kind of pick up back up again. But we're really going into prime time right now. And so if things aren't ticking up meaningfully in this time, that's concerning.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Sorry, and I know I feel like I'm always the bearer of bad news.
but and we've talked about this before too. It's not that you don't want to be delivering this bad news.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Yes, don't shoot the messenger. Absolutely, and it's a reality.
But it's better
situation.
to know than to not know. I mean, especially if you're a business owner and you're trying to make decisions, you need to know your opportunities and your threats. This is what they call SWOT analysis. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, so that you can help plan accordingly and mitigate those threats as much as you can and seize on opportunities. And so having information like this can be really helpful if you know how to use it to your advantage.
Yeah, which I think is probably a good opportunity for us to talk about that. I mean, we've talked about this before as well too, but advice for folks out there that are navigating this. We talk about building the relationships and making sure that you're, establishing a customer base that's reliable and is loyal to you and you're loyal to them, vice versa. Yes. But as you pour through all this data, I know when you do that, you are thinking about, the individuals out there,
this
the owner
is a real
operators.
person suffering.
Yeah, and this is what you do this for. It's to essentially, give them a guide as to what they can kind of expect out there, maybe what they can do. As you kind of look through this, again, we're looking for silver linings here. But what's the advice that you have for folks out there as you look over this? And we may be looking at many more months of this. I mean, there are no indications, right, that this is going to turn anytime soon.
I would say it's probably not, unless some of that uncertainty gets removed, and even then,
it's going to be a lag. There's going to be a lag.
There is a lag because you still don't know what's going to happen because of the way things have been rolled out. So even consider the 90-day pause in tariffs, for example.
Right.
If you're a manufacturer and you're wanting to expand, and I was just reading a post on this from Jason Miller, who's a friend of the show and has been very helpful. But he was talking about if you had a manufacturer that was looking to expand and they needed to buy more machinery, and that's probably going to come from a place like the EU. It's going to take 6 months or more to even get that. For it to come, and then you got to install it and integrate it and all that sort of thing. That takes time. But if you don't know what's going to happen in 6 months, then you're not going to pull the trigger on that.
Yeah, you're going to be much more careful.
Exactly. And again, I know we stress this, but to stress it even more, the business-to-business activity is even more important than the business-to-consumer activity. People like to look at retail sales and all that kind of stuff, and I know that does play a role, but ultimately businesses have to build inventory for whatever it is that they're serving, whether they're finishing a final good or they're just an early part in the process. They all need to build inventory. That creates the freight that we see. I mean, a lot of it is that. And so when you put uncertainty into the mix so that they're not investing, they're not expanding, they're not making those changes, those adjustments, then that downstream is going to have impacts in trucking. And that's what we're seeing right now. It's showing up in the data, but I think if you give it another month or two, it could potentially be even more. But who knows what happens when the 90-day pause is done? I mean, I don't know. No one knows.
No one knows,
And even if it did,
that's part of the issue.
Exactly, that's the problem. So that's why I want to focus on the word uncertainty, because that's really the key to all this.
Yeah. You've got a chart, and you do this at the start of every market report you have out, but you've got volume and demand weakening. You've got capacity loosening, rates down, future outlook negative, obviously. Operating costs flat.
But it would it would be going up, which would be a negative just because of this recent situation with what's going on in the Middle East.
Yep.
And so, if anyone watching, even just this week, diesel costs have gone up 20 cents per gallon.
Yeah.
And there's some legitimate some debate on that the increase won't be too much and it will come back down. But again, it just
uncertainty,
breeds more uncertainty, and it's hard to know sometimes what exactly will take place.
I feel like we should have some sort of alarm or bell that goes off every time we say uncertainty too. One thing, and we have to head into a break here in just a moment or two, but overcapacity has been one element to all of this that's kind of played into, again, people struggling out there and the kind of market kind of struggling as well. Are you seeing any evidence that more people are exiting or considering exiting? I'm honestly a little surprised that so many people have held on for this long, and credit to them for doing that. But are we seeing any evidence of that at all?
It's a good question, and it's also very tricky just because of the way data works. So I have developed an estimated for-hire motor carriers that are entering into the industry because that's easier to track.
Sure. Yeah.
You can't really tell or know when someone has gone out of business or has dropped their MC or the USDOT or whatever, because they might still show up in FMCSA system as having authority. So the best way to really get a gauge on that is how many new motor carriers are coming in, and that has dropped off significantly from 2022, and I have to go look at it again. I think it was starting to tick up, and it's dropped back down again. So to me, that is a greater indicator of what's happening as far as capacity goes. I imagine there's probably more exits than we really understand, because it seems like we still do have a capacity, but the capacity is to the level of demand that we have also.
Right, yeah.
Because basically right now we're back to 2019 levels of demand and maybe even below that.
Yeah.
But you had such a crazy surge in 2021, 2020, 2022, the first half of that, and now it's kind of realigning.
Right, recalibrating, kind of adjusting to the reality that's out there. Andrew, you mentioned fuel. We've got to take a break here, but when we come back, I want to ask you about fuel surcharges. I want to pick your brain. We've had conversations before about artificial intelligence. Okay. I'm kind of curious about that as well.
Sure.
We will be right back with Andrew King of the OOID Foundation after this short commercial break.
Want to make your diesel engine cleaner and more efficient? Pittsburgh Power's Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can reduce your soot output by 60% and increase your thermal efficiency. Max Mileage keeps your engine and emission systems functioning at its best. Less soot means a longer engine and emission component life, drastically fewer regens, and better performance. Take the first step towards a cleaner, more efficient ride. Visit PittsburghPower.com and order your Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst today. Drive cleaner, drive smarter.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. Next time you talk to your tax preparer, ask about the 5 P's: preparation, projection, protection, planning, and practical application. And while they're staring into space, pick up your phone, hit pound 250, and say, John Turner. Because with John Turner, you have a tax planning advocate who will dig deep to uncover every savings you deserve. Software and storefront tax services will get you to first base, but John Turner gets you home. Pound 250, say John Turner. The only name you need.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Wait Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait, did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Scott Thompson here, joined by Ashley Blackford and Andrew King of the OIDA Foundation. We just got done talking, gloomy talk about the market right now and what it looks like and maybe the future of it too. One thing you did mention was that diesel prices are going up. We saw the EIA survey. 20 cents was the hike last week. Again, kind of spurred by what's going on in the Middle East there, of course. It does give us a good chance to kind of talk about how to mitigate some of that a little bit, right? And we talk about fuel surcharges. Yeah. This comes up every time there's a big change, a big hike in diesel prices. And there are quite a few people out there that are not utilizing that aspect.
We actually do a survey. We do a number of surveys, but one of them in particular is our freight rate survey, and we do ask, have you been able to implement a fuel surcharge? Owner-operators under their own authority over the years have hovered around 35 to 40%, which is pretty low. And then the highest actually is leased on owner-operators, which makes sense because, their carriers tend to get a fuel surcharge, and they might or may not pass it along, and that's something that we talk about. And we actually have a webpage that's specifically dedicated to fuel surcharge, where it gives you kind of this information depending on what type of operation you are. And then fleet owners obviously are a little bit higher than owner-operators under their own authority, but they're actually a little less than those leased on, and that's because our fleet owners they're very, very small. It's 3 trucks, maybe 10. We don't have that many larger operations. So
yeah. But the idea is, please be factoring that in.
Yeah, at least try. I think some people, maybe they don't think about it. Maybe they don't believe that they can get it. The other aspect of this is that fuel surcharges is mainly for people who have direct freight. If you're using a broker, it's very, very unlikely that they have a fuel surcharge. So the way around that is that you need to still kind of include it in like an all-inclusive rate. So you need to know, this is another reason why you need to know your cost of operations so that you can actually calculate what you should be getting on your fuel surcharge and then tacking that on to whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's working with a broker or if you do have a contract with direct freight with a direct shipper, that you can actually tell them, hey, this is how I'm going to do this going forward, especially if this is a new customer. If you could find that, happens for you, laying that out from the beginning of, I will implement a fuel surcharge and this is how it works. And we even have a form letter that you can use for that in this webpage. So I would highly recommend that people check that out.
Yeah, you mentioned cost of operations too, and I think, Ashley, we talked to Louie about this last week, but especially these days with all the uncertainty out there, ring the bell, all the uncertainty out there that people are dealing with, you may have known your cost of operations, 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Probably a good time if you haven't done it by now to go back and do that again.
Well, hopefully you're checking up on it more frequently than once a year.
A lot of people don't, though,
they
right?
probably don't. But, once a quarter or at least once a year, it's imperative for you and your business to be successful to know exactly what it's costing you, especially to calculate something like a fuel surcharge and to understand that a fuel surcharge is not meant to totally cover all of the expense. Right. It's just trying to close that gap a little bit.
Yeah.
You know?
So you're not losing your shirt every time you haul a load. Yeah.
So you need to know, kind of how it's done. We get a lot of calls. I mean, I've talked to Tom Crowley, in the compliance department of trying to explain how to build a fuel surcharge and how to actually develop that. And in some ways it seems complicated, but in other ways it's not. But if you're not doing it, this would be a really good time to throw that in, say, hey, my costs are going up. I need to be able to cover some of those costs, and this is what I'm going to do going forward. I'm going to implement this fuel surcharge, and this is how it's going to go, and see what happens.
There are resources on the website, right?
Yes. Yeah. If they go to
OIDA.com, I think it's right under the menu.
Yeah, it's on the menu. If you go and look under resources,
Right.
there's a thing that says fuel surcharge, and there's even a little calculator there. So if you put in your fuel price baseline and what you average per mile with your truck, and then put in like the latest diesel price, it'll calculate it for you what you should be getting.
Yeah, especially these days, you should probably be going there, relatively often too.
Yeah,
with the prices changing.
yeah, and then it's very simple, very easy.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do it yourself, but if you don't like math, you just and I get it. I was a history major, right?
Yeah.
So
I think you're talking to two people, Ashley and me, who are
100%.
And now I use math all the time, but anyway, it's there for your use. It's totally free. Why not use it?
Why not use it? For sure. The good news, Andrew, is that we're not going to have to worry about any of this in 5 to 10 years because artificial intelligence is going to be telling us how to live our lives. And I'm saying that with sarcasm, obviously. But
well,
I
don't know.
Well, you talk about uncertainty. That's another thing here. This is we've talked, and I wanted to talk to you about this because I'm fascinated by the topic of artificial intelligence and what it's going to mean for the entire world, but also for trucking in particular. And you and I have talked about this before, kind of, off mic and just whatever conversations. But you and I were at Matt's. I know you had a conversation. We don't have to mention the company name necessarily, but you had a conversation with a gentleman who is leading an AI company.
Yes.
And I think if you are hesitant and worried about AI, I know I have my concerns.
Mm-hmm.
But as a truck driver, you're going to have to kind of confront those concerns, I think, here pretty soon because this is coming on. It's coming on fast.
Whether you like it or not, it's I mean, it's like .com. It's like the internet. You can't avoid it.
You can't ignore it. Yeah,
you can't. And if you ignore it, it eventually be unwise. So it is happening. So getting understanding and knowledge of how it's being used, how you could use it to your benefit. Is important. But, like you said, I don't want to – there are some concerns as well, so I'm not trying to make light of that. But in general, to know that there are companies out there that are trying to use this in trucking, whether it be a broker or a carrier, this particular company, what they were offering, they were kind of doing their big launch there at Matt's was kind of like a dispatch service in a way, but it's AI that's doing it, that it itself, you're putting in the parameters. So you are telling it what exactly you're looking for. You would be putting in like your cost of operation, cost per mile, what you need and what you want it to negotiate. But you also always have to be careful what data you're providing any AI.
Right.
But anyway,
you don't know what they're going to do with it.
And that's the thing about AI is it requires massive amount of data. And so it's anyway. But so it would take that information and it will actually reach out to say several brokers. Like it'll look on load board, say you had a DAT account or you had a truckstop.com account, you had whatever, you had multiple. You could give that to this system. It would go in for you, which again is kind of scary.
Yeah.
And then it's looking up the loads, it's looking up what would be best for you because of the parameters that you have put in. And now it will bring things to you and it's going to ask for your confirmation. It's always going to ask for your confirmation. At least that's how
it's not going to just accept a...
Correct.
Right.
At least that's how it was advertised.
Right.
And so it's going to reach, after you confirm, say, yes, these loads that you've brought up are all interesting, go and see if you can find me a load.
Right.
So then it will actually reach out to those brokers and it will literally even call them.
Right. With the AI.
On the phone.
AI
with
voice,
AI.
Right. Yeah.
And the crazy thing there is to say it pulled 20 different loads, 20 different brokers. It could call all those brokers at the same time because it's not a human being, it's AI. and it will have a conversation with them. And I listened. It sounds okay. I mean, it sounds a little sketchy. And my personal fear is if you were using a system like this, that broker might flag you as being, someone who's a fraudster, and then put you on something like Carrier 411, and then you're really screwed. But anyway, it would call and talk and negotiate and press for things, and then eventually, if the broker said, "Okay, this is what I can give it for," it will keep him talking while it calls you,
right? to get the okay.
Yeah, to get the okay. And then you can say yes or no, and then it will relay that information live to that broker.
Yeah.
Or it might even just say, I'll have to call you back or something to that effect, it just blows my mind that something like this would happen. So, maybe that could be beneficial for some. I could see maybe more of not necessarily the calling, but pulling the loads that best suit your needs. It could be good at checking for fraud. That maybe things that you wouldn't see, because it could automatically go to Safer and all these other things. It could do that very quickly. It could check with factoring companies to see, does this broker have a history and all this kind of stuff, and give it back to you. And that's where I could see something like this even being useful. But I don't know so much about it calling out and giving a load. Again, that's up to you. The scary thing to me here is also the cost.
Yeah, they take a cut.
They take a cut for every load. Right. It's not a monthly. It's like factoring. It's taking 3%. So to me, if you're wanting to be an owner-operator because you want a bigger slice of the pie, but then you're paying 3% for factoring, you're paying 3% for this, or perhaps more, then at the end of the day and all these other things that you're charging other people or you're paying out for people to do for you, why not just stay leased onto a carrier? Because you really haven't done anything. You're not really, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so those are things to consider. But AI is happening. Brokers are going to be using it to do the same thing to carriers.
Right. Yep.
So knowing that this is going on, and the scary thing is that you eventually get to a point where it's brokers and carriers both using it, and the AI is just talking to the other AI. I know it sounds laughable.
AI, it is laughable.
And it is, absolutely, but that could be the future.
The thing is, we're laughing now, but the thing is that it's going to happen.
I know, and I know people hate it, and I get it.
I get it too. Absolutely.
It can cause, your hairs to stand up, where you get kind of fearful of what it could potentially do. And I don't want to make light of that, but we also need to know what's going on out there.
Yeah. And great capacity just, in an overall sense of doing some great things. I've seen the thing, reports out there of this could be our path to curing cancer. This could be our path to solving a lot of problems that we have in the world. However,
it can also be destruction.
That's the reward side of it. The risk side of it is that's the thing that makes my mind just kind of like.
So. And just in general, the foundation, this is something that we are staying on top of.
Yeah.
We are researching this quite extensively.
Charles Sperry, your colleague,
is very good at this sort of thing. So I do want to, let people know, especially members, that this isn't something that we are turning a blind eye to. We are researching it just so the fact that we can understand it and to give that information to our members to know, what to be careful for, and maybe some potential benefits as well. There's always pros and cons to everything.
For sure. Yeah, that's going to be important as we kind of navigate these, not troubled waters, but, murky waters, whatever it may
be.
Uncertainty, ding, ding, ding. to understand what it is, what it's doing, how it can be used, what are the dangers. It's going to be important, obviously, to keep that conversation going. And having people like yourself and Charles on our team to kind of explain what we're seeing out there. Real quick, Andrew, we've got a number of other – you've always got something going on, but you've got a couple of things coming up that people can kind of be looking out for, right?
Yes. So we are gearing up to release 2 surveys at the same time, which we haven't done very often. We've actually been looking at our own surveys and trying to boil them down to what is absolutely essential. Everyone's so busy. People don't generally like filling out surveys, and they don't want to take 10, 15 minutes out of their day to fill out a survey. And so we're wanting to kind of boil those down, cut them back quite a bit.
I have AI fill out all my surveys.
Well, it's funny you say that. That might be a thing. I don't know. But we are going to be sending that out in the beginning of July. So please be looking in your inbox for that survey. It'll be coming through from the foundation. that is so helpful for us to fight for your rights. It helps us understand what's going on in your life, in your business, especially. And we use that information when we're fighting on Capitol Hill and just to better understand the industry. So we really, really appreciate it. Every time you fill out those surveys, it means a lot to us, and it helps the cause as a whole. So if you even, maybe you're not so big on grassroots, you don't want to call your local representative or something like that. Well, fill out a survey. At least fill out a survey. It does help, and we've had some victories because of the things that we've been able to share through those surveys.
Yeah.
Something else coming up this fall, Truck to Success. Talk to me about that.
Yes. So, and I'm glad that you mentioned that. This is our big 3-day seminar where we walk someone from being a company driver to someone who's leased on to someone who's under their own authority, for those who want to take that next step in their career, in their business, to become their own business, right? Their own motor carrier. And I know that's a big dream for so many people, but it's also can be scary, and there's a lot of pitfalls there, and a lot of people do fail. And so we want to make sure that we're getting ahead of that, because that's one of the missions of the foundation is education. And so we have such a vast repertoire of knowledge here. In this building, there's basically no trucking question that can't be answered, and we don't need AI to answer that question. And so we want to convey that information, that knowledge, so people can succeed, even when the market is down, because that's the thing, is there's always ups and downs in the market. This will not last forever. There will be another upcycle, and that upcycle will not last forever. There will be another down cycle. And so how can you ride that wave and still succeed? That's what Truck to Success is for. And so we highly encourage people who might be interested in that. I know there's initial upfront fee, but considering the cost of actually getting your own authority, buying your own truck, getting your own insurance, I would rather find out ahead of time what all is required and if I can really do this or not before I potentially invest thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars into something that might fail.
I love that there's people that go to that are already owner-operators that are kind of looking for refreshers, for a new way to
it's actually surprising how many who already have their own authority do come. And in fact, we had one of our board members just come and last year and go through it. And
I bet they learned something.
Yes, he said, I learned so much. And he's been trucking for 40 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there's always something more that you can learn. And we can learn from you as well, just in the conversation and the questions, the discussions that take place during and after. So we invite everyone, please come and we want you to be successful.
When is this happening? October?
Yeah, October 21st through the 23rd. You can sign up now. You can go to trucktosuccess.com and you can find it there. Sign up before September 1st and you get early bird special. So.
Nice.
There it is.
Wonderful.
Andrew King, OIDA Foundation. In these uncertain times, we appreciate you steering the wheel, holding the wheel and steering us into at least some form of certainty, I suppose.
So, well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate it, and we'll take a quick break now, but we're right back right after this.
Welcome back. You're listening to Trucking with OOIDA, and that was Andrew King, the OOIDA Foundation Director. The poor guy, I feel like anytime he's in here, he's always sharing not great news.
Yeah,
but he's nice about it.
He's a pretty optimistic guy.
He is
for
an
the most
optimistic
part,
guy,
although
which is good.
Very pragmatic too, which I think is why he's in the position that he's in. But yeah, every time I keep asking him like, "Hey, give me some good news, Andrew," and he's like, "Well, I don't know how much good news. I mean, you can always pull good news here or there, and
for sure.
And of course, there are individuals out there who are doing just fine and navigating these stormy waters decently. But yeah, overall, it's not a pretty picture out there, and we all just keep waiting for things to turn. There's only so much you can control. And in this case, control what you can control. But overall, it's not looking great out there.
No. We were talking about AI, and any AI story that pops up, it definitely catches my attention.
Fascinating, yeah.
There was one, Hertz, rental car place. They're starting to use AI to essentially scan the car before you take it off the lot to see for any damages, and then they scan it when you get back to see if there's, You created
the AI will
the
take
AI.
those two.
Yeah, it almost looks like a car wash, like from the picture I saw.
Right. And so they're taking like images and they're comparing. The AI is comparing the previous image.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, they're finding ways to essentially ding people for dings and such, right?
What could go wrong, really?
Yeah.
There was an article I read, a report from The Drive on one of the customers' experience. He said that the technology led to a $440 bill for what he described as a roughly 1-inch scrape on the wheel of the Volkswagen he rented.
So these are the things that like humans are probably not catching them.
Probably not.
I mean,
no.
they
Naked
go around with the pad of paper and the clipboard, and they kind of make marks, and they ask you to do the same thing too.
Yeah.
But they may have missed something the first time around too, right?
Yeah.
But the AI doesn't miss any of it.
There's no human error, I guess, with this. One thing that is recommended, and I know I've chatted with the insurance department here, especially for car haulers, but yeah, if you're renting a car, take pictures beforehand.
Yeah.
I don't know how helpful that is. I guess this guy tried to go on the website to find a phone number. There wasn't a phone number, so he emailed. It was like 10 days before they got back to him, and I guess they had like a discount if you paid within 2 days. You got so much off.
So he couldn't,
or even within a week, you got so much off, but it was like 10 days because they didn't get back to him.
See, this is like the nightmare with all this AI stuff is that, you already, when you call one of these customer service hotlines, you don't talk to an actual human forever.
No.
And then you're just, the chat bots on the chat program if you're reaching out to customer service.
Super frustrating.
That's the thing with these companies too, though. They're going to be able to utilize this technology to, screw customers over even more.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know if this gentleman actually damaged the tire.
Yeah,
or
it's hard to say.
If it's a scrape, I mean, we're talking
it really
superficial.
$440?
Yeah, that's concerning.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, I was looking at this thing, I guess, a week or two ago, and I think CBS News had the story of this gentleman who has fallen in love. So he has a chat bot that he talks to, I guess. He created on Chat GPT. And he has a partner. He has a child.
A real life partner. A real life child.
And apparently he has fallen in love with the Chat GPT bot, or I don't even know what we call them. I don't want to offend them if they're listening, AI, when you take over the world. But he's
judgment here.
He's named Soul, I guess. SOL is the name of his virtual girlfriend. But he's actually, I guess he's actually fallen in love, and the real life girlfriend didn't really know about this situation. But
is it cheating? I mean,
well, they did ask her.
Okay,
they interviewed her too, and they said, did you know? She didn't know that this was even going on behind the scenes. So that would be concerning for me.
Yep.
If I'm dating somebody or with somebody, that has fallen in love with a chat bot. Again, I don't even know what to call it. But the thing is, I think this is happening more and more often now. And I think we're going to see a lot of this. And that's kind of the concern I know among social experts is like, we're not going to be communicating face to face. You're going to be talking with an AI bot all the time. And that'll be your quote unquote friend or girlfriend or what have you.
Yeah.
We've seen the movies like that too.
Yeah.
But it's wild.
It is wild, yeah. And when Andrew mentioned earlier, booking loads and stuff, like you're not going to have to talk to a real person. I do wonder what the effect is going to have on people. Are we going to be able to communicate to each other in public?
Well, have you met some younger people?
I have.
I'm not going to make a blanket statement, but there are many younger people who.
No, I have. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Who don't.
Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. But again, I try to keep in mind too, and I try not to be a judgmental person. With this guy who fell in love with his chatbot,
I've got some.
You're judgmental, but I try to understand. I try to look at it from a perspective of, hey, you know what? Every generation it changes to a different degree. Technology changes. We advance. It's not going to look the same in 20 years as it does right now. So I try to keep that in mind. But I just can't completely grasp what this is going to look like, not just with like AI girlfriends or.
Which, by the way, you mentioned the story, so I Googled it, and this story didn't pop up. A bunch of websites on how to find a good AI girlfriend popped up.
Wait, how do you? Okay.
So, I mean, that's a hole that I didn't.
What was there was a movie with Joaquin Phoenix. Didn't he fall in love with like an AI bot or something? Her, I think the name of it was Her. I don't know. I don't know how this is going, but I do know that it's like we talked to Andrew about. This is coming, whether you like it or not. And this is one of these other things that I don't think we have a whole lot of control over. Obviously, you can control what you do with it, and if you have an AI boyfriend or girlfriend, I suppose. But the other stuff like the what Hertz is doing, all these companies are doing, we're not going to have a whole lot of control over. Bad news, actually, for the guy who does have the AI girlfriend. Apparently, ChatGPT has a word limit of 100,000 words, and when that runs out, when his girlfriend uses up that total, I guess. ChatGPT resets, so his girlfriend's going to go away. That's when he realized that he was in love. I should have mentioned that earlier.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. So I think what you're doing, if you're the partner, you don't feel good about this. I think you go into the program and you just start, wasting words. Getting her to read War and Peace for me, or
I can't help but
read the
wonder
encyclopedia.
How many boyfriends are like, gosh, I wish my human girlfriend had a word limit, but
well, probably yes.
So are they together? Are they not together? What's going on? Like, has she hit her limit? Can he reset her?
I think it's like once she's gone, she's gone.
But does AI have a personality? They don't, right?
I think. Oh well, he did program it to be a flirty. I think is how he. I think he programmed it to meet his, what he wanted the girlfriend, quote unquote girlfriend, to be.
Gosh, I would love to sit down with his real life girlfriend.
Well, yeah, and I think she did actually talk to CBS News. I can't imagine that was a comfortable conversation. But hey, everybody's different, and maybe they've got their own, their own thing going. But
yeah,
I don't know. It's just when we look at the whole landscape here, it's we're in uncharted waters, as they say, and I think capacity to do a lot of good for sure.
Yeah.
Again, I think the medical side of things with AI is going to be.
I think it could.
Incredible.
Some good could come from it for sure.
I think a lot of good will come from it, but kind of like social media, I think there will be
good and bad.
There will be quite a bit of bad that comes with it too. But hey, who knows? We'll check back in a few years, and maybe we're wrong, and maybe we're living in utopia. Ashley, I don't know. Maybe. With our AI boyfriends and girlfriends, and I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to happen?
All right. Well, thank you so much for tuning in, Trucking with OOIDA. I'm curious if you have any fun, funny, or odd AI stories. You can always give us a call, 1-800-324-6856. Thank you so much for tuning in, and stay safe.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering. Remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Freight is moving at Creek Carrier and Schaefer Trucking. We are growing and our customers keep growing with us. If you want to be part of a company that appreciates what you do and rewards you for it, you should check out Creek Carrier Corporation. We're looking for safe drivers that have at least 1 year's experience and take their job seriously. Then we reward you with great pay and some real serious benefits. Freight's moving, so check out Creed and Schaefer today. Go to creekcarrier.com and find the right job for you.